Finding love in the internet age is complicated. You never know who you'll end up with or what they're capable of. A surrogate mom uses love as a lure for torture.
Alyssa Baker gives new meaning to the term evil stepmother.
A serial wife finds murder more profitable than divorce.
Most of her relationships with men ended in a violent manner.
And an unhappy housewife trades boredom for bullets.
You placed that gun into her hand, and suddenly she became very confident and very strong.
For these deadly women, seeking love and companionship will end in a tangled web of death. It takes a cold heart to neglect a little girl in need.
There's something special about a child with cancer. It really is.
And a heart of stone to torture her.
The fact that she could starve her as well as beat her tells me that she's a sadistic sociopath.
Queensland, Australia, 2008. Adam Baker is a lonely single dad struggling to raise 8-year-old Zara.
Zara suffered through a lot in her short life. She survived bone cancer, but the chemotherapy left her almost deaf and took one of her legs.
Zara still lives life to the fullest.
She was always smiling. She always had a smile on her face. This is a girl who's been battling cancer, who only had one leg. And she still was able to smile. When I look at Zara and I look at her life, I see a child who just wanted to be loved.
I do know that she was a brave girl. I think that's been mentioned by a lot of people. And what they mean by that is that her infirmity, her handicap, didn't slow her down.
What are you doing, Dad?
Talking to a very nice lady in America.
Adam looks for love in cyberspace and falls for an American named Alyssa.
Alyssa had a sordid criminal past. She had been involved in all kinds of criminal behavior, dealing drugs, forging checks, assault.
Adam thinks he's met his dream girl, but he's being misled.
Alyssa was never happy. When she was married to one man, she'd be searching the internet for another one.
But love is blind, especially when you've never met.
Adam was looking for something, and he thought Alyssa was the answer. But Adam came with baggage, and her name was Zara.
At first, the idea of living on the other side of the world is exciting for Zara and her dad. They move into Alyssa's home in Hickory, North Carolina.
If you ask Alyssa, she'll tell you, oh, she didn't even call me her stepmom. Zara called me her mom. But if you ask friends and other people, you get a different picture.
I told you to go to bed.
But Dad said I could watch it.
Your dad ain't here now, is he? Don't you dare do that.
What we know is that Alyssa frequently beat Zara and kept her locked in her room, only letting her eat for 5 minutes a day. That's starvation.
There's one instance where Zara had a black eye. And there's some people who say Alyssa gave her that black eye.
Go on! Keep going!
Alyssa even uses Zara's disability to make her suffer.
Alyssa Baker forced Zara Baker to run up and down a hill without a prosthetic leg on.
Keep it going! Run! Go on!
It takes a certain type of evil to commit that act.
Alyssa tortured Zara because it made her feel good. It's that simple for a sociopath.
By autumn 2010, Zara is completely under Alyssa's control.
When the school year started, Alyssa Baker and Adam Baker failed to register her in the public school system, nor did they notify the school system that they were going to homeschool her.
Far away from her homeland, Zara is more and more isolated.
Zara Baker began to disappear and began to be invisible.
Hickory, North Carolina, 2010. 10-year-old Zara Baker has moved from Australia after her dad finds a new wife online. Life hasn't been easy. She survived bone cancer and brutal beatings from her new stepmom. Then, on October 9th, Zara goes missing.
My daughter's missing.
Adam and his new lover claim Zara's been kidnapped.
They call up the local sheriff and they report her missing. She's gone. They can't find her.
They produce a ransom note.
Yeah.
Even more bizarre, Adam says it has taken him 2 weeks to notice his daughter is missing because he thinks she's in bed asleep when he gets home from work.
So this tells me something about Alyssa, that she's an ultimate manipulator. That she manipulated this guy into believing that his daughter was there.
It became apparent quickly that Adam Baker was either not involved in his daughter's life or was a liar or both.
How could a father not realize his daughter's gone for 2 weeks? Baffles my mind.
Adam is the prime suspect.
The search was heavy and almost around the clock in the areas around where Adam Baker had been employed.
But police find nothing, and Adam isn't acting like a guilty man.
Adam Baker submitted to numerous interviews, both by law enforcement and by the media.
Authorities turn their attention to Alyssa. The kidnapping scenario doesn't make any sense. Neither does the revelation Alyssa is about to make.
Alyssa Baker confessed to authoring the ransom note, the fake ransom note.
Then, Alyssa's attorney drops a bombshell.
Alyssa Baker has information about the death of Zara Baker.
Alyssa comes clean, if you want to call it that, and she says, well, you know what? Zara actually died. She died.
Alyssa claims she found the girl unresponsive in her bed on the night of September 24th. Instead of calling the paramedics, she claims Zara's father disposed of her body in the woods. No one is prepared for what they find. The little girl with the sunny smile is in pieces.
I remember being shocked, a sense of revulsion.
Prosecutor Jay Gaither will never forget the grisly find.
The first bone that was recovered was the lower leg. The remains of the upper torso and part of the arm.
Investigators realize little Zara's body has been dumped where animal carcasses are common.
It's up there.
So as part of a plea deal that Alyssa makes with cops, she shows them where some of the body parts are. So she had motive to show them. She was going to get a reward for showing them.
It was a site that was used by hunters to dispose of dead animal carcasses.
I got it.
Clearly, the intent in disposing of Zara Baker's remains in that area was to have them dispersed by animals and have degradation and deprivation work upon the remains.
But investigators aren't convinced Zara's dismembering happened after she's dumped. They believe it happened before, by Alyssa's hand.
To imagine and think of the mindset of taking a 14, 15-inch, 3-pound miter saw and going through another person's flesh and bone. Oddly enough, what disturbs us the most in this case occurred after death. And so was not something that the victim, of course, would feel, but we all are just deeply, deeply revolted. I had dreams about it. I know I stayed up late, didn't sleep well.
It's very unusual for a killer to dismember their victim's body. It's especially unusual for a female killer to dismember the body of their child victim. I've never even heard of it until now.
Alyssa denies everything and blames Zara's dad, Adam.
She points the finger at Adam, and she says, you know what? He did it. Not me. I just went along for the ride.
But Adam can prove he wasn't near the dumping ground the night of the murder. And Alyssa's cell phone records prove she was. Authorities charge Alyssa Baker with second-degree aggravated murder, and she doesn't contest it. Adam Baker isn't charged with his daughter's murder.
There's a big difference between not being a guilty party and not being a responsible party. I think that he used poor judgment in bringing her over here and putting her in the care of Alyssa Baker. Then he is responsible to some extent for what happens to her.
On September 15th, 2011, Alyssa pleads guilty and is sentenced to 15 to 18 years in prison. Zara's official cause of death is undetermined homicidal violence. A heartbreaking end to a brave little life.
Her skull was never recovered, and there was nothing in the remains that we found, as scant as those remains were, that would show that death had occurred by any particular means.
Alyssa Baker is the only one that knows what happened to that 10-year-old girl. She's the only one that knows why she committed this act of ultimate evil. Nobody else on the planet knows. And right now, she's not willing to talk.
Did Alyssa kill Zara out of spite, jealousy, or for her own amusement? Her history of abuse and manipulation makes anything possible.
What was Alyssa thinking about leading up to this murder and at the time of the killing? Nothing but herself. That's what narcissists do. And Alyssa, she could be the queen of them.
Sociopaths like to play games with the police. I'll tell you this, but I won't tell you that. Zara's skull, if ever found, will tell the story of how she truly died.
Once the honeymoon is over,
She would be very charming, very soft-spoken.
and the rose-colored glasses come off,
The whole demeanor seemed to change.
life for some newlyweds
Dela enjoyed the emotional suffering of others.
can be hard to survive.
What a bad, bad choice he made.
For some men, the most alluring woman is one who needs their care. When she has the looks as well, she becomes irresistible. Cincinnati belle Dela Satorius has both qualities.
She had very delicate features. She's a pretty woman. And I think that she could look like she was very vulnerable.
And there's no shortage of men ready to protect her.
She would be very charming, very soft-spoken, almost childlike.
By the 1980s, Dela has been married twice and is sizing up husband number 3, Grant Bassett.
I got my baby
He was just very taken with her. She had this tiny little voice.
because you deserve it. You're so strong and wonderful.
She told him she'd had an abusive childhood.
Will you marry me?
Yes!
Grant, like the husbands before him, wants to protect the delicate Dela from the harsh world.
Beautiful.
But Grant will soon discover it won't be Dela who needs protection.
As soon as they got married, the whole demeanor seemed to change.
How dare you try and control my life? I should never have married a nerd like you.
She became critical. She became very difficult and argumentative. She told him he was stupid.
Beneath Dela's delicate facade, there's a violent bully. During one attack, Grant fears for his life and calls for help.
Call police!
Grant and Dela had a fight in which he ended up calling 911.
But Dela isn't just violent,
I'll tell them you hurt me.
she's cunning.
Before the police got there to arrest her, she beats herself up and blames him for it.
Stop it!
Look what you did.
The police couldn't quite sort out what was going on, so they arrested him.
Grant is cleared and soon joins the long list of Dela's former husbands. They divorce.
Dela's relationships started out good. She was all sweetness and kind and easy to be with, but as soon as she got that ring on her hand, things changed. The real Dela came out.
Her trail of destruction stretches back even further to Dela's childhood.
Even as a very young child, she would torment her siblings. She would threaten them with physical harm if they didn't do what she asked.
Play nice.
When things would get going and everybody would be laughing and enjoying the game, Dela would destroy it.
There's something about Dela. As she grows, so does her mean streak.
Dela's difficult childhood had every hallmark that Dela was going to be a dangerous adult woman.
In 1992, husband number 4, 29-year-old Englishman David Briddian, has no idea what he's getting himself into.
She was much more in love with David than perhaps she had been with other husbands. There seemed to be much more of a sexual attraction there.
But trouble starts on their wedding day when Dela exposes her first dark secret.
David was quite a bit younger than Dela, but he didn't know how much younger until they went to get married. He was 29 at the time, and she was 42, so he was surprised to find out how old she was.
And it goes downhill from there.
She rapidly became very jealous. She would accuse him of seeing other women.
Jealous rages, physical threats, cruel humiliation.
Come back from a date, have we?
It was a work lunch.
Of course it
With
was.
every new marriage, Dela turns from Jekyll to Hyde.
If you cheat on me, I will have you thrown out of this country. Do you understand?
There's nothing going on.
We shared stories not only from David Britton, but from some of her other boyfriends and ex-husbands that she had over the years, and the common thread that ran throughout were her acts of violence.
David soon flees the marriage and becomes the 4th man to divorce Dela. But she's not alone long. She goes back online to find a new husband. And in 1994, prominent surgeon Dr. Dela Satorius, a recent divorcee, walks blissfully into a minefield.
Oh, baby.
He was very lonely, and so one of the things that he did was he went to a dating service.
Dela looks like the beautiful and vulnerable woman the 55-year-old is looking for. They fall in love and marry after just 4 months.
Dela was beginning to think about long-term financial plans. She wasn't getting any younger. Her relationships had failed in the past. And it was obvious to us that she was looking to Dr. Satorius for financial gain and financial stability.
Then, in Dela's typical M.O., once the nuptials are out of the way, the love evaporates. She even moves into a separate bedroom.
She immediately took possession of a bedroom on an upper level and immediately placed a lock on the door.
Next, she tries to turn her husband against his own daughter from a previous marriage. Deborah is planning a wedding, and Daddy is paying.
So Dela made it very clear that she did not expect her husband to be putting much money into this wedding.
He even went so far as to tell his daughter, Deborah, not to call the house anymore because it would upset Dela, and he was fearful for his own life.
After less than a year with his new wife, Dr. Satorius realizes he's made a tragic mistake. He talks to his lawyer about ending the marriage.
Daryl reportedly said to Dela, "I'll see you in court." And she responded, "I'll see you dead." No one left Dela.
To the world, she's a delicate beauty, looking for comfort in the arms of a protective man. But in truth, Dela Satorius is a sociopathic bully, trapping men into marriage before destroying their lives.
I think the best thing to be learned here is never marry a woman whose last name rhymes with notorious.
I have to get this done as soon as possible.
Respected surgeon Dr. Dela Satorius is Dela's 5th husband. And like all those before him, Within months of marrying Dela, he's filing for divorce.
I may not live through this. I'm serious.
He was becoming physically fearful of Dela taking his life. He also told friends and family members that he had a great concern for his own safety.
Before he can file the divorce papers, Daryl goes missing on Sunday, February 18th, 1996.
One of Dr. Satorius's patients had taken a bad turn over the weekend. And so the hospital was paging him, and he wasn't answering his page. Well, that was very unusual.
When colleagues can't raise the trusted surgeon, they alert police. Their first stop is the family home and his dutiful wife.
And she said, well, he isn't here. Well, do you know where he is?
No, I haven't seen him.
And they said, well, is his car here?
Yeah, it is.
And they said, well, ma'am, can we check?
Sure.
And she said, okay, I'll look around the house. And she said, I'll check in the basement. They followed her downstairs, and one of the detectives said that, within 2 steps down the stairs, they could tell by the odor that there was a body in the basement.
The good doctor seems to have taken his own life, perhaps under the strain of an imminent divorce. But almost immediately, investigators notice anomalies.
In all the years of the detective's investigation of homicide and suicide scenes, he had never seen a suicide that looked like this.
They found that blood was smeared and moved, not only on the front of the couch, but on a safe across the room. That means that the scene was disturbed after he was immobilized. Another key piece of evidence at that death scene was that there was blood on the handle of the gun. When somebody holds a gun to their head, there's not sufficient blowback of blood to deposit enough blood on your palm and fingers so that it gets deposited on the handle of the gun.
And it doesn't take long to piece together the real story.
Dela knew that if Dr. Satorius would file for a divorce, the gravy train would end for her.
Dela married Daryl for his money. If they divorced, she'd get almost nothing.
Until now, Dela's violence is never fatal. For all her threats and humiliation, she has left her husbands with their lives. Not this time.
Dela didn't want to fight with Daryl. She didn't want a confrontation. So she shot him in the head while he was sleeping.
This was a fatal, devastating wound to the back of the head, and that would have killed him instantly.
What she forgot, and perhaps what she never knew, was that it was virtually impossible to cause a self-inflicted gunshot wound to the back of the head, holding the muzzle away from the skull and creating that angle of fire.
Dela's not the first woman to shoot her husband in the head while he was sleeping and then try to make it look like a suicide. The problem is, Dela didn't know what crime scene experts know.
In June 1996, Dela Satorius is convicted of aggravated murder and sentenced to a total of 23 years in jail. She leaves a wake of misery and broken dreams. For the men who loved her, their only memory is betrayal. They took her in only to be abused, assaulted, even murdered. None could give her what she wanted.
I think she didn't want to be on her own. She wanted to be taken care of. She seemed to feel like she deserved to be taken care of. I don't know that Dela ever would have been satisfied with anything. I don't know that anything would have ever been enough for her.
But Dela can never hurt another person. In 2010, she dies in prison, aged 60, of natural causes. Las Vegas police receive a 911 call from a woman in distress.
He is going to kill me.
She started whispering to please send help. She was going to get killed.
Before the operator can get details, the woman goes silent.
Within seconds of that phone going silent, you hear 5 or 6 gunshots. And then suddenly the line goes dead.
Every shot is recorded and crucial to solving the case.
The 911 call became essentially a witness for the prosecution.
Living in New York is many people's dream. But in 1997, 43-year-old Sandy Greenspan is tired of her life here.
Sandy was stuck in a moment when she was middle-aged. She had a grown daughter, and she was a very good dental hygienist, easily making over $75,000 a year.
But Sandy wants a new adventure and finds it online. A real he-man, Frank Kane, living in Sin City, Las Vegas.
Frank Kane had a lot of dreams and a lot of great stories.
Frank presented himself as a bounty hunter, former CIA officer, person who had said he had owned 2 slaves at one point in foreign countries.
The internet very much can feed into illusions. That the person that you're connecting with online is everything you want them to be. And they fall in love. They're falling in love with an illusion.
Internet chat soon becomes much more.
Sandy! Hi there!
Sandy uprooted her life and basically left her prior husband and her family behind.
Aren't you going to invite me in?
Of course, come in.
It was a traumatic thing for her family. They eventually disowned her out of disgust over the whole situation.
Meanwhile, her new life with her bounty hunter is a blast.
Frank Kane took her out to shooting galleries. This is the new excitement that she signed up to do.
This was so very different from her prior life.
You're not true.
Of a housewife who just went to work every day and came home to a husband and kids.
She is not only living with this exciting guy who hunts fugitives from justice, she probably started getting a little bit more of a bravado that she never had before in her life.
Sandy divorces her first husband to marry her bounty hunter. She takes to his world of guns.
She became very comfortable with that handgun, and she carried that gun with her at all times.
But soon the relationship takes a strange turn. Frank insists on a contract between them, on his terms.
He had her write out and sign a contract where he was going to be the dominant individual in a relationship.
The terms of the contract were that Sandy had to do whatever Frank wanted.
Okay, good. Add that whenever we go out, you have to walk 5 paces behind me.
Whether it be sexual favors,
Really?
You're gonna be my slave, don't you?
obeying his every command.
Okay, it's done.
Now, we both sign it.
To be completely subservient to him.
he was a brute, psychologically and sometimes physically. Sandy and Frank did have a master-slave relationship.
Sandy's put her life, future, and money in Frank's hands. Far from being the energetic bounty hunter, Frank is proving to be more of a slacker, happy to live off Sandy's salary.
He had repeatedly lied to her about their future together and starting a business.
But it soon backfires.
That was the bank. You've maxed out both my credit cards.
I needed cash for my new venture.
What new venture?
I'm making sex furniture.
And all what Frank Kane would do is lay on the couch watching TV, true to his form, never had any follow-through with any of his plans or his ideas.
She leaves her family for the excitement of Las Vegas. But the reality is, she's rarely allowed to leave her living room.
Hey!
Let's go out.
What for?
For fun. Come on, we never go out.
They stayed in their apartment. They had no friends, no contacts with anybody on the outside.
Here she was, obeying his every order.
You're not going anywhere.
Working long hours to pay all the bills. He's racking up debt in her name. She just came to conclude that he was a loser and really came to hate him for it. And she came to a point where she knew she had to do something.
Las Vegas attracts people for excitement and adventure. When 47-year-old Sandy comes here after meeting a new man online, that's not what she gets. Frank is so controlling and stifling, she can see only one way out.
She was married to a weird guy who wanted her to be his slave.
Sandy's decision to leave her first family is haunting her.
Family back in New York is not talking to her anymore.
Sandy, even if she was unhappy in her prior life, you know, she threw it all away for this guy who turned out to be a loser and a con artist.
Isolated, humiliated, and broke. Sandy wants someone to pay. October 2001. Frank starts his day the usual way. Sandy's plan involves a 911 call, not after a family tragedy, but before.
Help. He is going to kill me.
It gives a preemptive alibi, and she leaves the phone off the hook to record what she pretends to be a brutal attack. But there's no assault, just cold-hearted murder.
Frank Kane was sleeping. I don't think she'd made any efforts to wake him up. She pulled out the gun, walked up within 2 to 3 feet from his torso, and fired point blank right into his chest.
Why did she have to be so close to him? She wanted to. She wanted to make sure those bullets went to exactly where she was pointing.
All 911 calls are recorded. Frank's final moments are captured until Sandy hangs up.
I think Sandy called 911 so that they would be a witness, but she didn't think it through.
911 operators are trained to call back immediately.
I had to kill him. I had to.
But there's just one problem with Sandy's scenario. On the recording, there is no sound of a fight, so her self-defense claims are ringing hollow.
Sandy actually claimed that she put the phone down when she was talking to 911 to go back to where Frank was and see if he was really still threatening her. Not only does that make no sense, it's comical.
The call that Sandy wants to be her alibi now incriminates her, and so do the forensics.
The blood pattern analysis indicated to authorities that Frank was lying on his back at the time he was shot.
There were no defensive wounds indicating that Frank Kane held up his hands trying to protect himself.
Prosecutors have all they need, but there's no trial. Sandy enters a no-contest plea to second-degree murder. In May 2002, she is sentenced to 10 to 25 years in prison.
Sandy shot Frank because she was sick of the guy. I mean, he had caused so much misery in her life and caused so much disappointment. She couldn't take it anymore.
Few dispute Sandy suffers at the hands of Frank, the man she met online. But few can understand why she resorted to murder.
This woman could have easily divorced Frank Kane, filed for bankruptcy, and with her talents and education skills, she could have easily fallen right back to her feet. But she chose to commit murder, and she premeditated, she deliberated, she thought about it, she schemed it.
There is a degree of accountability here for Sandy that she chose to go live with Frank. She chose to go leave her former life behind. You know, she trusted someone without really checking out who he was.
Ultimately, it ended up being a true mistake.
Sandy Kane is released on parole in 2011.
Sandy probably could have left Frank, but it wouldn't have given her the satisfaction of killing him. She was angry.
These deadly women used the search for love to find their victims. Alyssa Baker took delight in torturing a vulnerable little girl. Dela Satorius found murder more agreeable than divorce. And Sandy Kane could only find happiness in a loaded gun. These three women share a common thread. They trapped their victims in a tangled web of death. Some women are so cold, so brutal. They don't need an excuse to murder. They kill anyone who gets in their way. A Florida wife turns a misdemeanor into murder.
She was an evil woman, a threat to anybody who crossed her.
A teenager lives out her morbid fantasies.
She wanted to see the light in her eyes go out.
And a crime of fashion ends in bloodshed.
The person who gets picked to be the victim of a crime happens to be the person that's walking at the wrong place at the wrong time.
These deadly women choose their victims at random. They steal lives for no good reason. The police are there to serve and protect.
What occurs is any police officer's worst nightmare.
Every day they risk their own lives to keep others safe.
Stand against the car, man.
It only takes one well-placed bullet to kill someone.
But who looks out for them?
She should not be in jail. She should have been put to death.
Confrontations are part of 25-year-old Andrea Hicks Jackson's everyday life. And her drinking problem in the 1980s isn't helping the Florida wife.
Alcohol released Andrea's inhibitions, and when she was drunk, she was a terror.
Her domestic life with husband Sheldon is volatile.
Yo, I'm drinking. Yo, come on, get up. Get your hands off me.
But Andrea has little trust in men. They bring back bad memories.
Andrea was raped at the age of 10, badly enough to be hospitalized, and she never got the psychiatric care she needed. From that moment forward, Andrea was looking for someone to pay for that crime.
29-year-old beat cop Gary Bevel is well respected among his peers.
Hey man, how are you doing? Good. You guys heard about the new realm of the new community center? Is it finished yet?
Gary Bevel was the type of person that anybody who met him just automatically loved him. He was a great man, very caring, just went out of his way to help people.
You guys should go and check it out, okay? Check it out, right? Sounds good. Hey guys.
He was very well liked in his community, very active in programs for children, very liked throughout the department. I mean, he was an outstanding officer, and he was an officer that everybody else looked up to.
Car troubles are an everyday problem. But it's enough to send the volatile Andrea over the edge. On May 16th, 1983, two very different lives will collide over this everyday problem.
When Andrea flew into a rage, it was a blind rage.
Andrea Hicks Jackson actually smashed the heck out of her car, the windows and everything, because she was mad because the place she had bought the car from would not fix the car. And so she decided, well, what the heck? I'm just going to demolish it, and then it'll be somebody else's problem.
She causes the damage, but she wants the insurance company to pay for it. So Andrea calls the police and blames local thugs. Officer Bevel is on the night shift when he gets the call.
The call that Officer Bevel received was just a routine call. That's why nothing really got him scared, or he wasn't in fear of anything happening. It was just a routine call that every officer responds to hundreds, millions of times.
Officer Bevel, 20-month rookie, rolls up on the scene, finds a car with windows broken out, and starts interviewing Andrea Hicks Jackson, who says she's the owner of the car.
Somebody smashed my car.
Andrea sticks to her lie that local thugs wrecked her ride. Officer Bevel has no reason not to believe her. He allows her to go into her house to get her car registration. What Officer Bevel doesn't know is Andrea has been in trouble before with the law.
Andrea Hicks Jackson did have a criminal history involving drugs and other assorted crimes.
Andrea had been in trouble, but they were non-violent crimes, mostly misdemeanors.
The last thing Andrea wants is to go back to jail. She will do anything to stay out.
Now, before she came downstairs, we had a witness who described her, Andrea Hicks Jackson, as putting a gun in her waist and walking down the stairs.
She did it. I saw the whole thing. She said this is her car.
Before Andrea returns, a neighbor comes forward.
She was smashing up that glass in the trunk and all that.
Neighbors came forward and said, we actually observed Andrea Hicks Jackson demolished the car. The person that you need to be looking at is Andrea Hicks Jackson.
Officer Bevel believes the neighbors and not Andrea. He's convinced she's made a false statement.
When Hicks Jackson comes back, Officer Bevel apparently informs her that she is now going to be cited for filing a false police report and starts trying to bring her back to his police cruiser. She starts struggling with him.
It's exactly what Andrea doesn't want to happen. Now she has to make a big decision.
Andrea Hicks Jackson was such a mean and evil person that she didn't want to go back to jail no matter what. And she was going to take whatever steps necessary to ensure that.
You made me drop my keys. Where your keys? You found my keys.
(1983), Jacksonville, Florida.
Somebody smashed my car. Can you prove this is your car?
Rookie police officer Gary Bevel questions 25-year-old Andrea Jackson over her wrecked car.
You have some ID? Yeah. Why? Can you go and get it for me?
She claims vandals have done it. But Officer Bevel knows the truth.
She'd been caught. She'd been caught in a lie. She'd been caught vandalizing her car. She'd been caught lying to this police officer. She was in trouble. She knew she was in trouble. What makes it even worse is that she leaves to go get her identification, and she returns with a gun. So now, what's going through her head? Why would she bring a gun back down to an incident where she had vandalized a car? So now she's thinking in advance, I'm not going to jail.
Stand against the car, man. You're on an arrest.
Officer Bevel attempts to arrest Andrea for filing a false police report.
He was putting her in the back of the police car, arresting her for vandalism, and she was reluctant to get into the car.
She started hitting Officer Bevel in the chest. So Andrea Hicks Jackson became aware that Officer Bevel was wearing a bulletproof vest.
But a vest can only protect Officer Bevel's vital organs.
He tries to put her in the car. He opens the back seat door, and he puts her in the car. When she sits down in the car, she then states to Officer Bevel, "You made me drop something. I dropped my keys." Officer Bevel bent down. He was wearing a ball cap at that time, so his line of sight was obstructed.
Andrea aims where there's no protection.
She grabbed her gun and just methodically just shot him. She shot him 4 times in the top of the head. And then the other 2 shots hit, I believe, the collarbone and then part of the chest. It was a brutal execution-style murder. That's the best way to describe it.
You don't survive 5 bullet holes to the head very often. It's a rarity. 1, maybe, not 5.
She was an evil woman, a cold-blooded murder. Andrea Hicks Jackson was the type of woman that was a threat to anybody who crossed her.
Andrea flees the scene and convinces a friend to take her in.
The friend observes that Andrea Jackson's got blood on her hands and on her body, so they wash the clothes. They then call a cab so that she can get out of town.
Andrea seems to be looking for another victim.
She was in the backseat of the cab and then pulled the gun and tried to rob the cab driver.
Give me your money. What are you doing? I said, give me your money. What are you doing, you crazy?
He managed to get the gun, but then dropped it. She picked it up, and as he fled the scene, she fired a few pot shots at him.
Andrea fires off 2 rounds, but misses. Left on the side of the road, the only thing Andrea can think to do is go back home.
They actually arrested her, and she ended up struggling and fighting with the officers, but they also found the murder weapon.
Andrea's defense for shooting Officer Bevel is she didn't want to be manhandled because of her past abuse.
They were trying to say that she was an abused woman and had been abused as a child, and that she was reacting due to this abuse.
But the investigators believe her motivation is much simpler.
Calm down, Mom. Calm down. I ain't going nowhere.
Andrea Hicks Jackson's motive was clear-cut. She did not want to go back to jail. This was a cold-blooded murder, and there's no other way to describe it.
You made me drop my kids.
This was an execution, and she meant to do this.
On February 10th, 1984, the jury decide that she should be executed in return.
The execution of a police officer is the most brutal of all murders.
On appeal, her sentence is commuted to life in prison. Much to the dismay of those who served with Officer Bevel.
She should not be in jail. She should be on death row, and by now, almost going on 20 years, she should have been put to death.
The most upsetting part of this case is the fact that Gary Bevel is no longer among us. The fact that such an innocent, charming, just thoughtful police officer is not walking among us. How he could have made the difference in so many people's lives.
Society has safeguards to protect our children from predators.
Sometimes there's evil afoot in the world, and I don't know how you predict that.
But how do you protect a child from another child?
This was not a normal teenager. Deep down, she was really dealing with some demons.
Alyssa Bustamante is one of the most dangerous teenagers I've ever seen.
Moms lead busy lives and sometimes need an afternoon nap. But 6-year-old Alyssa Bustamante's mom isn't sleeping.
Mom, wake up.
She's high on drugs.
At one point, Alyssa's mother abandoned her. At another point, Alyssa's mother had a drug overdose right in front of her.
She had a very troubled background, very troubled life. Her mother and father both had issues with drugs and drinking.
Some children could witness their mother overdosing and not be damaged by it. Others, it could be very, very traumatic. And it probably was for Alyssa.
Alyssa's trauma should have ended in 1998, when authorities take her from the family's home outside Jefferson City, Missouri. Alyssa moves in with her grandmother for a second chance at life.
And just wait till you see your new room.
The grandmother was charged with taking care of Alyssa and her brothers and her sister by court order due to issues that Alyssa's mother had over the years.
But Alyssa's problems aren't easily left behind. She is plagued by violent and suicidal thoughts. At age 13, Alyssa tries to kill herself with a bottle of pills.
I believe it was a Labor Day weekend where she had taken an overdose. And was found in a bathroom.
Alyssa? Alyssa! Alyssa! Wake up!
And I think that was probably one of the bigger warning signs for her grandmother to try and get more help for her.
Sadly, suicide and suicide attempts are not that unusual among teens. In fact, they are the highest age group for suicides. But 13 is on the young side of that group.
Alyssa does get professional help. she's prescribed antidepressants and sees several different therapists. On the surface, Alyssa can seem on top of things.
She was a good student, B's and A's, a very bright young woman. And if you just engaged her in face-to-face conversation, you would think, you know, this would be a good choice as a babysitter, for instance. She came across very well.
But what many people can't see is another Alyssa, the teenager with morbid fascinations.
There was the other side to her where she could apparently, like flipping a switch, go back and forth between the two.
It was almost like she was leading two different lives. She was able to put on a good front, but inside, evidently something was really building up, really building up.
Alyssa starts cutting herself.
The cutting of the skin involves watching the knife pass over the skin, the bleeding, and the pain. And it momentarily distracts the person from the psychic pain they are feeling from their depression or whatever is troubling them. But eventually, their anxiety rises again, their depression becomes deeper, and they feel the need to cut again.
Alyssa's self-harm reaches a dangerous level.
Alyssa had over 300 cuts, self-inflicted, on her body, as well as burn marks and bites. Alyssa was a very, very disturbed young woman.
Online, bad Alyssa starts making public appearances. She lists as her hobbies cutting and killing people.
Teenagers are famous for trying to get attention, but most of them don't say they kill people for fun.
Alyssa talks about these dark thoughts with her friends.
Have you ever wondered what it would be like to kill someone?
But they don't take her seriously.
I have.
Alyssa was not insane, but she was obsessed with killing and hurting other people, and hurting herself as well.
A desire to kill is building inside Alyssa.
I'd like to kill her.
All she needs is a victim. For 9-year-old neighbor, Elizabeth Alton, Alyssa doesn't seem at all scary when she plays with Alyssa's half-sister.
Everything I can tell about Elizabeth is that she was a sweet young lady who did relatively well in school. Her classmates seemed to like her. The teachers had good reports. And her mom and her family loved her dearly.
Elizabeth can hardly know she is walking into the fantasy of a very dark mind.
I think Alyssa chose Elizabeth predominantly because it was a relatively easy target of opportunity. And that's a horrid thing.
One fall afternoon in 2009, Alyssa embarks on some homework in the woods behind her house.
She'd been considering killing for some time, and certainly has taken, significant steps towards accomplishing that end.
She has a grave. Now all Alyssa needs is a victim. In 2009, 15-year-old St. Martin's, Missouri resident, Alyssa Bustamante, is diagnosed with depression and is showing signs of an antisocial personality.
It means exactly what it says. The individual doesn't like society or people, and these people have no empathy for other human beings.
Alyssa harms herself and fantasizes about harming others. Now she sees the chance in her little sister's playmate, 9-year-old Elizabeth Alton.
She had frequently gone to the 5-year-old's residence and played before, so it wasn't a huge issue.
On Wednesday, October 21st, 2009, Alyssa seizes her chance.
They were met by the 5-year-old's older sister, Alyssa Bustamante. And that's where they separated, and the 5-year-old ended up going home, and Alyssa began taking Elizabeth out into the woods, telling that she had a surprise for her.
It was here 6 days earlier. Alyssa prepared a shallow grave.
It's getting dark now. I better go home. Don't you want your surprise?
I believe that Elizabeth trusted Alyssa. If she wouldn't have trusted her, I don't think she would have ever gone in the woods with her.
Come on, you're gonna love it. Okay.
Alyssa is armed with a kitchen knife.
Alyssa began trying to cut Elizabeth's throat. And Elizabeth reached up and grabbed the knife because there were defensive wounds on the insides of her fingers. And Alyssa ends up dropping the knife and beginning to strangle Elizabeth. And according to her statement to us, strangled her until the light went out in her eyes. And then she's down, kneeling across Elizabeth's torso and takes the knife and stabs her, I believe, 8 times. One time sufficiently hard to go through the breastbone, through the top part of the heart, and into the spine.
Alyssa demonstrated 3 different styles in her attack: strangulation, slicing her throat, and then multiple stab wounds. She was experimenting.
Alyssa's brutal experiment was years in the making. Years of self-harm, dark fantasies, and mental instability.
It's very rare for even an adult to kill a child. It's even more rare for a 15-year-old girl to kill a 9-year-old. But that's what Alyssa did.
Alyssa took Elizabeth's body and rolled it into the grave and covered her up, strewn some leaves across it, and went back to her home and cleaned up, put the knife in the dishwasher.
Next, Alyssa confides in her diary.
She wrote in her journal, "I did it, I've done it, I can't believe it, what a rush." She was exhilarated, she felt such a euphoric attitude. That was the feeling you got by reading that.
She writes in her diary how much she enjoyed it, and then says, "Oh, I've got to go to church now." Laugh out loud. To Alyssa, this whole thing was funny.
Meanwhile, Elizabeth's mother is concerned her little girl hasn't returned from the Bustamante house. She calls the police, who start searching the area.
And in fact, Elizabeth was already dead before we were ever notified that she was missing. It was that fast.
Cole County Sheriff Greg White will never forget the case. But little Elizabeth's disappearance isn't a mystery for long. Police simply follow the trail to the last place Elizabeth was seen alive: Alyssa's house.
In the midst of that search of Alyssa's bedroom, found the diary. And one of my investigators was looking through the diary.
Alyssa had tried to erase her incriminating diary note by scratching out the words. But good detective work reveals her original thoughts.
And was able to read some of the words through the writing by putting a very strong light source behind it. And at that point, She did confess to it and ultimately take us to the scene of the homicide and to the grave.
The crime is so senseless and cruel. Few believe it is even possible.
When they announced that, there was an audible hush. You know, they just really couldn't believe, nobody could believe that, number one, the child was dead, and number two, that the person that did it was as young as she was. And that just floored so many people, everybody.
Even more tragic, it emerges that just weeks before the killing, clinicians considered committing Alyssa to hospital care.
It was determined by a panel of psychiatrists that Alyssa should be hospitalized. Long-term commitment. That could only happen if Alyssa was determined by more than one psychiatrist to be a danger to either herself or to others.
The confirmation didn't come in time to save Elizabeth's life.
That really caused a lot of people to wonder why warning signs or warning bells weren't followed or listened to.
Although just 15 years old and diagnosed with antisocial personality disorder, Alyssa is tried as a lucid adult.
In this case, it was clearly, coldly planned, calculated, and executed. She executed her neighbor for no reason other than she wanted to see someone die.
Alyssa pleads guilty to second-degree murder. She's sentenced to life with the possibility of parole. On the stand, she shows some signs of remorse.
She turned towards Elizabeth's mom and family and apologized and said that if she had to do over, it wouldn't happen. And I know their opinion is that it was not real and it was too little too late.
Incarcerated in a Missouri women's prison, Alyssa's fantasies can no longer harm others, and many believe she should never be released.
Alyssa told one of the investigators that she killed Elizabeth because she wanted to see the light in her eyes go out. I hope Alyssa never sees the light of day.
When a person cold-bloodedly goes and plans and executes for no other reason they want to see a person die, that person's going to reoffend. I think Alyssa is too dangerous to be out of prison.
For some kids, childhood is full of happy memories.
Felicia Morgan's life was a mosaic of terror and tragedy.
Others grow up surrounded by violence.
She'd had a very difficult childhood, the kind of childhood that none of us would want to have or try to survive.
Give me a coat.
And when it's all they know,
it was horrible. That one night changed so many lives.
It can be dangerous. In the early 1990s in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, 17-year-old Felicia Morgan is exposed to more of the bad side of life than most people.
Yo, Felicia, your uncle has been shot. He's been shot.
Several members of Felicia's family are killed on the streets.
She had an uncle who was murdered. She had a cousin who was murdered. Another cousin, I believe, who was shot.
Whoa, can't come through.
I know. I gotta free her.
Not get through.
I just want to free her.
That's her family.
She's gotta get through.
By the time Felicia was 17, she had lost more people close to her to gun violence than most soldiers do in a war.
Felicia is also a victim of crime. She's violently mugged for the clothes on her back.
Give me a coat. No.
She was beaten and her jacket was stolen.
She'd had a very difficult childhood, the kind of childhood that none of us would want to have or try to survive. She was internalizing a lot of this chaos and brutality and violence. There was no security for her.
Felicia decides the only way to survive is to turn from victim to victimizer. She starts dishing out what she has received.
Crime started out small, shoplifting, car stolen, and then it gets escalated pretty soon. They need more money, and then there's robberies involved, felonies.
Get off your germ! You heard her. You heard her. No.
They swear what happened to them was horrible. They would never do it to anyone, but they end up being a victimizer. They find power in that and comfort.
Living in the same tough area of Milwaukee is Brenda Adams.
We had the all ups and downs that every Afro-American family has one way or another, which consists of some family members being on drugs, family members being incarcerated.
Make a wish, come on.
Brenda has been a troubled teen.
She was placed in a group home because her father was having trouble controlling her behavior.
But by her 17th birthday party, Brenda is back on track with high hopes for the future.
She was a senior at the local high school here. She was on path to graduate. She wanted to go to college.
Brenda and her cousin, Tequila Matthew, both lived with their grandmother.
She was living a teenager's dream. She was happy, lovable, had her whole life ahead of her.
Brenda gets one very special birthday gift.
She had received this beautiful leather coat from her sister in Atlanta, and at that time it was like, whoa, you know, expensive gift like that, you know, everybody was like, oh, you know, and everybody was happy for it.
The early hours of October 26, 1991. Felicia is driving around the streets of Milwaukee with her two friends.
I want that jacket. Pull over, pull over, pull over.
They were cruising around in a car looking for victims.
Hey, hey, give me the car. Give me.
Felicia and her friends rob 4 people, stealing jewelry, shoes, even a baseball hat.
Things that they saw that they wanted and took.
They leave a trail of destruction in their path.
Those 3 young individuals thought they were invincible. They had gotten away with it a couple times and felt that, hey, this is great. We can get whatever we want, and just by taking it from people.
But tonight, things will get out of control. 17-year-old Brenda Adams is leaving a friend's party.
I remember telling her, you know, I said, well, you can do what you want. I said, but you better make sure you get to work tomorrow. And she had to work early morning. She was working at a fast food restaurant. And she's like, oh, trust me, I'm gonna be there, I'm gonna be there. I was like, okay, well, I'll talk to you later. And that was it. Never knowing that later would never come.
She says goodbye to her friends and waits for the bus.
Brenda ran into bad luck.
Brenda's new coat is keeping her warm, but not for long. Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Give me your coat.
Felicia Morgan grows up the hard way, surrounded by violent crime and murder. But she is no longer a victim. She's become the predator.
Get off your germ! You heard her.
I think it's quite possible Felicia had become numb to violence. When a child is exposed to violence repeatedly, eventually the brain gets used to the horror. Violence becomes common.
Felicia and 2 friends are cruising the neighborhood, stealing from easy targets.
You know, the person who gets picked to be the victim of a crime happens to be the person that's walking at the wrong place at the wrong time. That's what Brenda was doing.
1 a.m., October 26th, 1991.
Oh, that's right. I'm ready.
Felicia and her friends spot 17-year-old Brenda Adams. She is wearing her special birthday present, a brand new leather coat.
Brenda was at the party. She came outside onto the street and ran into these criminals.
Felicia was part of a pack, like a pack of wolves. They were egging each other on.
Felicia and her friend try to take the coat, but Brenda fights back.
Brenda wasn't one that you could just take something from her. And they tried to take the coat. She was a very physical person. I mean, she could hold her on.
Leave her alone! No! Back off!
They struggled, they fought, and the one girl ended up pulling out the gun and shooting her.
She took full advantage of that gun and used it for its deadly purpose.
Felicia shoots Brenda at point-blank range.
This was really a lucky shot for Felicia. It happened to pierce the subclavian artery. This is approximately 2 to 3 inches from the heart. She would lose consciousness very rapidly. There would be a large amount of blood on her clothing. There would probably be blood on the street underneath her.
But a dying girl doesn't stop Felicia claiming her trophy.
As she lay on the ground bleeding, take the coat off of her, and they drove off and left her there for dead.
That's the most shocking part of this crime,
Oh my God!
is that this young woman lost her life for no good reason because this girl wanted her coat.
I got the jacket!
Just months before, Felicia is beaten up for her coat. Now, she commits the same crime of fashion.
And that act, it was a way of undoing or getting even what was done to her. She went from being powerless to the one with the power.
Please join me, please. My
Shooting a girl doesn't deter Felicia and her friends from hunting for more victims.
Take the coat, and they get back in the car. They still proceed to go on and do 2 more robberies after that.
For Felicia, committing violent acts on other people had become second nature, and it was easy for her to do. She grew up with it.
Felicia isn't on the run long. She tells family members what she's done and is convinced to turn herself into the police the next day. She's still wearing Brenda's blood-stained coat.
I think Felicia wore Brenda's jacket the day after the murder with bloodstains on it because somehow it probably represented a trophy.
Felicia is charged with first-degree intentional murder. Her attorney presents a novel defense that Felicia is suffering from urban psychosis due to her lifelong exposure to violence.
The defense wanted us all to believe that her violent background was causing her to be sick, essentially, to be mentally ill, to be unresponsible for this act.
I don't think Felicia was psychotic. There's no evidence of that, but she certainly was influenced by her environment and the combat that she was exposed to and all the murders and shootings in her family.
I looked at it as her life was not much different than a lot of the inner city lives, or even Brenda's. And she wasn't out killing, robbing.
The jury doesn't buy it either.
Jurors may have sympathy and empathy for what somebody like Felicia goes through that led them to a point of taking another person's life, but they don't want them walking the streets.
On October 29, 1992, Felicia Morgan is convicted and sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 13 years.
It was important to me that she would not be forgotten and that justice would be served, because I loved her so much. I loved her so much.
Felicia is still in the Wisconsin prison system. Her next parole hearing is in November 2012.
She's been in there 20 now. I don't know at what point the parole board is going to say she's ready to come out. I think when they do say that, there may be people who resist that.
I don't think she's an evil person. Do I think she's learned? I think so. From the times that I've spent with her at the parole hearings, I think she's learned. I think she's looked back and regretted that awful night as much as everyone else has.
These deadly women murdered people who never did them any harm. Andrea Hicks Jackson killed a respected policeman she'd called for help. Alyssa Bustamante acted out her darkest fantasies on an innocent child. And Felicia Morgan wanted the latest fashion over a life. All three were callous killers. They stole lives for no good reason.
Look how beautiful you are. You are.
Children deserve love and protection from their mothers. But some women should never give birth.
Quiet! It's very, very hard for people to understand how a mother could kill her children, but it happens.
A mom wants to possess her children at any cost.
It's by far the most shocking crime I've covered in my career.
A devout Christian mistakes delusions for divine messages.
And the voices were telling her that this was not a place for her children to be.
And a Philadelphia mom keeps lethal secrets for decades.
One death is horrible. A second death is suspicious. A third death is a crime.
When these deadly women snap, it results in the murder of innocents. The idyllic town of Skene, Scotland.
3 kids.
Okay, 3.
It's the new home to American couple Teresa and Pasquale Riggy.
They were the all-American couple who seemed to have it all. They moved because of his job to the United Kingdom in 1990, and thereafter, for a period of several years, were very happily married couple.
They put down roots and start thinking about raising a family in Scotland.
So do you know what the success rate for IVF is?
But a natural pregnancy eludes them. They turn to IVF. It takes several years, but finally, in December 2001, the gift they want, twin boys. friend Amber Siebold remembers the joy.
She seemed like a very loving mother, very kind and very together as well. She was always immaculate. Her children were always immaculate. You know, they were always well fed.
Teresa's besotted by her boys. She puts them before everyone else, even her husband.
Teresa immediately banished her husband from their marital bed and brought the babies into the bed and slept with them there.
Scotland and IVF turn out to be wonderfully fruitful for the Riggys. Pasquale is earning good money, and after 3 years, they have another child, daughter Cecilia. But Teresa's love for her children is starting to become an obsession.
Princess party next year? Yeah.
She didn't let her children socialize with anybody around them, largely keeping them inside the house.
You want to have a princess party for your birthday?
TV reporter James Matthews discovered it wasn't just the children staying indoors.
She didn't engage with the outside world to any degree herself.
It's very nice for the color that.
Mom, why can't we go to school like other kids?
Teresa didn't even trust the education department, insisting on homeschooling them.
You're much safer here with me.
She had talked about how she had a hard time in high school, and that's why she wanted to homeschool her children.
They need to interact with other kids. Why can't you see that?
They're not going, and that's final!
Obsessed with her children, Teresa leaves her husband out in the cold.
I want a divorce.
Pasquale now has little sway in the household. The two parents drift apart.
She talked about, you know, their differences in sort of parenting from the beginning, and they just became her all as soon as they were there. So nobody else mattered anymore.
Finally, Pasquale has enough. He moves out of the family home. Teresa reacts badly, not because her husband leaves her, but he now has visitation with their children for 4 hours every week.
She was absolutely devastated. She just couldn't imagine even 4 hours a week without them.
Teresa Riggy had, among other things, a paranoid personality.
No one is safe from Teresa's paranoia.
I had an Easter party at my house that her and the children came to. She had little sort of locator things.
Can we go now?
So if she couldn't see them, she would just press the button and it would beep. If they were out of her sight for a second, she would be, "Where are you? Austin, where are you?"
Luke?
Just getting upset.
Look what I found! Austin?
Putting electronic tags on the kids was an example of the crazy thinking that was going on in her head. That's an extreme thing to do to little kids.
Where have you been?
Just over there.
Well, that's not good enough. I told you to come straight back when you heard the beep.
Alarmed by this sort of behavior, Pasquale decides he has to act. He petitions for full custody of all 3 children. Teresa could soon lose everything, but she has no intention of letting that happen.
I just remember her saying if he ever got custody of them, you know, he would never see them again, something along those lines. And what I really remember is her face, because it was like pure determination. You know, she wasn't gonna let that happen under any circumstances.
3 kids. Okay, 3.
When California couple Teresa and Pasquale Riggy first moved to Scotland, they wanted a family. And with some help from IVF, they now have one.
They need to interact with other kids. Why
But
can't
it's
you see
falling
that?
apart.
They're not going, and that's final.
Teresa's obsessed with her children and won't let them out of her sight.
You're so beautiful.
Pasquale has moved out, and he files for full custody. The war of the Riggys is about to take a tragic turn.
She phoned Pasquale Riggy at 11:30 at night.
Are you planning on taking the children away from me?
And asked him, "Are you trying to take my children away from me?" His reply was, "Well, you've left me with no choice." And she said,
Say goodbye then.
she hung up the phone.
On August 4th, 2010, Teresa takes family law into her own hands. Turning on 8-year-old Austin.
It is utterly shocking when you think about what these kids must have experienced, what they must have seen, and how desperate they must have felt. It is utterly horrific.
One by one, Teresa chases down her children.
They saw her coming, they tried to stop her. She probably chased them around the apartment. Each of them saw her doing this.
Each of the children was stabbed 8 times, mostly in the chest, but in other parts of their bodies, in the hands and on the arms. In killing the children, she used 3 different knives.
The last one to die saw their 2 siblings killed by her. It's one of the worst murder scenes I can think of.
There was blood everywhere in the house, in the bathroom, in the kitchen, at the breakfast bar, on the oven hob. It was a scene of carnage.
If Teresa couldn't have her children, nobody could.
I think there was anger and revenge at Pasquale involved in how she killed her children. You think I'm not serious? Watch this. You think you can take my children? Watch this. This is a very, very deadly woman.
But the senseless brutality isn't over. Teresa starts on herself.
Slashing her throat a number of times, stabbing herself in the chest and abdomen.
She's intent on dying with her children, but just can't seem to pull it off.
There were 2 separate ligatures hanging from the 2nd floor landing, one a dressing gown cord, the other a pair of hair straighteners.
After unsuccessfully stabbing, then strangling herself, Teresa turns to fire.
She then started an explosion in the house by disconnecting the gas hob.
But still, Teresa is alive. She resorts to the apartment balcony.
She was seen to climb on the railing by neighbors, swayed for around a minute, shouted, "I can't believe what's happening to me."
My children!
Don't jump!
Oh, God!
And then threw herself off that 2nd floor balcony.
But a car breaks her fall. Teresa is rushed to the hospital and survives. The small Scottish town of Skene is in disbelief. The family that kept to themselves has been decimated.
To think about what that must have been like for them at their age, trying to understand why their mother, who they loved with all their hearts, was hurting them so badly. I can't begin to wrap my head around that.
Teresa never planned to answer for her crimes. She thought she'd be dead.
Number 1, she was diagnosed as being narcissistic. Number 2, she was diagnosed as being paranoid. And number 3, she was diagnosed with histrionic personality disorder. This is a condition in where the person thrives on extreme drama.
Despite the diagnosis, Scottish authorities deemed Teresa competent to stand trial. She pleads guilty to 3 counts of culpable murder and is sentenced to 16 years.
I think it wasn't long enough what she was sentenced to, because it wasn't even the sum total of how long they had lived.
Teresa thought of her children as possessions, who she would rather destroy than share. She leaves a stricken husband and a community in shock. All Teresa has now are her deadly deeds.
Teresa Riggy has never expressed any remorse. Psychiatrists who have examined her say that she continues to believe that God was calling her and her children home.
What Teresa wanted was to make her husband pay and suffer the rest of his life over what she did. And making her husband suffer was more important than the life she had created.
When a mother hears deluded messages
This was a very ugly world. This was not a place for her children to be.
about what's best for her children,
She thought she was doing something good for her children.
the unthinkable can happen.
The voices tell the person horrible things about themselves, and it can make the individual very, very dangerous to other people.
Setting the right example is important to Milwaukee mom Elise Lina. In 1997, she runs a strict household, bringing up her 2 sons, Joe, 9, and John Jr., 8, to obey their parents and the Lord.
May the Lord make us true.
Her faith was probably the cornerstone of her life. She was devoutly religious, and she raised her children to be religious as well.
34-year-old Elise and her accountant husband, John, are respected and active members of their church community.
They were heavily involved in the church. She was on church committees. She was a volunteer at church. She sang in the choir. She was known at the Catholic school where her sons, went as a good mother.
Father.
But all is not as it seems. Elise has a dark secret. She is a troubled soul who hears voices.
Elise heard voices in her head, known as auditory hallucinations. That type of hallucination, voices, they're not fun, they're not kind. The voices tell the person horrible things about themselves and sometimes about other people.
And the voices have a grim message for Elise.
Her delusion was that she was a bad mother. She was psychotic.
Elise believes the power of prayer will solve her problems. But faith alone can't help. She's suffering from a serious mental illness, schizophrenia.
Schizophrenia and schizoaffective disorder, thought disorders, generally emerge when the individual is in their late teens to early to mid-20s. Elise appeared completely normal until she was in her mid-20s, and then the psychoses took over.
When Elise's illness starts in the early 1990s, her concerned family insist she get medical help.
Her struggles with mental illness became more visibly apparent. There was a brief hospitalization. She was seeing a psychiatrist, diagnosed with a socioaffective disorder, was placed on antipsychotic medication. Medication was clearly critical in order for her to function in society and to not be delusional.
But Elise doesn't trust the medication. She has more faith in the voices than pills.
Part of the nature of the illness schizophrenia is that the patient is suspicious of medication. They think it's poison. They become paranoid about the medication, and that's one of the reasons they don't want to take it.
Elise's husband, John, does everything he can to support his wife.
Friends and neighbors reported that they thought Elise was perfectly normal. And there were some days I'm sure she probably did come across that way. Her own husband didn't know how really sick she was.
Please, I promise it'll...
Boys, hey, go make the call, okay?
Please.
Without her medication, her behavior becomes so erratic by 1994 that John decides he must leave Elise for his son's sake.
Please. John.
For a time, the boys had gone to live with their grandparents because of their mother's instability. So there were obviously signs of great trouble within the family and within the home.
But marriage is a sacred vow, and after a year living apart, the devout Christians try again.
Are you taking your pills?
And Elise is taking her pills.
I'm about to take one now. Do you want to?
After they reunite, they had a couple of good years where it looked like the medication was working, the treatment was working, and that they would be a successful family after all.
But soon Elise stops her meds, and the voices are back.
Lord, I pray. These are very, very strong medications that do help, but they don't work if they're left in the bathroom. The meds have to be taken every day.
But when this mom's not taking her pills, bad things will happen.
Elise did not have a history of violence. She did not have a history of outbursts or anything that would indicate what would happen next.
Don't listen to you.
I'll try not to be.
Milwaukee couple, Elise and John Ledvina, seem to have a good life with their 2 sons. The committed Christians are pillars of their local church. But Elise is fighting her own demons, schizophrenia. She stops taking her medication, and her delusions return.
Elise didn't want to take the medication. She didn't like the way it made her feel. And this is typical of a lot of schizophrenics. They start taking the medication, and then they think, well, I'm well now. I don't need to take it.
I can hear you.
The voices are more controlling, and their message more chilling.
And the voices were telling her that this was a very ugly world, that this was not a place for her children to be. So she's thinking about that, she's hearing these voices, and she's making a plan.
August 26th, 1997. Elise washes up after the evening meal. Her 2 boys have gone their separate ways. 8-year-old John Jr. plugs into his asthma treatment machine in the basement. 9-year-old Joe retires to his room.
This was an idyllic scene. It was sort of at first this normal middle American summer evening.
But it's not. Elise believes she's receiving divine messages.
religious faith spun into delusions at the time of the murder.
Elise's delusion was that she had to kill the children so their souls would go to heaven. Apparently, her delusion also told her she needed to do it with a baseball bat.
The most vulnerable child, little John, is attacked first.
That 8-year-old boy probably never saw what was coming. He was taking his treatment when his mother came in there and started swinging that bat. He really didn't have a chance.
Elise?
The father hears thumping sounds coming from the basement. He has to take time to rush in, and she's still hitting her son with the bat.
What are you doing? Oh, God!
He takes that bat from her, holds her down.
Struggling to hold on to his wife, John calls for help.
While he was calling 911, she took the bat and rushed upstairs and started attacking her second son, Joe. Who would think, you know, your mother who had just prepared dinner for you would suddenly try to murder you with a baseball bat. It doesn't get more horrific than that.
For Elise, beating the boys with a baseball bat was a way to dispatch them to heaven. The blood didn't matter.
This time, John manages to stop his wife. Both boys are rushed to the hospital. 8-year-old John Jr. can't be saved. He dies of skull fractures.
He would have lost consciousness very rapidly. Death would have taken a matter of minutes after that. In all likelihood, he would have been dead 10 or 15 minutes later.
Miraculously, 9-year-old Joe survives. His father's actions save his life.
His father made it upstairs in time and was able to wrestle his wife off of the boy.
Fortunately, her second son did not receive as many blows as her first son. He probably only received 2 or 3, maybe 4 blows, enough to cause skull fracture and some underlying brain injury.
There is no question about who commits these crimes. Police arrest Elise at the scene.
She was immediately charged with the most serious offenses under Wisconsin law: first-degree intentional homicide and attempted first-degree intentional homicide.
For what we are about to receive,
Elise offers a shocking explanation as to why she attacks her sons.
She thought they would be better off because she couldn't provide them with a good life in this society because it was too twisted, and the bad influences of television and so forth. So she thought she was doing something good for her children by murdering them.
Lord, be with me. Lord, protect me.
It's not unusual for people suffering with certain types of schizophrenia to believe that God is talking to them. It's known as religious ideation, and it can make the individual very, very dangerous to other people.
Elise is found criminally insane and is committed to a mental institution.
This is one of those tragic cases. She was a woman who actually loved her children, and her mental illness drove her to do the unthinkable.
In 2007, after being committed for 10 years, she is released on the condition she never contacts her former family.
She was ordered by the judge to never have contact with John Ledvina, and she was also ordered to have no contact with her surviving son. And there was a termination of her parental rights.
The court hears testimony from prominent psychiatrists that now Elise is medicated. She's stable. Her dangerous religious delusions, a thing of the past. But not everyone thinks justice has been served.
As a member of the community, I'm disturbed that Elise Lina got out. And I think anyone who's capable of murdering their own child is always going to be, in some level, a threat to society. I think this is the most cold-hearted crime that could be committed for a mother who brings a child into this world to be capable of murdering that child, and in such a heinous manner.
Some psychologists and psychiatrists would say that society is safe from Elise. Maybe they're right, and maybe they're wrong. But I would not let Elise babysit for me.
Having a family is one of life's greatest thrills.
She had baby after baby after baby.
For most new parents.
They observe how distant Marino was.
But not in this house.
One death is horrible. A second death is suspicious.
Shut up!
A third death is a crime.
Shut up!
Imagine going blind overnight. In 1949, it happened to 20-year-old Philadelphia wife, Marie No. Her husband, Arthur, rushes her to the hospital.
They're, of course, very freaked out, and they're trying to figure out what's going on because they see there's no physical reason for her to be blind.
The doctors conclude Marie's blindness is caused by severe emotional stress.
Marie suffered what is known as hysterical blindness. She would really become blind and not be able to see. But it was psychologically induced, a psychosomatic reaction to stress.
It should be the happiest time of her life. 6 weeks earlier, Marie gives birth to their first child, Richard. But caring for a newborn is a struggle for the first-time mom.
There were issues with vomiting, there were issues with underweight, there were issues with feeding. She had a hard time feeding her kids. She got very frustrated when they wouldn't eat.
Things go from difficult to heartbreaking. Arthur returns home from work on April 7th to discover Richard's still body in his crib.
Marie, he's not breathing!
He lived for 31 days. A determination was made by the hospital that he died from congestive heart failure.
Losing a child is a parent's worst nightmare. Doctors believe the psychological trauma brings on Marie's blindness.
So they go through this incredible experience. They have a baby, they lose a baby, then she goes blind. Then they have to treat her for that. But they want to have other kids, so they move on.
Marie's vision soon returns, and 18 months later, the couple is blessed with a second child, a healthy little girl, Elizabeth. Arthur is delighted. Having a family is his dream. But Marie still finds motherhood difficult.
Marino was a simple-minded, uneducated, probably an immature adult. I believe she was unable to be a mother.
When baby Elizabeth becomes ill, Marie makes frantic calls for help.
Thank you. Hurry, please hurry.
When Elizabeth was 5 months old, Marie started having interactions with doctors and hospitals again.
Please, I need some help.
She claimed that she found her vomiting blood.
Blood everywhere.
And during a course of a number of backs and forth with the doctor, she was found and brought dead to a hospital.
The death of her babies is too much for Marie. She seeks counsel from her priest.
She wanted to get her tubes tied.
I just don't want to lose another baby.
I know.
She was about to do it, and she went to see her priest, and her priest told her it would be a sin.
A mortal sin.
So she didn't do it.
The church wouldn't allow it. So instead, she had baby after baby after baby.
Marie is very fertile. In the next 12 years, she gives birth to 6 more children. 2 are stillborn, but the other 4, 3 girls and a boy, are in good health when they leave the hospital. But Marie's never a mother for long. One after the other, her babies die.
People were sympathetic to them. I don't think there was any suspicion at all at that point that any of them had anything to do with this, that it was just what happened.
But one person is suspicious. The new medical examiner.
She specialized in pediatric forensic work. And she was the first one to do one of the autopsies and question what was going on here.
Marino was always alone when these deaths occurred. She always indicated that she either found the baby in the crib or the playpen. The bottom line in each of these deaths was it was an unexplained death.
Without any real evidence, the authorities' hands are tied. And Marie soon gives birth to her 9th baby, Catherine. Concerned doctors take drastic action. The little girl isn't sick, but they keep her in the hospital for months, where nurses can keep a close eye on Catherine and her mother.
They observed lots of things about the nose in terms of how distant Marino was.
And Marie's baby talk is chilling.
One of the nurses said that she watched her having trouble feeding and put in the chart that she said,
"Eat this or I'll kill you."
But a healthy baby can't be nursed forever. When Catherine is 3 months old, Marie is allowed to take her home, but doctors fear for her future.
One of the doctors wrote, "I hope she lives long enough to grow her fingernails long enough to fight her off." So, I mean, there's real drama here, and everybody is afraid something bad's going to happen.
Philadelphia couple, Marie and Arthur No, seem cursed. Starting in 1949, Marie gives birth to 8 children. They all die before they can crawl.
"Eat this or I'll kill you."
Doctors keep her 9th child, Catherine, in the hospital for 3 months. But Catherine isn't sick, and reluctantly they allow Marie to take her home.
The doctors and nurses were onto her, and yet there was nothing they could really do to prevent the child from going home.
Marie has borne many children, but she's no mother. She can't cope with Catherine and constantly calls her doctor for guidance. Marie's stories become more outlandish.
One day, I think at 8 months, Marino tells this crazy story.
"She must have pulled it up one of Art's suits."
The baby stopped breathing because she pulled a dry cleaning bag off a hanger and it almost asphyxiated her.
Catherine survives the incident, but doesn't live for long. On the morning of February 25th, 1966, she's home alone with Mom when she dies in her crib.
She lived for 14 months. She was a real kid. People knew her, people played with her, the family got to know her.
The news devastates the hospital staff that tried so hard to protect Catherine.
It was heartbreaking for everybody when they were unable to save her. And by that time, her death did trigger the first real investigation. Within hours, the investigators from the medical examiner's office were there to interview the Noes as if they were possible suspects.
But investigators can't find any sign of foul play, and no charges are filed. Catherine's death is put down to a tragic reality of the times.
No one had the slightest idea why kids died at that time. It was all speculation. The rules for how kids died were being changed like every week.
The following year, the unthinkable happens. Marie gives birth to baby number 10, Arthur Jr.
Obviously, everybody was scared to death by this point. They were under investigation. They didn't know how suspected they were by this point. And so again, the baby was kept in the hospital for a really long time, as long as they could.
Medical staff are shocked that Marie and Arthur only visit their son twice in the hospital.
It's no surprise to me that when Marie and Art's last child was hospitalized for 3 months, that Marie only visited twice. Marie never wanted to be a mother.
Only weeks after baby Arthur goes home, the cycle of near-death incidents begin.
The reasons why the babies weren't breathing were getting sort of more and more ridiculous. The family cat had smothered the baby's face, and so she had to bring the baby in because that's why the baby wasn't breathing. That's almost like a joke.
But Arthur's death is no laughing matter. He passes away on January 2nd, 1968.
Again, the minute he died, the medical examiner's office was again investigating this case.
Quiet! But the investigation goes nowhere and is dropped. For 30 years, the deaths remain a mystery, until journalist Stephen Freed hears of a very similar case of baby deaths that was proven to be murder. He starts digging into Marie's life.
When we were trying to convince people why this 30-year-old case should be reopened, the only explanation for it was that 8 kids had died without any justice.
The case is reopened, and in the 1990s, a lot more is known about the psychological makeup of mothers who kill. Marie No fits their profile to a T.
She was a woman indicative of many of the traits of people that commit infanticide. Primitive, psychologically inept person who couldn't be a mother and decided to end the lives of her children. One death is horrible, a second death is suspicious, a third death is a crime. All these deaths, the 8, were as a result of suffocation by Marie No.
There are probably several reasons why Marie didn't come under suspicion for murdering her children for a very long time. One of them is the last thing anyone wants to think is that a mother would kill their own innocent, defenseless baby.
So tell me, Marie, how did you do it?
With caution.
All of them?
I think so. I can't remember them all.
When prosecutors finally catch up with Marie, she is 70 years old. To everyone's surprise, she quickly confesses.
After she was confronted with a determination made by the medical examiner, she said, yes, I did commit these crimes.
Marie may have admitted the murders after getting away with it for so long because they say confession is good for the soul.
50 years after the murder of her first child, Marie No is brought to justice, but she won't go to jail. She is sentenced to 5 years house arrest and 20 years probation on the condition she lets mental health experts examine her to learn more about infanticide. Her devoted husband, Arthur, still doesn't believe she's guilty.
He made it very clear that he never would have stayed with somebody for all that time if he had the slightest doubt.
I can understand that love is blind, but I also understand that for Art to really admit to himself that his wife murdered their children, would have been an unbearable truth.
Eat this or I'll kill you.
These deadly women brought life into the world and then took it away.
Austin?
Teresa Riggy thought her children were possessions. Elise Lina gave in to the voices in her head. And Marie No could make babies, but couldn't care for them. All three women destroyed the precious bond between mother and child. It was the murder of innocence. When a woman becomes a hunter, best to stay out of her sight.
Get on the floor!
People that go out of their way to inflict pain on others do so because they like it.
A wealthy housewife gives up privilege to lead her own cult of death.
Sometimes monsters don't breathe fire.
I don't have what you want.
A troubled schoolgirl finds her passion on the streets of London.
It was almost a footballer kicking a penalty. She kicked his friend's head with such ferocity.
And a chance meeting ignites a waitress's taste for murder.
Never look a gift horse in the mouth.
What he doesn't know, he's just picked up the devil and the devil's mistress.
Hey.
These deadly women discover an inner hunger, a growing desire for hunting humans. In the late 1960s, in Scottsdale, Arizona, Suzanne Barnes is living the good life, happily married, with a teenage son, and she's popular with his friends.
Haven't seen you around here in a while.
Suzanne lived a privileged life. Her husband was rich. She fit the type where, she'd play tennis in the afternoon.
But this beautiful life has ugly secrets.
Let's go. Oh, man, I'd rather stay here.
Fine. She would be what you would call, in a current term, a cougar. She was going out with her son's high school classmates.
You've been.
Suzanne isn't just dabbling with the odd boy toy. She is working her way through the neighborhood.
She said she made love with 150 of her son's classmates. Just going through them one after another.
Her sexual conquests are fueled by powerful mind-bending drugs.
She started doing acid, peyote, hash, marijuana. The first time she took LSD, she woke up in the morning and the house was absolutely painted with triangles, signed Suzanne. And then she felt her head and she said, my head, there's a hole in my head. And all the vibes, all the electricity in the house was going through this hole in her head.
But the drugs alone aren't causing her delusions. Suzanne is also mentally ill.
Suzanne was having visual hallucinations. This is a very, very serious symptom. Probably of schizophrenia, which is a thought disorder. It is the most serious mental illness known to mankind.
It's a lethal cocktail, pushing Suzanne to the brink.
Hallucinogenic drugs are the absolute worst thing someone with a severe mental illness can take. It would only make it worse.
The drugs and the sex shatter her marriage, but Suzanne doesn't care. She finds her perfect lover, James Michael Carson, who becomes her new husband.
They both describe meeting as just, instant electric attraction.
I'm gonna take you to my lair.
From that very moment that they met, they were just joined like magnets.
You're 878 in an attack in Chimpenham.
The duo has a lot in common. They believe in reincarnation, spiritual fantasies, and they both suffer from mental illness.
It's Michael.
My father had always been very interested in very radical religious beliefs, and those interests kind of became more and more extreme.
Michael Carson's daughter, Jen, recalls the couple's manic union.
It was the most bizarre environment you could imagine. It was like dropping through the rabbit hole. You have two individuals who both have mental health needs, and now they're using very, very heavy drugs.
Suzanne would have these visions, and she thought she was a witch. She thought she was going crazy.
Michael, I need you. Michael, I'm having visions. Terrifying visions.
And Michael said, no, dear, you're not having delusions. You're having religious visions. You're a prophet. You're a yogi. You're not a witch.
I am.
What you see?
I see a war.
On drugs and unstable, they become paranoid about witchcraft and determined to stamp it out.
Michael feared witchcraft. He saw witchcraft everywhere, people that tried to control your mind through psychic behavior. Because Suzanne and Michael were deluded and half crazed on drugs, they created their own cult.
Every cult needs its followers. Their first is 23-year-old Karen Barnes.
She was kind of interested in that, kind of eclectic scene, and she was very much a bohemian girl. When Susan and Michael entered her life, I think she found them fascinating.
Living with people who are mentally ill and taking hallucinogenics is probably not the safest decision a person can make. Her flatmates, she found out, were very, very dangerous.
San Francisco, California, 1981. After years of mental illness and drug addiction, Suzanne and Michael Carson are deluded. They cast themselves as cult leaders, but they only have one disciple, 23-year-old Karen Barnes.
When Suzanne and Michael came along and offered her their type of cult, she was fascinated by it.
It is a dangerous place to be for the young woman.
She's a witch, you know.
No, she's not a witch. The trouble started when Michael became very attracted to this young disciple of theirs. Suzanne saw this as a threat, and she became incredibly jealous.
Suzanne doesn't wish to share her man, and she has the perfect excuse to get rid of her rival.
Suzanne said, "We have to kill the witch. Michael, you have to kill Karen."
In their twisted world, such an outrageous request is taken seriously. Michael will do anything to please Suzanne. So on March 7th, 1981, he rids the world of a witch.
He killed her as she lay on the floor.
Susan and Michael portrayed Karen as a witch, as a woman who was trying to break up a marriage. None of those things were true. This was a nice girl from Georgia, you know.
It is a brutal death in the kitchen of a suburban home.
No one should go through what she went through. She was a beautiful, delightful 23-year-old girl.
They're probably a little bit paranoid. They think the world is dangerous, and with their grandiose ideas, it was up to them to clean up the world.
The couple goes on the run.
They returned to the dope regions of Northern California, where they found jobs as caretakers of a marijuana plantation. One of the owners of this plantation was Clark Stevens, who had come up from Los Angeles.
Working on an illegal marijuana plantation is the perfect job for drug addicts. But when owner Clark Stevens comes to visit, things get complicated.
Michael was the security guard at the plantation. Clark Stevens arrived, and Michael came out of the trailer and said, "Nobody's supposed to be here today, and you're not welcome."
In the couple's deluded world, even their boss is a threat, and they refuse to let him onto his own property.
Michael, it's your job to get him out of here.
Tell that ugly witch to open the damn gate.
No, no!
Suzanne felt slighted or insulted by a man, so she orders Mike to kill him. That's grandiosity. Grandiosity is a common element of severe mental illness. I can do anything because I am entitled to. And they believe this. Nothing can stop them.
The couple hit the road again, but this time, their war against witchcraft has turned into a war against anyone who slights them. Even an innocent, like 30-year-old John Hillier, who offers them a lift in January 1983, can be a target.
We're gonna have to kill him.
Here we're coming.
As soon as they got into the pickup truck with Hillier, there were problems. His leg, according to Suzanne, touched her leg. That is a death sentence. Michael pulls out the gun, but hesitates.
Wait, what the hell are you doing?
Immediately, John grabs the gun, and they're wrestling with the gun. They come to a screeching stop.
John jumped out to run for his life. And Susan and Michael proceeded to both stab and shoot him on the side of the road in full view of commuters driving by.
Get in!
And John died on the side of the road.
I think Suzanne was the ringleader of this murder team. Michael went along with everything she wanted. He fed into her delusions, and he made her feel very, very special.
But this time, they've made a fatal mistake. With so many witnesses, police are led straight to them. But there will be one more twist to their deluded lives.
Susan and Michael, you're admitting to murdering Karen Bones, Clark Stevens' to John Heller. What the public want to know is, why? Why did you do it?
Suzanne and Michael promise to confess all at a public press conference and try and explain away their murder spree as a war on witchcraft.
We rid the world of evil, witches, people with dark forces.
They did talk about the murders, and they laid down this case that they were being spiritually attacked and they had to defend themselves and they were called to kill witches and, you know, their whole rationale.
Because of their mental illness. They believed everything that they said, and they wanted the world to know it.
So how did you kill Karen Barnes?
I murdered Karen with a frying pan and she slept on the kitchen floor with a pillow.
On June 4th, 1984, Suzanne and Michael Carson are found guilty of the first-degree murder of Karen Barnes. Later, they are found guilty of the murders of Clark Stevens and John Hillier. They are sentenced to a total of 75 years to life.
Michael and Susan, I think, were like dynamite in a match. You know, without the other, would this have occurred? I don't know.
Jen Carson has come to terms with the fact her father is a killer. It wasn't anything she could imagine as a young child, but drugs and mental illness can destroy lives.
I would describe my father as brilliant, handsome, charming, damaged, misguided, and soulless.
Suzanne Carson's mental illness first manifests when she becomes a sexual predator and evolves into a drug-crazed witch hunt with a man who will do her bidding.
I think that Susan is intelligent and crazy and evil.
After 30 years behind bars, it seems Suzanne's thinking is no clearer.
You absolutely can't have rehabilitation when there is absolutely no remorse. You know, neither of these people feel any remorse whatsoever. They speak about it in a way that, you know, almost glamorizes it, you know, and Susan has bragged about being friends with the Manson girls in prison. There doesn't seem to be any sign whatsoever that they would come out changed in any way.
A teenage girl needs time out for fun.
The most shocking part of this crime was that such a young person could become involved.
And what better way than with a cell phone?
Chelsea, you are not to be filming in the school. You have been told.
For a young filmmaker, the attraction is on the streets.
The gang that she fell in with became her family.
Her home videos will shock the city of London. In 1997, South London, England. 7-year-old Chelsea O'Mahony has a challenging start to life. Her mother is addicted to heroin and struggling to cope.
I'm hungry.
It's well documented that heroin-addicted mothers have great difficulties in bonding and raising their children. Chelsea pretty much brought herself up. Although her mum did care for her on some emotional level, she had no sense of home.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
Chelsea is fostered out to a relative.
Happy birthday to you. Now make a wish, Chelsea.
A stable home for the little girl lost.
Well, now you blow out the candles, darling.
An aunt did intervene at one stage. Chelsea went to live with her, and social workers were very hopeful that that would work out.
I don't want you to go out. It's a school night. I don't care what you want.
But as Chelsea grows, she becomes more difficult to handle.
Chelsea, you can't. I can, and you can't stop me.
Chelsea would often seem secretive, withdrawn, and prone to acts of ill temper.
Are you all right?
I can't do it anymore.
Her aunt is unable to deal with her.
Sadly, over the course of a few years, it became clear that it was a placement that would fail.
And then she went into foster care, where she really wasn't home very much. She was out running the streets.
By 2004, Chelsea, now 14, has seen 3 different homes. Finally, she finds a family unit, a street gang.
They'd spend time together, they'd hang out, fool around. Anything to try and pass the time and trying to stave off boredom.
The gang that she fell in with became her family.
Chelsea likes their peculiar form of fun, violence, menace with a technological twist. A growing trend called happy slapping.
Happy slapping started in 2004. It was starting the playgrounds with young people, intimidating, bullying, slapping people in the face.
It's thrilling for the offenders to look back at the video, especially for teenage offenders. It makes them feel good. It makes them feel powerful. They laugh, they enjoy it. They think they're somebody.
But the gang's home videos will take a tragic twist in the early hours of October 30th, 2004. The gang is out on an all-nighter.
The first attack was on David Dobson. He was leaving work at a theatre. He was asked what the time was, which was the code for the gang to begin their attack.
Hey, do you have time? About 2 o'clock.
At least one member, and maybe more, of the gang knocked Mr. Dobson to the ground.
As usual, Chelsea is the morbid filmmaker, capturing the violence purely for entertainment.
Theft never really seemed to be the prime motivator. It was more opportunistic if there was something to steal, but the prime motivator just seemed to be just the enjoyment of doing it. I've never investigated an attack where the suspects have walked off in such a nonchalant manner.
Perhaps they didn't want to draw attention to themselves by running. But it also may have been motivated by, we don't even have to run from what we're doing. We're entitled to do this.
David Dobson is left bruised and bleeding, but Chelsea's gang is just getting started.
There was a sudden spate of 4 attacks in 10 minutes, all quite close to each other.
They're about to try their hand at a snuff film. After years of loneliness and foster care, 14-year-old Chelsea O'Mahony finds a family, her street gang in South London, England. They like to play happy slapping for fun.
The motivation just simply seemed to be this group of people enjoying dominating others.
October 2004. They go on an all-nighter, attacking anyone who crosses their path. Chelsea records every sickening second on her phone.
Clearly, violence was a bond between these individuals. They could sit together, they could enjoy what they'd done, they could enjoy that sense of power, that sense of chaos, that pain that they brought to people over and over again.
The night will soon turn from brutal to deadly. Local bar manager David Morley and his friend Alistair White relax after work, totally unaware they are in the wrong place at the wrong time.
How the gang came across them was entirely random. They literally just walked into their path. They pulled Alistair and David off the bench and began to kick them repeatedly and savagely.
A cowardly attack. They certainly didn't pick on groups of people who would be in a position to fight back and overpower them.
Both men were beaten, but ultimately the focus of the attack became David Morley.
When the gang attacked David Morley, they were smiling and laughing, because for them it was fun.
Most notably and most shockingly was the fact that as the attack seemed to be over, Chelsea O'Mahony took it upon herself to run back.
Chelsea wants one more shot, but not with her camera.
Alistair said it was almost as if he was watching a footballer kicking a penalty. She kicked his friend's head with such ferocity.
One blow to the head, and that was all it took.
David Morley was taken to hospital where he was operated upon, but sadly all efforts were in vain and he lost his life.
The gang keeps hunting, unaware they have just committed murder.
When they selected their next targets, less than 100 meters away, they really didn't care.
I think it gave the gang a sense of power. They were so in control of the situation that they didn't need to run. They didn't expect even to be captured.
Their fifth attack will be their undoing. Unbeknownst to the gang, the filmmakers are being filmed by a security camera.
The CCTV was absolutely pivotal to the investigation and prosecution. Without that, we could never have linked the group together.
The video clearly shows Chelsea holding her arm aloft with the phone so she could tape every detail of the attack.
The brutal beating of Wayne Miller is captured in horrifying detail.
At one point, one of the attackers leans up against the wall so he can balance and jump on Wayne Miller using both feet. It really is quite a shocking attack.
It is possible for someone to rob another person without hurting them. Chelsea and her gang chose to hurt these people. There was no reason for it other than they wanted to hurt them.
Within days, the young gang is arrested, clearly identified by the security cameras. And the star performer is 14-year-old Chelsea.
The most shocking part of this crime for me was Chelsea's age, that such a young person could become involved with a group of others and then just randomly attack people for their own enjoyment. It's beyond belief.
In January 2006, Chelsea O'Mahony is convicted of manslaughter and sentenced to 8 years. The older gang members receive 12.
Chelsea is remarkable in that she's not remarkable at all. She looks like an average, pretty 14-year-old girl. No one could suspect from outward appearance that this was also a killer.
This pretty young girl turned into a killer when her gang went looking for kicks.
It's easier for them in a group, and we see that a lot when people are hunting humans.
Some experts believe Chelsea's crimes are seeded in a rebellious childhood, lacking parental control.
It's very important for us all to learn that somebody so young does have the ability and the capacity. As long as children are allowed to be trapped in deprivation, they will fall into gang life all too often, and unfortunately, acts of violence just are part of that territory. Gang culture is a serious and growing problem.
Chelsea's gang days are hopefully over, because in 2010, she is released back into the community as a 21-year-old.
Hopefully what happened was a one-time thing, and she's learned and grown from it. She's living in society with other people. I hope she got lots of therapy in prison.
She is free. We can only hope that she looks back and doesn't recognize the violent child that she once was.
A lone woman can be dangerous.
She is heartless and cold to the core.
When she finds company,
someone who had such a callous disregard for human life,
she can be deadly.
This was a slow kill. She enjoyed it.
(1980) Los Angeles, California.
Hi.
In yet another dive bar, beer isn't the only attraction. 24-year-old Pamela Perillo is trying to make a living out of her personal assets.
Thanks. Can I get the change? Yeah? Okay, thanks.
All sorts of people come through the bar, but she strikes up a particular friendship with James and Linda Brittle.
Okay.
the three of them seemed like they were bound at the hip. I never really did understand what that relationship was all about.
It may be a strange threesome, but Pamela wants to belong to someone.
Pamela's mother died when she was 10. That's a terribly vulnerable age for a child to lose their mother.
She ended up in foster homes, and she started using drugs at the age of 11.
The trio hit the road and make their way to Texas, which is bad luck for Good Samaritan Bob Banks, who offers them a lift.
Hey.
Hey, where you heading?
North?
You got a place to stay?
No.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm in the middle of moving house, so you guys help me move. I'll give you a place to stay and I'll sling you some cash.
Yeah, all right. Sounds like a fine idea.
Along comes this lovely gentleman, Bob Banks, who everybody just said was, you know, one of the best people they knew. But Bob doesn't know. He's just picked up the devil and the devil's mistress.
As their friendship grows, Pamela and James admire toughness in each other.
Brittle was a bad guy from a violent crime standpoint.
Here's a guy that everybody was afraid of. This guy was a real animal.
Pamela was attracted to bad boys because she was a bad girl.
Bob displays typical Texan hospitality, and the extra hands to help him move are welcome.
Who's this?
Bob has one other volunteer, his close friend, Bob Skeens.
Bob Skeen, he knows Bob Banks really well. Knows that he's got a big heart, so the three people that are there, he doesn't suspect anything. He just thinks Bob's helping somebody out, and they're helping him.
Seemed like pretty decent guys. Their biggest mistake was having a heart to help somebody reach out, and it backfired.
Amongst Bob's possessions, the house guests find guns. That gets them thinking they can walk away with more than bed and breakfast.
Never look a gift horse in the mouth.
Thought about it, they planned it, they had made the decision they were going to do it.
The pair gets their chance on the morning of February 24th, 1980, when their hosts return with coffee. But Pamela and James will be working alone because Linda decides she wants no part of it.
Pam and her partner, They decide, you know what? Bob's got guns in the house. You know what? We're gonna surprise him. This is our opportunity to take what we want.
Robbing a kind soul would be bad enough, but Pamela and James are building up to something much worse.
They want their money, of course, and they want the guns, and they want anything else they can have, including, perhaps, their lives.
In Houston, Texas, 1980, complete strangers give shelter and food to Pamela Perillo and James Brittle. But this heartless duo won't be returning any favors.
I think Pamela wanted to impress James with how tough she could be. And she did.
On the morning of February 24th, Bob Banks and his friend, Bob Skeens, come back with coffee and donuts for their house guests.
Get on the floor! Get down on the floor now! Don't shoot us! Get on the floor! Please don't shoot us. Very fun. Get on the
Bob can't believe it. You know, I've given you my home, basically. So what happens?
Very funny.
He gets hit with a gun, the butt end of a gun. And then he really believes it.
Stay on the floor. Don't you move. Get your wallets out. Get him out. Let's see him. Don't you move.
Pam, she could have left and left them alive. But she didn't.
It becomes clear robbery isn't their only motive. The victims are bound and put in different rooms.
Big, strong man. Stand up. No. Why are you still talking? Shut up. Off you go. See you later. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Up you go, you sick fuck.
Now they can steal anything they want and make an escape.
What you gonna do? Where you going?
But they don't.
James and Pam put a rope around his neck. James gets on one end, Pam gets on the other. They have a tug of war, right? But this man's life is in the center of it.
People don't die easily. During that time, your victim is going to struggle. The victim would be aware of what's happening and would ultimately die in the midst of that terror and panic.
And all the thoughts that go through your mind about the people that you love and the fact that this is your last day on Earth, I mean, it's so cruel.
In the next room, Bob Skeens is helpless to save his friend or himself.
To let another person linger, wondering if he was going to be killed, it's just unbelievable. I mean, you wouldn't do that to an animal.
He's not breathing.
It is an act that unites the killers.
By each one of them, Pam and James, holding an end of a rope and pulling, they were bonded forever in murder.
But the sadistic communion doesn't satisfy their appetite.
I'm hungry.
It gives them one. They take a coffee break.
For some people, murder works up quite an appetite, and it certainly did for James and Pam. I think the fact that Pam could kill someone and then go enjoy coffee and donuts speaks to her cold-heartedness.
The morbid coffee break goes on for more than half an hour.
They had those coffee and donuts. And then what'd they do? They got back to killing.
No, please. Please. You don't have to do this.
As they extinguished one kind soul. they extinguish another.
Pam, she could have had some empathy, but she didn't. Why? Because she enjoyed killing. That's why.
Pamela and James could have killed the two Bobs quickly with the guns they had. They chose to slowly choke the life out of them, by each one of them holding the end of a rope around Bob's neck. That is sadistic.
The murders are made even more senseless by the meager booty.
For what? A camera and some other pawnable items, or even $800 in cash. There's just no rhyme or reason to it.
What stands out to me most in this murder, the brutality. The brutality that they did not have to commit. They had to take it to the next level and commit murder. The seed of evil is in both of these people.
Treat me like some tart.
But in Pamela's crazy world, even bonds formed by murder break.
What are you gonna do about it?
There's a lot I can do.
Soon she has a falling out with James.
Pamela got into an argument at a motel that she was staying at with Mr. Brittle.
The revenge she chooses incriminates herself, but Pamela doesn't seem to care.
What's bizarre about this is that Pam does the unthinkable. She turns herself in.
He tied a rope around his neck.
She walked into a police station
And I pulled on the other.
and confessed to the killings that had taken place for the purpose of striking back at Mr. Brittle for the argument they'd had. So go figure that one out. I mean, that, I guess, is as descriptive of the thought process of Pamela Perillo, or the lack thereof.
Pamela seals her and James's fates. Both are convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to death.
Pam is sentenced to the same sentence she gave the two Bobs, death.
It is said that water seeks its own level, and that's exactly what happened here. When Pamela met James, there was going to be hell to pay.
But the two killers' futures will be very different. James Brittle is executed by lethal injection in 1995. Pamela gets a reprieve. Her sentence is commuted to life in Gatesville Prison in Texas. For some, no sentence is too harsh for a woman capable of such callous murders.
Someone who had such a callous disregard for human life, that they would do such a thing, what's the likelihood they'll do it again?
Pam needs to remain in prison forever.
She committed an act of evil when she didn't have to. That can never be excused.
These deadly women found companionship in violence. Suzanne Carson's delusions left 3 people dead. Chelsea O'Mahony thought brutality was group fun. And Pamela Perillo enjoyed hands-on murder. All 3 women developed a taste for violence. Their victims merely pawns in their game of hunting humans. precious bond between parent and child breaks. The adult doesn't always come out on top. A gifted student's own drama has a killer plot.
Shakespeare brings out this confession, the power of Shakespeare.
A jazz baby won't let anyone stop the music.
They called that culture jazz mania. They went insane.
And a damaged daughter takes lethal revenge.
That kind of abuse is a recipe for disaster.
When these deadly women fall out with mom and dad, it will be at their parents' peril. Fort Worth, Texas, 1992. 16-year-old Dorothy Marie Robards is an A student who has the looks as well as the grades.
Marie was just this kind of girl that teenage boys always look twice at. Beautiful, long legs, gorgeous brown eyes.
And every parent's dream.
She was delightful. She didn't talk back. She didn't argue. She just went with the flow.
Marie shares a tight bond with her mom.
She was very attached to her mother. I don't think you'd say unnaturally so, but more of a sisterly sort of attitude towards her mother.
They finished each other's sentences. They would chat through the night.
You would have been fine. You would have, you would have looked the nicest. Yeah. Hi, darling.
But there's one thing wrong with family life for Marie. Her stepdad, Frank.
Did you clean your room like I asked?
Marie didn't like Frank initially for just taking away her mother,
You aren't my dad.
diverting attention from her to Frank.
He's a good man.
Oh, I can't stand living in this house.
When her mother said, I'm gonna stick with Frank and we're gonna make this marriage work, the devastation was enormous for Marie.
If you don't divorce him, I'll have to leave.
Marie ups the ante
You can go to your grandparents' house then.
and loses.
Frank.
Oh!
She decides to leave the family home.
In Marie's anger, she impulsively left home. But then, as most teenagers do, she changed her mind and wanted to come back.
Her rebellion only lasts 1 week. But when she returns, there's no happy homecoming. Her mom and stepdad believe she's better off living with her natural father.
She had been basically, she felt, kicked out of her own home, away from her mother, due to this stepfather who she didn't like.
Marie's misfortune is a blessing for her real dad, Stephen.
He was excited that he was going to have the chance to be a full-time father.
Stephen's girlfriend at the time, Sandy Hudgens, remembers how he put his all into making Marie welcome.
He filled those shoes, I think, better than I expected.
How's your meal?
I don't really like beans.
He got a job at the post office. He began to take care of Marie more, buy her clothes.
But a father's love can only go so far, particularly when he lives in a bachelor pad.
Dad, where am I gonna sleep?
Oh, right here.
Even though she knew how hard he was trying to please her, it was a miserable life.
She was sleeping on the floor. She didn't even have her own room.
I told Steve that, you know, a girl her age really, really needed her privacy and how important that was.
Her dad was trying to get that for her, but Marie wasn't willing to wait.
I hate it here. I have to sleep on some roll-up bed.
Marie is desperate for her mom.
One-sided phone calls I overheard was her constantly begging, and her mother kept saying no, making her cry, hanging up on her.
Marie was dependent on her mother and would do anything to be with her.
I just miss her so much.
It just was more dependency than the normal teenager.
Your dad's here for you.
Sandy offers comfort, but is no substitute for the real thing.
I couldn't fill all of the needs she was missing right then.
The one place where things go right is school.
Even though her life was not what she wanted, and though she felt stuck, she still excelled in high school. And so she was an A student, and she was especially an A student in her chemistry class.
Now please be careful. Barium is poisonous.
The star student is working on an extra special assignment, an experiment in death. Fort Worth, Texas. Beautiful, gifted, charming. 16-year-old Marie Robards is a girl with substance. But this star student lacks one thing she wants desperately.
I'm gonna go now.
Her mother's company.
Please, I'm begging you, please.
She needed her mother.
Bye.
She wasn't going to adjust to living without her. She would do anything to get back with her mother.
Marie is hatching a plan to get home.
One day, without anybody noticing, she took a little barium acetate when she was over by the chemicals, poured it into a napkin, closed up the napkin, and headed home.
The A-plus science student will conduct an experiment with the common school laboratory chemical barium acetate, a poison lethal to humans. Marie waits a week until the night of February 18th, 1993, when she convinces her dad to have fast food for dinner.
I'm gonna grab a beer. Do you want anything?
Water.
Sure.
Her father, who wasn't much of a cook, goes out and gets Mexican food, and when he comes back, she sprinkles a little bit on one of his tacos or enchiladas.
He did tell me it was too salty, but he ate it anyway. Steve was going to go to church. I talked to him earlier.
Stephen won't make the service because he's closer to God than he imagines.
Within an hour, he comes back saying he felt sick to his stomach, and then he went downhill in a hurry.
His girlfriend, Sandy, who lives down the hall, gets a knock on the door.
So I went on down there, and he was already in bed, really having a lot of stomach pain, a lot of cramping. He said, I think I've got food poisoning.
Marie's chemical concoction is taking hold.
Something is seriously wrong now.
Can you tell me what happened here?
I don't know.
Dorothy Marie Robards watched him as the EMTs tried to revive him and never once opened her mouth to save her father's life.
Paramedics begin a desperate race to save him.
Can you go outside and wait?
Despite their best efforts, Stephen dies.
I really couldn't believe it. He was 38 and in good health.
Authorities investigate the death, but rule it a heart attack.
And just like that, Marie had committed the perfect murder.
Marie gets her wish. She is home and back in her mother's arms. But Marie's not the only one with a shocking secret.
The mother says, listen, the two of us are leaving. We're going to Florida. And Marie says, how long have you known about this? She said, for several weeks. I just didn't want to tell you until it's time to go, and it's time to go. Marie realized that if her mother had just told her earlier, then this whole poisoning of her father would never have taken place.
Ended up being all for naught. That makes it even a bigger tragedy.
Marie buries her poisonous past in college classes. But 11 months later, the guilt becomes too much to bear.
It's the speech from Claudius. Claudius, who murders Hamlet's father. And it's the famous speech about guilt. Will he ever be able to get over the knowledge that he murdered Hamlet's father? She sees Marie breaking down in tears and says, oh my gosh, what's happened? You wrecked your grandparents' car. Marie says, no. Well, you didn't murder someone, did you? Marie says,
My father. I poisoned him.
Don't be stupid.
and out comes the story. After all this time, Shakespeare brings out this confession, the power of Shakespeare.
He was great.
If Marie hadn't confessed to a classmate that she had killed her father, she would have gotten away with this murder forever.
I just really wanted to move him back with my mom.
For Marie's best friend, it's a drama too big to keep secret. She goes to the authorities.
When they redid the autopsy, they found the barium levels in Stephen Robards' blood and tissue to be 28 times the lethal amount.
Marie is arrested and quickly confesses, but insists she never meant to kill her dad. She just wanted him sick so she could go back to her mom. But the jury doesn't buy it and convicts her of first-degree murder.
Given the fact that Marie stole the barium a week in advance and held on to it, certainly shows a great amount of preparation and planning.
Marie was a smart girl. She was getting A's in chemistry. She knew exactly how much barium acetate it would take to kill her father.
On May 10th, 1996, Marie Robards is sentenced to 28 years in prison. The flawless pupil becomes a model prisoner. After just 7 years, she gets parole. Sandy is still coming to terms with the tragedy.
I hate to admit it, but I had a really bad depression for years. Thank goodness that finally went away. But I haven't loved anyone since Stephen. Haven't gotten close enough to anyone.
Few believe Marie was born bad. But the combination of desperation and immaturity creates a murderer.
For Marie, watching her father die a horrible, agonizing death was something she had to do to get what she wanted. Everyone that knew Marie said she was a good girl. I think she was, right up to the moment she murdered her father.
For teens, breaking the rules
What Dorothy wanted, Dorothy was going to get.
The best night of my life.
can be exciting,
She was pretty much running wild.
dangerous, even deadly.
The press blamed this murder on jazz mania.
San Francisco, 1925. A new beat is swinging the nation. The provocative and some believe sinful sound of jazz. All the rage in the illegal speakeasies of America under Prohibition.
San Francisco has always been a very fun city. In the roaring 20s, it was wild.
The jazz lures in 16-year-old Dorothy Ellingson.
Dorothy was precocious, and she looked much older than she was. When she was 14, she looked probably 17. When she was 16, she looked 19.
Dorothy's grown-up looks are her passport to pleasure.
Dorothy started drinking alcohol at the age of 12. It's not surprising that she was drawn into the world of nightclubs and jazz and drinking.
It's not only bootleg alcohol that Dorothy thirsts for.
She liked men. She liked all kinds of men.
Dorothy's philosophy seemed to be, let's dance, let's drink, and let's do some other things.
In those days, even the roaring 20s, it was still very, very unacceptable for an unmarried woman, let alone a 16-year-old girl, to be having sex. But for her, acting out sexually obviously made her feel good, made her feel powerful.
She was not concerned what other people thought or cared for what they expected of her. It was what she expected of herself, and that was to entertain herself and have a good time.
Prohibition officers have their eye on her, but Dorothy thinks she's one step ahead.
I'm Montenegro and I'm 19.
Dorothy was creating a fantasy for herself. Had a false ID that listed her as Montaigne De Niro, and she was age 19, and that's the role she played.
Dorothy's fake ID meant freedom. It meant adulthood. It meant excitement. But she was way too young to have it.
She was charged with truancy. She was charged with running away. She ran to Los Angeles at one point to be with a musician down there.
Several stints in juvenile detention don't stop Dorothy's behavior.
It didn't seem to bother her very much, but it really bothered her parents. They looked at it as a real shame to the family.
Her parents are at their wits' end. They want Dorothy on the straight and narrow.
Where have you been?
She was from a very kind of law-abiding, respectable family.
What will people say? I don't care what people say.
Anna was a very staid mother type. In this case, it was obvious Dorothy was having sex with men. It was obvious that she was having sex with many men. This was upsetting her mother terribly. She didn't really know what to do about it, so the best she could do was confront her daughter.
You will behave, young woman.
But Dorothy refuses to toe the line.
Dorothy and her mother had a tempestuous relationship, and it got worse as Dorothy got older.
I think any mother of a teenage girl would have been upset that her 16-year-old daughter was hanging out in nightclubs and seeing older men.
Dorothy won't repent. Instead, She records every sordid encounter.
Dorothy kept a diary. It was a little red notebook where she put information about her comings and goings.
Went to Joe's party, met an amazing musician. He knows how to use all his instruments.
It was kind of a way to look into her mind. She talked about the men she went out with, what she wanted to do. It was pretty much focused on partying.
Dorothy's diary is filling up nicely.
She judged them according to their physical build and how they measured up to her standards.
But there's always room for fresh material.
Dorothy was so rebellious. She liked to be bad. She liked to be a bad girl.
Stop, Dorothy. You're not going out.
When Dorothy insists she is going to another jazz party, Mom Anna puts her foot down.
There was constant turmoil in the family. The fights between Dorothy and her mother got physical, where they would literally fight with each other over it.
I'm 16. I can do what I like. Go to bed.
Dorothy was furious. She's being threatened two ways: not being able to do what she wanted to do, which was go to the dance, and also the possibility of being arrested.
Anna wins for now. But Dorothy has a party trick no one will forget. San Francisco, 1925. 16-year-old Dorothy Ellingson is a jazz baby with a taste for trouble. She's broken curfew, the law, and her parents' spirits. But her plans to paint the town red hit a roadblock.
They went to bed angry, and they woke up angry.
You are absolutely not going out. I want you to get a job.
On January 13th, the fighting stops.
And start being a responsible
Already a petty juvenile offender, Dorothy is about to become a really bad girl.
I'm sick of all this fighting. So am I.
She put 2 bullets in the back of her head without giving it a second thought.
Dorothy shot her mother in the back of the head because she didn't want to look her in the eyes as she was killing her.
She won the argument.
Dorothy simply got upset that her mother was tightening the reins on her behavior, and she shot her.
Anna's life is over. For Dorothy, the party's just starting.
She went dancing. She was the life of the party.
You're sure having a wow of a time. It's the best night of my life.
She wanted to have her good time. She did have her good time. She danced for 12 hours straight. It's very strange behavior, but she wasn't concerned about the future. She wasn't even concerned about the past. She was concerned about the now.
But after the high comes the hangover.
Dorothy's brother found the body later that day. It was kind of assumed that Dorothy was involved.
Dorothy, you'd better come with us.
Dorothy's arrest, just days after the murder, shocks the community. They can't believe a 16-year-old girl is capable of killing her own mom.
What Dorothy did, killing her mother, was at that time completely unheard of.
That was San Francisco's first case ever of matricide, of someone killing their mother.
Even though Dorothy confesses, some authorities doubt her guilt.
The coroner actually disputed Dorothy's confession. He said that there was no way that a girl of 16 could ever kill her mother. That was just impossible.
But if Dorothy's not responsible, who is? The newspapers of the day believe they know. They lay the blame on the mesmerizing effect of jazz.
The newspapers ate it up. They called that culture jazz mania. People got their blood worked up. They got excited. They lost their inhibitions. And they felt that it affected their psyche, that they actually they went insane.
Even though the press puts jazz on trial, a jury isn't convinced.
Dorothy killed her mother, and it had nothing to do with jazz.
The jury feels it's time Dorothy grows up. In August 1925, she's found guilty of manslaughter and given 10 years in San Quentin prison. With her wings finally clipped, Dorothy renounces her wild and deadly ways.
She always said she never should have done it, and she wished she could go back and relive her life and do it the way that her mother had asked her to.
She hoped that her example could prevent other kids from going the same way that she did. She advised kids to obey their parents, to learn a trade, not riding in fast automobiles with people.
Whether Dorothy really did a complete turnaround in prison, only Dorothy knows. She said the right things. She said things people wanted to hear. Did she mean it? I have my doubts.
After 7 years in jail, Dorothy is released and reunites with her father.
The relationship between Dorothy and her father, Joseph, was very strained. He was trying to be a father to her, but she finally realized that she couldn't live in that household. It was causing too much strain there.
Dorothy changes her name and tries to leave her notoriety behind her.
She spent the rest of her life trying to run from who she had been, but she was never quite able to.
In 1962, Dorothy's dancing days are over. The jazz baby dies at age 59. Family reunions are unpredictable events.
Bridget hardly stood a chance.
Get-togethers can strengthen ties.
I mean, he was her father. He's supposed to be a source of comfort and certainty.
Or sever them permanently.
She wanted to destroy the weapon that had caused so much destruction to so many people.
In the 1980s, on Staten Island, New York, Eric Goodridge is a pillar of the West African expat community. A Liberian migrant admired for his business prowess.
A good member of the community, an interesting and active participant in the immigrant community.
He was almost like a political big shot in his home country. And he was respected in his community.
But behind closed doors, there is another Eric. One that his 2 young daughters know intimately.
Eric was very skilled at hiding his true nature. The community thought he was a great guy. His family knew different.
Eric believes in old-fashioned corporal punishment, but takes it to a sadistic level.
It was physical abuse. It was getting beaten with a reed so that it would open up wounds on her. Forcing her to take red hot pepper and mixing it with water and flour into like a paste and putting this red hot pepper into her open wounds.
Red pepper is the same element that's in mace, which is what police use to control crowds during riots. It is incredibly caustic. It burns nerve endings.
For Bridget, there is nowhere to hide. Not even when she's tucked into bed.
Eric Goodrich, he was a pedophile who was incestuous. I mean, I don't know how much worse it gets.
The abuse starts when Bridget is 3.
That kind of abuse is a recipe for disaster, for an explosion down the road.
When Eric returns to Liberia in 1992, 12-year-old Bridget is taken too. But the abuse isn't left behind. For the next 5 years, her torment continues.
Daddy, please. Please, no, stop.
Oh, baby, I'm sorry. Our father continually made excuses. I'm just teaching you how this happens, how this works. This is what a father is supposed to do to a daughter.
Touch me! Just move! Get out! Get out of my room! Get out now! Get out! Just get out of my room! You only keep that in one night?
The fact that Bridget was abused for so long certainly had to contribute to her feeling that her life was nothing more than being abused. And she'd had it.
At 18, Bridget is legally able to escape her father's grip. Fleeing Liberia, she returns to New York. By her mid-20s, and with her father some 4,000 miles away, Bridget finally builds a life for herself as a security guard.
She had a job, she was making money, she was supporting herself, she had a decent apartment in a decent neighborhood, she had a network of friends. Despite the horrors that she was subjected to, she had made it on her own, and God bless her for doing that. She deserves a lot of credit for getting as far as she did.
But when she visits her older sister in 2007, old wounds are ripped open.
Daddy's here.
When Eric comes back into the scene, Bridget is absolutely repulsed and horrified and scared.
Seeing her abuser close to her niece triggers overwhelming memories.
How you doing, Bridget? The straw that broke the camel's back was when she saw her father, Eric, floating around Carlene's daughter, who was 5 years old.
I think she snapped. She suffered a flood of emotions. For a moment, that little girl on Daddy's lap was Bridget, and she couldn't take it.
This is her abuser, and he's going near someone she loves, who's vulnerable, very vulnerable.
He barged in here. He's family.
Bridget confronts her sister.
Sex with me.
Their discussion reveals another terrible family secret. Carlene is also a victim of Eric's abuse.
She had actually confirmed that he had been abusive sexually to her sister Carlene.
More chilling still are Eric's travel plans. When he flies back to Africa, he'll be taking his granddaughter.
That made Bridget realize that nobody was going to take action to protect this girl. And what she perceived was there were two choices. He could go on, or she could stop him.
Rockaway, New York, 2007. 26-year-old Bridget Harris survives years of sexual molestation at the hands of her father. Now she fears he's grooming a new victim, his 5-year-old granddaughter.
In Bridget's mind, it came to a head between her and her father before anyone else was victimized, and that was her priority.
Bridget decides to confront Eric and scours the internet for help.
She had prepared some articles regarding the effects of incest and rape, and she wanted to present that to her dad.
But Bridget isn't relying on diplomacy alone. She has a backup plan.
She'd been contemplating figuring out a way to disable him from perpetrating the same kind of horrible violence he perpetrated on her and her sister.
July 28, 2007. Bridget invites her father to her apartment. A one-on-one intervention. She wants him to acknowledge the hurt he's caused.
Psychologists and psychiatrists that treat adult survivors of child sex abuse do not recommend that the victim and the abuser sit down for a confrontation without professional guidance. But that's what Bridget tried to do, and it had disastrous consequences.
You was that little, how could you remember?
Of course I
When
remember.
Eric denies his crimes, Bridget snaps.
What? What are you gonna do?
When Eric Goodridge denied he ever touched Bridget, it tripped off, it triggered a rage.
When children suffer long-standing abuse at the hands of a parent who's supposed to love them, sometimes they fight back.
Let go of me, don't touch me! Let go! Let go of me, don't touch me! Oh.
Furniture was broken. She used a pepper spray. He's screaming.
Using the tools of her trade, a can of mace and handcuffs, Bridget subdues her father. Bridget smothers Eric's screams by stuffing a towel in his mouth. Eric is now helpless, bound, gagged, motionless. But Bridget isn't done. She wants to destroy his weapon of abuse.
She tries to cut his penis off with the scissors, and it won't work. And then she remembers, oh, I have those blades. And she comes back, and she severs his penis.
Amputation is not enough.
She wanted to destroy the weapon that had caused so much destruction to so many people. So initially, she burns it on her stove. Then she takes it with her. She calls 911.
Someone's bleeding to death.
Bridget calls for help for her father, but makes sure his manhood can't be restored.
Bridget was so frightened that doctors might be able to reattach her father's penis, she made sure they couldn't and threw it in the ocean. Goodbye, Daddy. Assaulting her father that way must have been a very cathartic experience for her. Finally, she was the one in control.
Paramedics arrive too late to save Eric. But he hasn't bled to death. He suffocates.
If the towel is pushed far enough back, then it's going to be impossible for the tongue to extricate that towel. Securing it is going to ensure that the person cannot take a breath at all.
Bridget insists she didn't set out to kill her dad, and that her online research proves it.
She had gone online and she researched John Bobbitt, who's a very famous case in America of a man who was caught cheating by his wife, and she severed his penis, and it showed that he lived.
Cutting off a penis is usually not a lethal wound. There's a large amount of blood loss, but it's not sufficient to cause death.
Bridget didn't want her father to die. She wanted him to be sexually helpless.
The prosecution isn't convinced, and Bridget is charged with second-degree murder. She undergoes psychiatric assessment.
Bridget did have a psychological evaluation by both the defense expert and by the prosecutor's expert. They both kind of came to the same conclusion.
That Bridget suffers from PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder.
Oftentimes, people who suffer from post-traumatic stress disorder have flashbacks to the event that caused them the horrible stress in the first place. And these flashbacks can be overwhelming.
Bridget's life story touches the jury. On September 30th, 2009, she is convicted of the lesser offense, manslaughter.
They didn't follow the law, and instead they followed their sympathy and their empathy.
Some of the jurors wrote to the trial judge saying that she had done enough time and she should be released.
I told the judge, Judge, you let her out right now, she could come live with me.
But the judge is in no mood for mercy.
He reprimanded them, and he basically said, you got caught up in a whirlwind of emotion. You showed mercy, I will show none.
Bridget Harris receives the maximum sentence, 5 to 15 years in jail.
She knows what she did was wrong, and she knows she needed to be punished for what she did.
She is eligible for parole in 2012.
If Bridget gets good psychotherapy in prison, she may be able to function well when she gets out, but she will always have the memory of what her father did to her.
These deadly women brutally severed their family ties. Marie Robards sacrificed one parent to be with the other. Dorothy Ellingson took partying to a lethal level. And Bridget Harris cut ties with Dad to save others. All three had very different reasons for turning on their flesh and blood. But the result was the same. They were their parents' peril. Teenage rebellion is part of growing up, but some girls lose complete control.
That's what we need to do.
A love of the dark side
Hello, friends.
ends in the attack of innocence.
For this group, killing was an initiation.
A traumatized girl lashes out in a way nobody expects.
This was fury. This was jealousy. This was overkill.
And a trusted babysitter keeps the children quiet forever.
Every parent's worst imaginable nightmare.
These deadly women are young, but not sweet. They commit teen terror. Rural Kentucky, 1996. By the time she is 17 years old, Natasha Cornett doesn't have much of a chance in life.
Natasha had had a really bad upbringing, a lot of hard times.
Unhappy at home and friendless at school.
Who do you think you're doing? What do you care? I do care!
Natasha becomes a loner.
Get out of my room. Get the hell out of my room! Get out!
She came from a very dysfunctional family, had a hard time in school, was an outcast, was ostracized by her classmates.
There is one thing Natasha can control: her image. She suffers from acute anorexia, losing up to 30 pounds a month. And it's not her only affliction.
Why can't she stay here?
The state insurance only covers 11 days.
Natasha also was diagnosed as having severe bipolar disorder, one of the most difficult mental illnesses to live with and to treat. People with it suffer. People around them may suffer even more.
She needs
Poverty and mental illness are not friends. Without health insurance, the teenager gets little help.
Natasha was hospitalized only 11 days, and there's no indication that she was maintained on medication, which would have been essential for her to keep her urges and impulses under control.
Free to roam, Natasha's disturbed mind discovers a comfortable home. The subculture life of a goth, with fellow misfits, 18-year-old Crystal Sturgill and 17-year-old Karen Howell.
What are you doing here?
They were all sort of dropouts or people who fell through the cracks in school.
Does it look like it's any of your business? Get the hell out of here! Now!
They dressed in gothic fashion, black clothing, black makeup. Looked satanic. If you were looking for satanic, that's what might come to mind.
Satanic is exactly what Natasha has in mind. She sees links to the dark side everywhere, even in her name.
Hey guys!
I think Natasha started spelling her name backwards. Aw, Satan. Because she wanted people to be afraid of her.
I really am the daughter of Satan.
With a burgeoning charisma, Natasha attracts more Gothic devotees.
There was a suicide in here.
She seemed to be the leader of the group.
Seances work best around dead people.
Together with 3 male friends, the group develop a strong adolescent bond.
Come on, dude.
Do it.
They would rent hotel rooms and have seances and satanic rituals.
Oh my. Jay, see you moving it.
The whole goth thing
Shut up.
is a way for many kids to act out and be rebellious. It's really just a phase, and they have no interest in hurting someone.
Speak to me, I can hear you.
But every now and then, someone is in that culture because they are seriously disturbed and they want to hurt someone.
Natasha wants more to the rituals. She wants to include sacrifice.
She wanted people to be afraid of her. She wanted to align herself to the dark side. And she did.
Natasha wants to show Kentucky her killer instinct. Rural Kentucky, 1997. Natasha Cornett and her Gothic group of friends are looking for inspiration in a horror movie.
Ready, wait for it.
17-year-old Natasha, diagnosed with bipolar disorder, is their ringleader.
That's what we need to do. We should go on a killing spree around the country. Yeah.
Like many teenagers, they want to make their mark on the world.
Jace, okay, really cool, Jace. Come on, Jace.
I really don't know what it takes for a group of people to take on that mentality of murder.
I've got a gun.
You do?
Yes.
You can get it?
They had no concept of tomorrow
I can get my diets going. You can? Yeah.
or consequences. And they just don't care.
Wait, this is the best part. Right.
The group plan a road trip that will define their lives. Jehovah's Witnesses, Vidar Lilylid and his family are used to sharing their beliefs.
The Jehovah's Witnesses were having a convention about 30 miles north of here. They had been to that convention and they were going home.
At an Interstate 81 truck stop in Greenville, Tennessee, innocence meets evil.
Jehovah's Witnesses are known for being active and trying to recruit new members. They leave pamphlets and that sort of thing.
Sure? They look like they could use it. Come on, Dad.
That may have been the worst thing they could have done.
Hello, friends. Do you believe in Jesus?
Does it look like we believe in Jesus?
We're all sons and daughters of God, right?
Vidar, his wife Delphina, and their children Tabitha and Peter are in the wrong place at the wrong time. This young family will not be recruiting for God. Instead, they are taken hostage at gunpoint and driven into the night.
No! Shut up! Stop crying!
Put them in their respective cars and take off and get off the interstate just a few miles down the road.
And it's a dead-end, gravel, one-lane road. They go down toward the end of that road and force the people out of the car.
Get out of the car! Get out!
At the hands of Natasha and her gang, the family experience a horror no one can comprehend.
This group of very strange-looking people is surrounding them and laughing, and they see the weapon.
Leave us alone.
That's perfect! Stop!
Where's your God now, huh? Where's your God now? Jesus can hear you.
Come on, I want to hear you pray to him.
I can't imagine what that would have been like to know that your family was in peril like that.
Yeah.
Mommy, what's gonna happen?
It's gonna be okay. Shoot him in the right eye.
You don't have to do this.
Shut up!
One by one, all the members of the Lilylid family are shot.
I don't know which one shot first, but the rest of them are observing their family being shot.
The indication was that the children were shot last. The little girl had apparently walked around in her mother's blood. the boy, even though he was 2 years old. They shoot him through the head.
Natasha and her gang leave a signature. A shot through the eye of each victim.
The males were shot in the right eye and the women on the left.
When it comes to Satan worship, most teenagers are what we call dabblers. For this group, killing was an initiation, a way that they could all be bonded together through this horrible crime.
The final act of the ritual. The teenagers drive over the bodies. The woods aren't as secluded as they think. Neighbors hear shots and call the police. They discover the tragic scene within hours. But there is a miracle.
Peter survived. The 2-year-old boy had been shot through one of his eyes with a bullet exiting the side of his head. It didn't kill him.
But his young life is shattered.
He's disabled by the extent of his injuries. They had difficulty walking and, of course, blind in one eye.
Natasha and her gang are on the run, but not for long.
They were driving the van that they had stolen from the Lillylid family.
Within days, police pick them up. The teenagers could face the death penalty. To avoid that, Natasha Cornett and her gang plead guilty to first-degree murder. And on Friday the 13th, March 1998, each received 3 life sentences. No possibility of parole.
There is true evil in the world, and that's what this case showed.
Few understand why these teenagers killed. Natasha had untreated mental problems, but her friends seemed to just go along for the ride.
If you wanted to be a member of this group, you were going to have to participate in this ritualistic killing.
Some of the defendants supposedly had told other friends that, quote, we're going to make headlines. Of course they did, maybe not the ones they wanted to make.
They were very young, and they will all die in prison. That's where they need to be for the rest of us to be safe.
Two girls sharing the same family, but very different lives.
And the collision was catastrophic.
The best of intentions
You think you're gonna be all right here?
can go horribly wrong.
She changed, and she changed for the worse.
This poor troubled
Sometimes monsters are real. In 2008, Brooklyn, New York.
I'm home. I've got my report card.
Tiana Brown is happy and hopeful for the future.
Look what I got for English.
Tiana wasn't happy-go-lucky. She got good grades in school.
That's my girl.
She seemed to be a very delightful child.
Her grandmother and step-grandfather are raising her.
And it seemed to be going really well for her.
And he did well in music.
Until life deals a hard blow. 13-year-old Tiana is exposed to trauma no one should have to endure.
She was raped 3 times by a boy.
From this moment, the teenager's life is never the same.
Very, very traumatic thing to happen to a young girl.
The promise Tiana shows as a child is now a distant memory. She swaps good grades for the streets of Brooklyn.
Whoa, pimp kicks, girl.
She didn't want to go to school anymore. She didn't want to listen to her grandmother.
I don't know where she is.
She started running away.
She was quite troubled. Had problems with authority.
And if you hear anything, call me.
Basically hang out with, I would say, undesirables.
Yet life hasn't finished revealing its ugly truth to the troubled teen.
We both love you, Tiana. It's in the past.
When she was 15, she learned the dark family secret.
We both love you.
It's not true. I don't believe you.
It is true.
Her grandmother's boyfriend, the man she looked up as her grandfather, was actually her father.
Don't touch me.
Having raped her mother when she was, I believe, 15.
Who are you? I don't want to listen to you, are you?
The strained family relationship simply withers.
He was still a part of their family circle. It was more than she could bear. The family said she changed, and she changed for the worse.
With virtually nothing left of her fractured home life, hope all but fades for Tiana. Until a helping hand reaches out.
Oh no.
What is it?
Tiana's run away again.
That girl is taking the wrong path.
Her Aunt Marva Braithwaite offers her a stable home and the good influence of her 16-year-old daughter, Shannon.
Tiana's grandmother felt that she couldn't control her anymore, and she asked Tiana's aunt to take her in. Their aunt was church-going, was successful in raising her daughter, and she hoped that she would be a good influence on Tiana.
So, this is my room, and that's your bed.
These are mine.
No.
Tiana and her cousin have always been close.
And that's my camera.
Now that they are roomies, it's hoped Shannon can be a role model.
Shannon did very well in school. She was a very upbeat young woman. Everyone hoped that that positive influence would rub off on Tiana.
You think you're gonna be all right here? Yes, ma'am.
Hey, listen to this. Tell me what you think. We worship each other for packing.
Despite outward appearances of contentment, Tiana is still a troubled soul.
You believe what they say because it's words in your favorite song.
Not interested in their Christian comfort.
What do you think?
Whatever.
Tiana was in trouble. She needed clinical psychiatric intervention. Their agenda for the life they wanted wasn't necessarily at all the agenda that Tiana wanted for her life. And the collision was catastrophic.
In 2008, in Brooklyn, New York.
You think you're gonna be all right here?
Yes, ma'am.
Marva Braithwaite and her 16-year-old daughter, Shannon, are offering a new start for their runaway relative, 15-year-old Tiana Brown.
The deal is, you can stay here as long as you don't miss school and you go to church.
That's cool.
Maybe it would make her turn her life around
You just have to let the Lord in.
and get her past all her pain.
Give me your hand, sweetheart.
They tried to push Tiana into going to church, going to school,
Dear Heaven,
doing right.
thank you for allowing us to be here today. And Lord, please.
But it's too late.
Amen to that.
Tiana needed much, much more than that.
Tiana is unstable and out of control. Two days after taking in her niece, Marva notices something a little strange.
You sure you don't want to come?
Yeah, Mama, it's cool.
Marva went to work and had left the two girls in the kitchen making breakfast.
What time you be back?
Why?
She thought it was odd that she was questioned a couple of times by Tiana about when she would be returning home.
You girls, be good now.
But she didn't think a whole lot of it.
We will, Mama. Bye, have fun.
Okay.
Marva leaves a happy household. But while she's away, things will turn ugly.
There was a lot of stuff, bad feelings, bad thoughts going on inside of Tiana that she couldn't handle.
I told you not to touch my camera!
No one is sure what happens between the girls. But Tiana snaps.
Tiana perpetrated an extremely vicious, violent attack on her cousin Shannon. It was brutal.
This wasn't self-defense. This was all-out anger, passionate rage. This was fury. This was jealousy. This was overkill.
After the murder, Tiana takes her reward.
She pulled the sneakers off her cousin's feet and put them on her own.
She took some of her clothes, she took her cell phone, she took her camera.
I think it was a combination of jealousy, rage, and Shannon had the life that Tiana knew she never would. When Tiana exploded, Shannon was the closest one to her.
But Tiana is thinking clearly enough to try and protect herself.
Someone broke in. He stabbed my cousin so many times.
She called the police and made a report about a strange man named Yusuf
Yes, his name is Yusuf.
that broke into the apartment and stabbed her cousin.
Okay.
Before the police can find the crime scene, Marva arrives home.
Shannon! Oh, God, no!
The mother found her daughter in a pool of blood. Obviously, one cannot imagine the horror of seeing your child in that situation.
Please, help me!
Tiana is missing. But police don't have to look far. She is found close by, still wearing her cousin's sneakers.
She was taken into a police precinct and she quickly confessed. She said, yes, I cut her.
A shocked community tried to discover the reasons for such a horrific act by the teen.
Tiana never said why she killed her cousin.
Her defense attorneys argue she suffers from post-traumatic stress disorder because of the earlier rapes.
They made the case that episode or flashback during the murder prompted her to basically irrationally kill her cousin.
But the jury isn't convinced. On October 7th, 2011, Tiana Brown is convicted of second-degree murder and sentenced to 15 years to life in prison.
The things that happened to Tiana in her young life certainly were contributing factors to that horrible day. But I don't think it can safely be said that she murdered her cousin simply because she was suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder.
The quiet of the night is pierced with tragedy. The death of an infant girl.
Believed to be a cot death.
Amongst the sadness and confusion,
Is he gonna be okay?
The coincidences were astronomical.
a mother must confront her greatest fear
I'm afraid of what she'll do next.
before it's too late.
It must have been heartbreaking.
Snap.
Sibling rivalry is something every parent deals with at some stage in their children's lives. In 1976, in the Sydney suburb of Claymore, Australia, 14-year-old Helen Moore proves more than a handful.
Snap. Loser.
Helen showed signs of extreme violence to other children when she was a young girl.
Get off, Mom! Get off! Mom! What are you doing? Get off him! Get off him!
She almost scalped her little brother in a squabble.
How could you do that to your brother? Look!
That was the first time her mother thought maybe something was wrong with Helen.
Thanks.
34-year-old Jessie can't understand what's wrong with her daughter.
Her mother was so concerned about her daughter that she took her for psychiatric assessment.
Now, Mrs. Moore, I spoke to Helen. I got her side of the story. And I have to tell you, sibling rivalry is a normal thing.
She almost scalped him.
Jessie is torn between love and fear of her only daughter.
There's something seriously wrong with that girl. I'm afraid of what she'll do next.
Jessie described her daughter as part angel, part nightmare. There were warning signs that Helen had problems with violence. Her mother was very, very worried about her.
Look, this is a script for anti-anxiety pills.
Nothing is found to be wrong with Helen,
I just think we need to calm her down a little bit.
but the doctor thinks her mother needs something to calm her.
Her mother ended up being the one that got the medication.
Left alone, the family cope with their strange girl for 3 years.
Mummy, Andrew's not waking up.
But then, there's a family tragedy.
In March 1979, Helen's brother
He's not breathing. Call an ambulance.
died of a cot death,
Mom, what happened to Andrew?
14 months of age.
Come on, wake up. What's wrong? What's wrong with him, Mom? He's not breathing.
The apparent crib death of her brother hit 17-year-old Helen hard.
It was later believed that she blamed herself for this, though it was proved to be a natural death.
Okay, so I've made up 2 bottles. But you should be right with just one. And you can reach me on this number if you need me. Okay. Well,
The teenager finds comfort in the company of other children.
Girl, I'll see you soon.
She starts offering to babysit for friends and family.
Have fun.
Thanks.
Curiously, only a couple of months later, Helen went into the business of babysitting.
Helen looks after her cousin, 16-month-old Suzanne McIntosh. But something goes horribly wrong.
Susan died in her sleep in Helen's charge, and that also was believed to be a cot death. That was 2 cot deaths in the same family within the space of 3 months.
In the face of a second crib death, the stoic teenager impresses family and friends by doing the unexpected.
Now, you'd think that that'd be enough for anyone, but no, instead, she chose to go on babysitting.
Okay, bye.
A year later, the teenager is settled into a normal routine. But tragedy is following Helen like a curse.
Open the door! Help! Help! Vaughn, he's not breathing. He's not breathing. I just checked on him before.
When did this happen? Vaughn Nicholson was in Helen's care and mysteriously became ill, and she ran to the neighbours.
Is he going to be all right?
Boy was taken to hospital.
Yeah, look, I think you'll be all right, Helen. Just call your mum and dad.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to take him to hospital.
Okay.
Although the child survives, Helen's babysitting business is over. But she still has her younger brother to look after. Australian teenage babysitter, 17-year-old Helen Moore, has had more than her fair share of sorrow.
He's not breathing, darling.
Losing her baby brother to crib death is just the beginning of a tragic curse. The children she sits keep waking up gravely ill.
Little 2-year-old Aaron Crocker rushed to hospital in a very, very critical condition, but survives.
Or even more tragic, they end up dead.
3 weeks later, another little child, Rachel Hay, under Helen's care, she mysteriously dies.
In the working-class neighborhood of Claymore, Sydney, 2 children have died and 2 have become seriously ill while under Helen's care.
People started to think that there was something diabolically wrong.
And when no one thinks it could get any worse, it does.
Her 7-year-old brother, Peter, was found dead in the home while it was just Helen and Peter inside the house. He had fallen down the stairs and died.
For their mother, Jessie, a creeping awareness begins to transcend her unbearable grief.
The penny finally dropped.
She realized that her daughter was probably a murderer.
You did this!
The circumstances were just too great. The coincidences were astronomical that all of these children being in Helen's care could now be deceased.
Slowly, the pieces come together.
Helen repeatedly smothered these children to death, or attempted to. It made her feel good. It made her feel powerful. That's why she did it.
Little Rachel Hay was smothered while sleeping.
Women are not seen as killers, especially young teenage women.
Erin Crocker survives, but is left blind and disabled, and dies several years later.
Helen got away with 3 murders and 2 attempted murders before anyone suspected anything.
Vaughn Nicholson is lucky to survive unscathed. But Helen's first victim never has a chance.
Helen Patricia Moore was every parent's worst imaginable nightmare.
Suzanne McIntosh dies, not of crib death, but by Helen's hand.
She enjoyed murdering children.
Thank you. Goodbye.
You be a good boy today.
And in March 1980, when Helen's mother leaves her kids home alone,
Bye.
she loses everything.
She came up behind him, tried to throttle him. He escaped. He managed to get away.
He fought back. He was 7 years old. He wasn't a defenseless infant.
She held him down for 4 minutes until the boy suffocated. That's about as callous as you would ever find. A sister killing her own brother, who she allegedly loved.
But Helen's killing is over. A grieving mother must give up her only daughter.
It must have been heartbreaking, but she did the right thing and called the police.
Leaving a trail of devastated parents, including her own mother. Helen confesses to all 3 murders and 2 assaults. She stands trial in 1980.
It took the jury just 2 hours to find her guilty. The judge sentenced her to 3 counts of life imprisonment for all of the murders and a further 10 years each for the 2 attempted murders.
After a sentencing review, Helen is released on parole in 1993. She serves just 13 years in jail.
One of the conditions of her parole was the fact that she didn't have anything to do with children, must not go near children.
2 years after Helen's release, the courts are faced with a compelling problem.
Helen Moore gave birth to her own daughter. The court had no choice but to place her under 24-hour surveillance with a baby for the next 10 years. Helen Patricia Moore is somewhere out there in Australia today. Given the nature of her terrible, terrible crimes, we can only hope that she doesn't get the urge to ever do it again.
These deadly women hit puberty with a bang. Natasha Cornett killed an innocent family for the thrill. Tiana Brown turned her rage on her loved ones. And Helen Moore quietly stole the lives of children. All 3 left devastation in their wake when they committed teen terror. When a woman has irresistible charm,
to the outside world, she looks perfect.
a man can be blind to her dangerous ways.
They never knew what hit them.
A California bride cooks up a Thanksgiving dinner with a unique ingredient.
His head was found in the freezer, amidst frozen vegetables and frozen foods.
A housewife's love is pure, sweet poison.
She was, as most sociopaths are, very charming.
And a greedy girlfriend dissolves her relationship permanently.
The feet were still there, the rest of the body wasn't.
These deadly women know how to hook a man, but get too close, and they will love you to pieces. For some women, a good meal is better than a good man. For others, it is both.
She wanted his money and not him. That doesn't mean she had to consume him.
A culinary crime like no other. In 1991, Costa Mesa, California, 23-year-old Omaima Nelson has what most men want.
She had this attraction to men, and she could play pool, and she was very articulate and very friendly.
The beautiful Egyptian immigrant puts her talents to good use in her new homeland.
What she was good with was her sexuality. She could get men to do things for her, and she used her sexuality to get what she wanted.
What Omaima wants is money. The former nanny isn't satisfied with meager wages.
She seemed to have a pattern in which she would get men
Are you stealing from me?
in a compromising position,
You owe me money.
That wasn't the deal.
tying them up,
Where's your money?
using a weapon, and stealing from them.
In the second drawer.
Omaima makes a good living from vulnerable men. Her victims more concerned with saving face than with the loss of a few dollars.
They were reluctant to report it because of the embarrassment of coming forward.
Don't leave me. Don't leave me here.
My guess is they were very embarrassed that a little woman got the best of them.
Help!
In the fall of 1991, Omaima enters the big league. She will charm a man who changes her life forever. Texan William Nelson.
She met Mr. Nelson much like she met the other men at a Costa Mesa bar near his home. He coddled her and caressed her and treated her like a lady. He loved her.
Well, I enjoyed that. Thank you. Thank you.
Omaima has met the perfect mark. But she wants more than petty cash. She wants everything William has. 2 days after they meet, they marry.
He was kind of what we might term in California old school. Still wanted to have a relationship, but wouldn't unless he married her.
Well, that first Thanksgiving together should be something really special.
William has no idea his new bride is no ordinary girl.
To the outside world, if you look at her, she looks perfect. But inside is an inferno of rage.
You look beautiful tonight.
An inferno of violence just waiting to erupt.
You've been such a good boy. I think you need a treat.
Sometimes your worst enemy is sleeping right next to you, and you don't even realize it.
This Thanksgiving weekend, she has a surprise for William.
There must have been something special or different about Omaima's husband. We know he wasn't the first man she tied up.
Whoa, that's a bit tight, honey.
I think the earlier crimes of tying men up and robbing them helped her become more confident.
Tonight, Omaima departs from her usual pattern of intimidation.
I need more money.
Anything, honey.
There was something about him that she felt the need to destroy him.
You're gonna strip me bare now?
Don't laugh at me! I'm serious!
Oh, come on, cut it out, women.
This time, Omaima doesn't stop. She enters the major league. Murder.
She got mad and hit him, and then ended up saying, "Oh my God, he's now knocked out." Went and got a knife and stabbed him. And then she goes, "Uh-oh, what am I gonna do with the body?"
What Omaima does next will haunt everyone involved for life. "1991, Orange County, California. 23-year-old Omaima Nelson gives her new husband, William, a Thanksgiving to die for. Now the diminutive woman needs to get rid of a dead body much larger than herself. So she carves it up into more manageable pieces.
For a woman to deliberately murder is rare enough. For a woman to dismember a murder victim is far more rare. She was depraved to her very bones.
She, piece by piece, hung up his torso in the shower with coat hangers and other things in order to let the blood dry out.
For 2 days, Omaima goes about disposing of her new husband.
When most people are disposing of a large human body, they have no idea how much of that body there is and how difficult it is to dispose of it.
The downstairs neighbor heard the garbage disposal running and grinding the entire weekend. Like a motor under stress.
It takes a great deal of effort to cut it up into multiple pieces, to package all those pieces so that they don't look human.
Fatigue gets the better of Omaima. On the third day,
I need your help.
she seeks outside help.
I stabbed him. He's dead.
What? She went to one of her prior boyfriends
I need help getting rid of his body.
and says, "Can you help me remove my husband's teeth?"
I need to get rid of his head, so there is no trace of him.
That was either bad judgment or extreme arrogance.
I have money. I can give you $75,000.
Okay,
Finally, the tables turn.
go back to your apartment. I'll get my truck.
A man gets the better of Omaima Nelson.
So the friend says, I can help you. Let me go get my truck. But instead of getting his truck, he gets the police.
Hello, police?
Are you all right, lady?
Yes.
What is that?
Even a hardened policeman can't be prepared for what he finds.
He opens the bag and he realizes it's intestines and entrails, the internal organs areas of an individual.
Get out of the car, ma'am. You're under arrest.
Investigators start piecing together the grisly story.
His hip area was found disguised with the attributes of a Thanksgiving meal: peas, corn, mashed potatoes, cranberry sauce. His hands were found in a fryer. His head was found in the freezer, amidst frozen vegetables and frozen foods.
They find garbage bags inside suitcases that have been just saturated with fluids and flesh, and there's blood everywhere. I mean, this was literally unbelievable.
But there's still one puzzle that sickens investigators to this day.
We were missing 185 pounds of Bill Nelson.
During her trial, a psychiatrist claims Omaima admitted cooking and eating William's flesh.
She bragged to her psychiatrist that the ribs were the best part, that nothing was sweeter than the taste of her husband.
Omaima later denies it, but the damage is done.
I don't know whether she was joking or trying to shock the psychiatrist, or if she actually did it. But I can tell you this, juries tend to have no mercy on murder defendants that consumed their victim.
In 1993, Omaima Nelson is convicted of second-degree murder and assault with a deadly weapon. She is sentenced to 27 years to life in prison.
She should not be paroled. She's a very much danger to society because she's actually now doing the same stuff since she's been in prison that she did in the outside world.
Incredibly, almost 2 decades later, Omaima's seductive charm continues.
She got married to a gentleman that she knew at the time of Mr. Nelson's death. He was in his 80s at the time. Just a few years back, he died. He left her a large sum of money.
For the moment, Omaima can't spend that money. In 2011, her parole is refused for another 15 years.
We don't know much about Omaima's girlhood and teen years in Egypt, but what we do know is that almost as soon as she got to America, she started getting in legal trouble. I think the roots of her problems started growing when she was a young girl. What happened was destined to happen.
If a husband can complete a woman's life,
that woman could get whatever man she wanted.
Bring her love and security.
There was a total of $32,000 in life insurance policies.
Why stop with just one? Today, Twin Falls, Idaho is a popular tourist spot. But in 1914, it is a harsh frontier town.
The early promoters of Twin Falls really exaggerated the promise that this area had. Life was not easy for early settlers.
So anyway, we can now stable 5 horses at once.
The Dooley brothers, Edward and Robert, are lured to the promised land. It proves lucky for Robert. He meets and marries local girl, Lida.
She married at age 19 or 20, and they had a perfectly normal relationship.
Isn't she the cutest little girl I've ever seen?
They had a daughter. They appeared to be just like the rest of the residents around town.
You know what? I'll show you.
But the young couple's happiness is cut short. Robert's brother Edward suddenly dies.
I can't believe he's dead.
He was a good man.
There was nothing suspicious about the death. It was ruled as, food poisoning or typhoid.
Edward's death brings one comfort: his life insurance.
She and her husband had talked him into taking out a life insurance policy and naming her husband and Lida as the beneficiaries.
1,000 would go to his brother, and 1,000 would go to Lida if he died.
Robert, how would I cope if you suddenly died?
Life is fragile. Lida wants more protection.
Robert, you have to ensure you're alive. For us.
Don't fret, my dear. Whatever you want.
Robert's pledge is timely. He is dead just weeks after his brother.
And there was a huge influenza epidemic that killed a lot of people. These deaths never raised any suspicions.
But tragedy isn't done with Lida yet. She suffers a mother's ultimate loss: the death of her young daughter.
Little children died all the time at that period of history.
She probably got a lot of sympathy. You know, oh, that poor woman, you know, she's lost her daughter, her husband, all to this stomach flu.
Grief-stricken, Lida has sympathy and money to comfort her. And soon, a new man.
Lida appeared to be a rather homely woman, but she could wrap any man that she set her eyes on right around her finger without any effort at all.
Lida's second husband was William McAfee, and he was also from Twin Falls.
The couple make a fresh start in Montana. But tragedy follows them. Within 15 months, William is bedridden.
With husband number 2, William McAfee, when he died, they said that it was from influenza.
Lida is alone again, but not for long.
Lida's third husband was Harlan Lewis. She married him within months after the death of her second husband.
Is Lida addicted to love or something more substantial?
When she got married the next time, she made sure her husband had a $10,000 policy.
The fact that the life insurance policies grew from each husband was kind of a sign. I mean, she was manipulating the men to take out policies.
Lida was motivated by one thing, and one thing only: greed. She wanted money.
But Lida has only just started. In the early 20th century, 26-year-old Lida Trueblood's family seemed to be cursed. In 4 short years, 2 husbands, her daughter, and a brother-in-law all die. Third husband, Harlan Lewis, is following the pattern.
Darling, stop.
The doctors say he has food poisoning. Lida knows better.
Lida Trueblood was very careful. She waited until the person actually got sick.
Eat.
Then it was easier to be believed that that person died of illness.
We have to get you strong again.
Just 1 month after marrying Lida, Harlan is dead.
Everybody thought it was something he ate that finally did him in. But all it had been, really, was Lida Trueblood.
She received $10,000 from Lewis's life insurance policy, and that is an incredible amount of money for those days.
Lida was flamboyant. She drew attention to herself. She bought a car, a mink coat. Both of those things say, "Look at me."
Rich and single Lida is on a roll. She quickly charms husband number 4, ranch foreman Edward Meyer. But the blushing bride is pushing her luck.
She didn't wait for him to get sick. Maybe she grew impatient.
And that was probably the mistake she made in all of this.
This time, it's not the insurance company Lida needs to worry about.
One of the people who were suspicious was Earl Dooley, who was a pharmacist. He thought, this is too much dying around her. This doesn't make sense.
Curiosity leads Earl to the latest death scene. He collects traces of Edward's vomit.
He scraped up the sand, and he took that sand into his lab and he tested it.
For Earl, it's personal. Lida's first victims, the Dooley brothers, were his cousins.
Sure enough, he found arsenic. So when that happened, he went to a doctor to get it confirmed in another lab, and it was definitely arsenic.
For centuries, arsenic is a weapon of choice for deadly women. But Lida gets her source in a most unusual way. She meticulously extracts tiny amounts from the common pest killer, fly paper.
She poisoned their food, and over time, the arsenic would build up. Most of the death certificates all said some sort of stomach ailment.
Investigators exhume the bodies of Lida's late husbands, brother-in-law, and daughter. Tests conclude the family curse is Lida.
Lida went about her killing very deliberately. When she bought out everything the store had in flypaper, it was obvious that she wanted to have a permanent supply on hand. You wonder, did they ever suspect that it was not a natural illness that was making them suffer in agony? We can only hope that they never understood what was really happening.
She receives the dubious title of Flypaper Lida.
Lida Trueblood was a classic Black Widow. And she did it for money.
In 1921, Lyda Trueblood is found guilty of second-degree murder and receives 10 years to life. But the prison bars aren't secure enough to hold this conniving woman.
She had loosened up a bar in her cell and climbed a rose trellis to scale the wall.
The merry widow skips town, only to resurface in the arms of husband number 5.
She had married a naval officer who thought she was just the most charming woman.
Yes.
Said that she was a model wife.
So why do you want to see my wife? I mean, she's done nothing wrong. Nothing wrong, you say?
Her freedom is short-lived. Police track her down just in time to save victim number 7. But Lyda Trueblood will get another chance at freedom. After 20 years in jail, she is released in 1941.
I think they figured that she had lost most of her good looks and charm and was no longer a menace to society.
When she finally died, it was from a heart attack. It's amazing to think that Lyda actually had a heart.
I'm home.
A man in love can spoil a woman.
She can have anything she wants, and nothing else is important.
But if he falls for a deadly one,
I think she just took advantage of the nice side of him. I think he was trusting in a lot of ways.
he can be left with very little.
The feet were still there. The rest of the body wasn't.
Dreams can be won or lost in the desert town of Las Vegas, Nevada.
This place is driven by gambling. It's a weird place. You've got some oddballs, you've got people living on the fringe.
Well, I hope I'm bringing you some of that luck.
You have a lot of people who come into town with the specific purpose of taking advantage of other people.
In 1992, one visitor to Vegas is 45-year-old Amy DeChant.
Maybe you can give me a few tips.
It'll be my pleasure.
A lot of women look for men to hook up with that are wealthy. That certainly would include Las Vegas. And it definitely describes Amy.
By day, Amy runs a carpet cleaning business. By night, she looks for more lucrative ventures.
She went to where the big fish swam.
High roller, 46-year-old Bruce Weinstein has plenty of cash. He makes a matzah from bookmaking and bets big on the tables.
In Las Vegas, he's what we refer to as a whale. He had a lot of money and he played a lot of money. He would spend it.
Amy's hit the jackpot.
Hi, honey. I'm home.
Hey, honey bun.
She latched onto him pretty quickly. They kind of had a whirlwind romance, and not long after, she moved in with him.
You spoil me, big boy.
Well,
Bruce showers his new woman in luxury.
I wanted you to have something nice to wear when we're in Florida.
They went nice places. He bought her a nice car. He lavished her with jewelry and gifts.
While she enjoys the high life, Amy is accustomed to getting more than a few trinkets from her lovers.
It seems that every person that we found that Amy had had a relationship with had lost money. She always got them to put half of a house in her name. When they sold the house, she got half the proceeds.
Hey, I want to show you the latest plans.
Bruce spoils his girlfriend, but keeps a tight rein on his assets.
Hey, I've been thinking, you should put the house in my name.
Bruce was going to be building a house for his parents.
Why would I do that? It's my parents' house.
Oh, come on, honey.
Amy tried to get Bruce to put that house in her name.
It's not going to happen.
You obviously don't care for me as much as I thought you did.
When Bruce said there was no way that he was going to do it, Amy got very upset and walked out.
She hooked up with Bruce for his money. And the money is what she wanted.
Amy's not getting the house. But a chance discovery means Bruce's money is on the cards.
Because of his bookmaking business, Bruce always kept a lot of money around the house, at least $100,000, maybe up to $500,000 cash in the house at any one time.
Amy, this is none of your business.
The discovery changes Amy's outlook and Bruce's fate.
It's nothing to do with you. It's business.
That very well could have been the moment that she made a decision to get to that money.
There was no other way for her to make anything on the relationship.
Bruce has to go. In the summer of 1995, Amy DeChant can't get what she wants from her wealthy Las Vegas bookmaker boyfriend.
You should put the house in my name.
Her name on his vast assets.
It's not going to happen.
I think that he was worried about Amy taking money from him. However, I don't think that Bruce suspected that Amy would do him any harm.
Vegas is a 24-hour city, but not for Bruce. Early every morning, he hits the phones for his bookmaking business.
He would go to bed at 9 o'clock every night. I mean, he had to be up early in the morning and start working the bets.
Tonight, all bets are off. After a romance of 8 months, Amy kills her lover in cold blood for cold cash. But she has one big problem.
I need you to get here now.
Her boyfriend's 300-pound body.
Amy's a very small person. Bruce was 300 pounds. Amy needed help disposing of the body, and she called an employee of hers, Bobby Jones.
It's believed she offers 56-year-old Bobby money to help clean up.
I'm guessing she used her flirting charms on him as well.
Okay.
In the carpet cleaning business, you learn a few tricks.
Okay.
Cleaning fluids can do more than remove stains.
Amy took Bruce's body, took him out in the desert, and just threw him out like a piece of trash.
there are many bodies dumped in the Nevada desert. But this one will be hard to find. Amy brings enough caustic cleaning fluid to dissolve away a 300-pound problem.
Amy had no regard for Bruce when he was alive, and certainly after she killed him. Killing Bruce was easy for her, probably because she's a sociopath to the core.
Amy's now got her hands on hundreds of thousands of dollars. But before she gets a chance to spend it, there's a knock on her door.
It's not like him not to call.
Perhaps his battery's out or something.
But he knows he has to set the books for the day.
I think
When no one could rouse him,
from a big night at the casino.
Bruce's mother went to the house the day after.
Do you mind if I look about?
Sure.
There's a strong smell of a cleaning fluid. And she noticed that the carpets were wet right outside the door to the bedroom and on the stairs.
She also noticed that her son's cell phone, her son's pager, were in the bedroom.
There's no way Bruce would go anywhere without his cell.
That was very alarming for his mother. I mean, that was a dead giveaway that something had happened to him.
It isn't suspicious mom that catches Amy. It is a strange find in the desert by two trappers who find human feet in a pool of mush.
The feet were still there, however, the rest of the body wasn't.
This is one job the carpet cleaners mess up badly. So Amy goes on the run with the cash. But her love of the fast lane soon gets her caught in a speed trap.
Can I see your license, please?
I'm very sorry, officer. I don't think I have it on me.
Please get out of the car.
Amy developed a habit probably pretty early in life of getting what she wanted from men by flirting with them.
Perhaps we could work something out, officer.
She just continued it throughout her adult life.
Please, get out of the car, ma'am.
Right up to the moment she was stopped by a policeman.
Her time is up.
They found over $100,000 cash. They found fake ID, false ID. And also they found a newspaper article about Bruce missing, which may have been a trophy.
Amy is arrested, and her charmed life comes to an end. In October 1998, she is convicted of first-degree murder. She gets 2 life sentences.
I don't think Amy has feelings for anyone else other than herself. She has never displayed any feelings about anyone else but herself.
But a trial procedural error gives her a second chance. She accepts a reduced sentence of 25 years and is now eligible for parole.
Amy will be using her femininity the rest of her life in an attempt to get what she wants from people. That's all she knows, and that's what she does.
These deadly women killed the people who loved them the most. Omaima Nelson tried to cook the evidence. Lyda Trueblood confused family with family benefits. And Amy DeChant stole life and limb. All 3 women killed for greed. Their nearest and dearest had no idea they'd be loved to pieces. When a woman wants money more than love or loved ones, coffers empty and coffins fill. Seductive charm masks an English rose's lethal intentions.
The trail of devastated, demoralized, destitute men.
A prim and proper wife has a morbid obsession.
So fascinated by death, she had the local mortician on speed dial.
And filling a child with hate backfires on a mom.
Once you looked at that face, somebody experienced a frightful moment.
These deadly women take lives and livelihoods. They have insatiable greed. Rustington, Southern England, 1998. Two-time divorcee, 38-year-old Dina Webb is again looking for love.
Bubbly blonde who loves a laugh seeks the company of a like-minded man.
Dina would meet men mostly through Lonely Hearts columns.
Hello? Yes, I'm the bubbly blonde. Thank you for ringing.
A lot of men wanted to meet Dina, and she had her pick.
What's your name?
They were ready to fall in love.
Her ad lures another divorcee, Richard Thompson, a successful manager working for a global telecommunications company.
Dina could read men brilliantly. She would very quickly identify whether they had money, what their hopes were, what their ambitions were.
Richard thought he had met his soulmate. He liked deep-sea fishing. She claimed that she liked deep-sea fishing as well.
Hey, I've got lots of contacts in America.
He was amazed that someone would care about him that much.
Do you think we could?
Definitely.
A whirlwind romance leads to marriage. The couple share more than a bed. They share their assets, too. And Richard isn't the only one with money.
Dina told Richard she had won the lottery.
She told Richard that she had a contact in America that would make him tens of millions of pounds.
But before the newlyweds depart for the States, Dina plans a special going-away present.
Dina used a promise of wild sex to get Richard into a compromising, helpless position.
Pretty kinky.
You'll love it.
He lay there expecting something sexual to happen.
What are you doing?
Just getting ready.
After the first blow, he was confused.
the second blow on his head, and he suddenly thought, I'm fighting for my life here.
She then tries to stab him, but he's fortunate enough he's able to release his hands.
Drop the knife, or I'll break your eyes out! What the hell is going on?
Richard saves his life, but not his livelihood. Dina has cleaned out all his accounts.
He suddenly realized that all his money had been drained, that he made out his will to her, he'd given her power of attorney over his affairs. And suddenly the penny drops. Basically, he wasn't meant to be here.
Dina would set her sights on a victim based on two things. Could she get access to their finances? And could she hurt them?
Police think they've got a winning case, and Richard is their star witness. But Dina's got a story to tell the jury, too.
She admitted to Richard that she'd conned him. He flew into a blind rage and attacked her. And that to defend herself, she picked up a baseball bat.
Dina worked her magic on an entire jury and convinced them that she was the victim.
It's probably the most staggering court verdict I've ever had.
But Dina can't talk her way out of defrauding Richard and gets 3 years and 9 months in jail. Frustrated police look deeper into Dina's past and find trouble.
The trail of devastated, demoralized, destitute, financially bankrupt men.
In 1982, Dina's first husband, Lee, is promised a life of riches.
They love Sean the leprechaun.
You're joking.
They are offering us a fortune.
She tells him they are going to be millionaires, thanks to a tiny leprechaun.
They came up with this idea for a stuffed toy. They called this character Sean the Leprechaun. Dina told everybody that it was going to go global.
Dina isn't the only one who believes in the leprechaun. She claims a global toy company based in the States wants a piece of the action.
You clever woman.
She produced letters to persuade him that, in fact, they had got interest from these huge companies.
We're going to be so rich.
So Lee gave up his day job. They devoted all their time to Sean the Leprechaun.
But there's no contract and no money coming in. They're broke, and debt collectors are knocking on the door. Fearing she'll be found out, Dina makes up another outrageous story.
She then came up with this story to tell Lee that the mafia had got involved.
Thank God you're home. He followed me.
Wow.
He said they were going to kill you.
So when bailiffs visited to get money because they'd fallen into debt because they weren't working, Lee believed that they were mafia people come to get him.
What are we going to do?
You have to get away.
It sounds absurd, but if you'd been in Dina's world for several years with a drip, 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 drip of mind control, then you might actually believe what she was saying.
Dina played with Lee like a cat plays with a wounded mouse, and she enjoyed it.
Believing his life is in danger, Lee agrees to go into hiding.
He disappeared for years. He changed his identity, slept rough all over England.
While Dina enjoys all the comforts of home, Lee spends 3 years underground, always hoping he can return to his wife.
Hello?
Is it safe to come home yet?
No, it's still not safe.
I can't do it this much longer.
You have to. For me. For us.
Lee always believed that he was doing the right thing, that one day the phone call would come saying, come back, and it never came.
I should go. We don't want them to trace the call.
There will be no homecoming for Lee and no divorce. Not even when Dina moves on to second husband, Julian Webb.
Just Mom
Her usual bad timing. Now, where were we?
Dina is not just a liar. She is now a bigamist.
Dina chose her victims very well. Sociopaths are good at choosing people they sense they can manipulate.
Once again, Dina spins a tall story of a wealthy life in the States.
They were going to emigrate to America and that he'd been offered a job out there.
She had this American dream that all the men talked about, and we never actually really got to the bottom of why.
They should be celebrating. But Julian is in no shape to party. June 30th, 1994. A sleepy suburb near Littlehampton in the south of England.
What are we going to do?
You have to get away.
34-year-old Dina Webb has one husband on the run from the mafia and another dying in her bed.
We had our suspicions that everything was not quite as it should be. He was off sick, and uncharacteristically, we didn't hear anything from him. And on the second day when he didn't appear, a colleague actually rang Dina and asked about Julian. And she said, oh, he's sick, and put the phone down.
A number of people had called the house, and Dina had told a number of stories about why he couldn't come to the phone.
Nobody knows what was going on in the house during that time.
Dina finally calls for help.
They found Julian on the bed. His body was already quite rigid. Dina presented the paramedics with a bottle of tablets saying,
This is what he took.
Dina claims Julian has taken antidepressants, but that is hard for his family to swallow.
Julian was a fitness fanatic. He didn't drink, he didn't take drugs, he wouldn't even take an aspirin.
Dina may be slow to call the paramedics, but she's quick to call about his insurance benefits.
She appeared on the doorstep of the office the following morning.
Hello, Dina.
Julian is dead.
She said, Julian's dead. I need to know about his insurance money. And it was all in the same breath. And I thought, wow, this can't be for real.
An autopsy concludes a fatal overdose is the likely cause of death.
Although it was treated as suspicious, and although there were anomalies in her story, it was never really investigated as a murder. And that's how the matter rested for several years.
Dina gets away with murder once, but her attack on Richard Thompson will be her undoing.
Lightning never strikes twice. And when I heard about the other case that she'd been investigating for, that immediately aroused my interest.
We then reopened the investigation into the suspicious death of Julian Webb.
6 years after his death, Julian's body is exhumed and examined by top forensic scientists. They confirm antidepressants caused his death, but not one dose.
We were able to involve international toxicological experts who were able to examine his stomach contents, his blood content, and what these experts were able to say was that this couldn't have been a suicide. This must have been infused into the body over 3 or 4 days.
Dina's unsavory side is exposed.
Dina had cooked a hot curry for Julian in the week before he died.
Here you go.
You're not having any?
No, I'm full.
This is my favourite.
Yeah, no.
We believe that she'd crushed the drugs into the curry and he'd eaten it, and then it'd get sent him into a stupor over a few days.
too weak to move. Julian is totally vulnerable.
The last days of Julian Webb would have been horrific as he lay there knowing that something was happening to him. But no doctor came, his mother didn't come, no friends came to the house. He was totally isolated.
9 years after Julian dies, his killer is finally revealed. In 2003, Dina Thompson receives life with a minimum of 16 years for murder.
Dina was a master manipulator of other people. One husband murdered. Another almost murdered. And a third on the run.
I've dealt with 50-odd murders. I have nightmares about 2. One of them is this case.
There you go.
And the reason I still have nightmares about it is I worry about when did he realise that instead of a lover, he was dealing with a killer.
Coming to terms with the death of loved ones.
It was a slow, twisty, horrible kind of death.
No. Is difficult for most people.
Family members were dropping like flies.
But there are rare exceptions.
Louise was so fascinated by death, she had the local mortician on speed dial.
In the 1900s, women know their place is in the home, raising a family. But one young Chicago wife, Louise Breenkamp, doesn't really like children. She prefers the company of corpses.
She went to work for no pay, mind you, as an assistant to a local funeral home undertaker.
What are you doing here, Louise?
I heard about poor Mr. Pitt, taken so young. I thought I could help.
He recalled quite vividly her joy, almost gleeful exhilaration at the chance to embalm, at the chance to be around dead bodies.
Louise was sort of a death groupie. She just couldn't get enough of hanging around and seeing the dead bodies.
Her desire to be around corpses was because she was known as a necrophile, someone who becomes excited and aroused in the presence of dead bodies. It's very rare.
It's not that Louise has any spare time. By 25, she is caring for 5 stepchildren and struggling to keep her home orderly.
Frank, Lillian! Stop bickering!
To the annoyance of her much older husband, 60-year-old Fred.
Why can't you keep an orderly house? Children, this mess, it's an embarrassment.
Fred's complaints are short-lived. He soon succumbs to a mysterious illness.
There were no cures for what are commonly treated ailments today, and stomach problems were quite common.
So when he dropped dead, no one really considered anything nefarious.
Fred leaves his family well provided for, thanks to his life insurance. And Louise decides to invest it in death. She becomes a partner in a Chicago mortuary.
She took his insurance policy, roughly $2,000, and transferred it over to the Chicago Southside undertaker. She promised that she would deliver to him clients.
True to her word, Louise delivers customers. The first, her 4-year-old stepdaughter, Florence.
Some soup.
Within a year, another stepdaughter. 8-year-old Cora suffers the same horrendous symptoms.
Horrible, horrible, prolonged stomach pain. It was a slow, twisty, horrible kind of death.
Grieving Louise is still young and beautiful, and soon has a new man to help her heal.
She finds a man named Charles who has a son named Harry, and she inserts herself into that family.
Father, I need to talk to you. Alone.
But not everyone is happy with their union. Charles's son Harry doesn't warm to his new stepmom.
Why don't you ask her about the proceeds from the property at Crystal Lake?
Charles? Are you going to let him stand there and insult me?
He had the lingering suspicion that there was much more to this woman.
Why don't you prepare supper and we'll discuss this over a meal?
Of course. It would be my pleasure.
But before the dispute can be resolved, Harry is in the morgue.
No one really looked at Harry's death. She said that he died of heart failure, and they believed it.
Another stepdaughter, Lillian, soon joins him. And then, her new husband.
Next, Charles comes down with illness. He's very, very ill.
Charles died within 6 days of taking sick. Again, she collected a sizable insurance payout.
Everyone thought that Louise and her family were cursed. Her husbands, her stepchildren, they kept dying.
When her last surviving stepchild, Frank, is bedridden, his nurse is Louise.
Well, she looked after him, showing the angel of mercy side to them, the Florence Nightingale side.
He suffers for at least 6 months with his terrible illness while she's right by his side.
Trapped in bed, Frank has time to think.
No. There's something wrong with that. I'm going the same way as Dad.
On his deathbed, he said, "I'm going to go the way of my father. I think I've been poisoned."
His death brings the toll to 2 husbands and 5 stepchildren. Despite so many deaths in the hands of one caretaker, there is no investigation. Nothing to stop Louise's deadly greed. Louise Vermilia is fascinated with death and corpses. In the early 20th century, she buys into a Chicago mortuary, then fills it with customers, her own family.
One after another dropped dead, and no one really questioned it because mortality was high.
The deaths set Louise up as a wealthy woman, thanks to life insurance payouts. She buys another business, a boarding house for lonely itinerant men.
Even as she advanced into middle age, she was still quite fetching, this beguiling temptress.
I suggest you take along. I make it plain so people can add their own.
Railroad conductor Richard Smith soon falls for her cooking and charm.
He became bewitched, if you will, by Louise. and fell in love with her and began courting her quite seriously.
But Louise won't succumb to love without security.
He signed over his life insurance to her so she can cash in on that.
And then all of a sudden, he died.
Not one for grieving. Another boarder soon catches Louise's eye.
Arthur Bissonnette had just been admitted to the Chicago Police Department.
Who's it from?
My fiance.
Louise always gets the man she wants, but not this time. Arthur isn't falling for her.
Bissonnette was a young man, and Louise was quite older than him.
Ada?
He had a fiancée and was apparently engaged and was contemplating marriage.
If Arthur won't be her lover, Louise knows another way he can satisfy her.
Some more paper?
Yes, please.
Arthur gets violently ill and dies.
Louise always gets her man, dead or alive, but she prefers them dead.
She might have had a sexual gratification coming from the notion that she controlled the life and death process of her victims, that she could send a person to eternity through her own volition.
Not all necrophiles get their kicks simply hanging out at funeral homes. Some of them get their kicks by creating a dead body out of someone that they killed.
But this is one dead man too many. Arthur's father is suspicious and insists on an autopsy.
They actually looked for traces of arsenic, and they indeed found that. It seemed quite compelling, real proof that she was indeed a murderess.
Investigators start looking into Louise's past and find the trail of death. More bodies are exhumed and more arsenic found. Police realize Louise's murder weapon for decades has been a special seasoning.
She was using rough on rats, which was a rat poison full of arsenic.
She had a little pepper box that she would put grains of arsenic in, and she would sprinkle it over their food. This is how she administered poison to her victims.
With her poisoning exposed, police have a strong case for murder. But Louise isn't finished with her pepper box yet.
She took enough grains of arsenic to severely paralyze herself. She lost control of her feet, she could not walk, and she lost control of her hands.
It's a dangerous and audacious play for sympathy in court. But a wheelchair-bound beauty is a gift to her defense attorney.
He played her up as kind of a sob sister, if you will, a hard-working woman who had been plagued by tragedy her entire life. The jury did not hear any of the evidence that linked her to Fred Brinkamp, Charles Vermillion, Harry Vermillion, the three daughters of Brinkamp. None of that was admissible.
A sympathetic jury refuses to convict a crippled woman. A split decision means a mistrial, and the prosecution drops the case. In 1912, Louise Vermillion is wheeled out of court, a free woman.
This was a very soulless woman, completely lacking in compassion. There was no sense of guilt, there was no sense of remorse, and all of that adds up to a sociopath.
Louise received financial benefit from some of the murders, but not all of them. In addition to killing for money, she killed for pleasure.
Some people will hold tight to valuables at any cost.
The smell suddenly hit him.
Precious family heirlooms.
Books on Satanism and the occult were found near the garbage can.
Or mementos of loved ones.
The way that she kept her close to her was in a storage unit.
Caring for the elderly takes patience and kindness, attributes that 46-year-old Brookie Lee West lacks. When in the late 1990s, she moves to Las Vegas to nurse her ailing mom, Christine.
The medical provider expressed some concern that Christine was starting to show initial stages of Alzheimer's.
Brookie.
But her mother's plight doesn't soften Brookie's heart.
Brookie, would you pass me my medicine? I'm watching, Ma.
The relationship between Brookie and her mother was kind of a tortured history.
I have to do everything for you.
They lived together, yet they fought constantly.
I'm sick of you.
Brookie's a tough cookie, just like Mom.
She was from a very troubled background. Was extremely dysfunctional.
It's just not right for those colored folk to mix.
Her father, Leroy, indoctrinates young Brookie and her brother with hate.
He was a Satanist and dabbled in witchcraft and was also a white supremacist, pure hatred. Role models that present that type of lifestyle to any child, eventually you're going to soak up.
Mom, Christine, who should protect Brookie and her brother,
Mom, you in there?
is busy with another interest.
The man she was having an affair with in rural Texas was promising her the world.
I'm really hungry.
You kids get lost. I told you I'm busy.
And telling her that he was going to give Christine a new life.
Should we stop? Do you want to stop?
But the affair ends badly.
She pulled a shotgun out and shot the man at point-blank range.
It showed Brookie that she could take care of business violently her own way and that she could get away with it.
Christine goes to jail for attempted murder.
How was your day, all right?
It was all right, but I sure do need one of these.
Against all the odds, Brookie grows up to establish a good career.
She was a very successful person. She's making an excellent salary as a technical writer, doing very well.
But one thing she inherits from her mother is an attraction to a loser.
Howard Simon St. John was penniless, an alcoholic and drug addict.
The unlikely couple ties the knot. But it isn't long before there's conflict.
Honey, will you be so kind as to do a little favor for me?
Anything for you, honey.
Brookie wants Howard to torch her car for the insurance money.
She owned more money on the car than what it was worth.
I love you, honey, but you know I can't do that.
I give you all of this, I support you, and I just ask you one little thing.
No.
Brookie isn't one to take no for an answer.
There was a fight, and she had pulled out a little handgun.
Howard's lucky to be alive. The bullet grazes his neck. Police investigate, but no charges are filed. Brookie convinces them it's a case of self-defense.
A week later, Howard goes back to Brookie and they rekindle their romance.
I'm sorry, my love.
It's a serious mistake, and the last Howard St. John will ever make. Brookie Lee West is raised by a violent and bigoted mom and dad. They teach her the worst of values. When Brookie's boyfriend refuses to commit insurance fraud, she shoots him. It's only a flesh wound. Remarkably, Howard forgives her and they reunite. But not for long. On June 6, 1994, his body is found lying in a national forest in California.
He was shot in the torso, but when he was found, he had a plastic bag covered over his face.
Police have a prime suspect, his wife, Brookie Lee West.
Authorities believe that Brookie killed Howard because he was in the way of her getting away with insurance fraud.
But Brookie isn't charged. No one is.
Prosecutors just simply felt that they didn't have quite enough evidence to file the murder charges.
To this day, remains an open homicide investigation.
Brookie leaves the controversy behind and moves to Las Vegas to be with her sick mom.
Brookie! Can you help me, please?
I think what attracted Brookie and her mother here is the easy living.
But it isn't long before Brookie thinks of her life as hard labor. And it gets worse as Christine's mind deteriorates.
Brookie always wanted to have a different life for herself and saw that her mom was holding her back from being able to experience that type of life.
Brookie has a solution to her problem. But it won't involve a loving reconciliation.
When Christine Smith was last seen alive, the neighbor said that she appeared to be in somewhat of a tired, lethargic state. She saw Brooke West walk in and say, "Here, Mom, take more pills. It'll be good for you. It'll make you feel better."
Yeah.
Sometime in 1998, Brookie decides to take care of her mother for good.
That night was the last time that anybody other than Brookie West saw Christine Smith alive.
Christine, who raises her daughter to believe violence solves problems, has raised her own killer.
Christine Smith's very own daughter was looking at her mother's eyes when she was pressing that plastic bag over her nose and mouth and knowing what she was doing, that she was ultimately going to kill the woman that brought her on this earth.
Brookie is prepared. She has a garbage can ready, but she doesn't dump Mom. She stores her.
The fact that Brookie had so many things with her to help her commit the murder, tape, the plastic bag, this garbage bin large enough for a person, speaks to premeditation. This was not an accidental murder or crime of passion. This was planned out.
while her mother rots. Brookie Lee cashes in.
She collected over $30,000 in Social Security benefits. Money mattered to Brookie Lee West. She cared about her wealth.
Christine's body stays in storage for 3 years, until February 2001, when a foul stench alerts a storage worker.
Plastic lining had caused a leak, and so some of the fluids for this body was what caused the smell to start emanating outside the storage unit.
Next to the body, they found a bunch of books about Satanism and witchcraft.
They discovered a human form that had practically melted into the bottom of that garbage can. Once you looked at that face, it could be translated as somebody who had suddenly experienced a frightful moment.
Police don't have to look far for a suspect. The storage unit is rented in Brookie's name, and a single fingerprint confirms her involvement.
A single fingerprint was recovered from this plastic wrapping and conclusively identified as Brookie Lee West.
Brookie Lee West is charged with her mother's murder.
Brooke West claimed at trial that her mom died of natural causes, and 2 days later she realized, oh, I have a dead body in the bedroom and I need to do something.
Christine's body tells a different story.
One thing that you look for is you look for blowflies, because they're the first colonizers of a dead body. And if it's exposed to the air for several hours, you would find blowflies. We never found blowflies.
It's a bug's life that seals Brookie's fate.
The lack of the blowflies clearly indicated that Brooke West planned, premeditated, and deliberated this murder.
The jury agrees, and Brookie is found guilty of murder in the first degree.
She's currently serving a life prison sentence without the possibility of parole. She will never get out of a Nevada State institution. This case is so unique. It all comes down to the type of background that Brookie had as a young girl. I don't think that fruit fell very far from the tree.
I think it's safe to say Brookie had no regard for her mother at all. The way she killed her and disposed of her, pretty heartless.
These deadly women sacrificed friends and family. Dina Thompson charmed her way to murder. Louise Vermilia cashed in on corpses. And Brookie Lee West taught Mom a lesson. All three women murdered for money. They were driven by insatiable greed. Like good wine, most women mellow as they age. Those who don't can turn particularly sour. Serving up death is a housewife's favorite dish.
Family doctor is mystified about the cause of death.
Granny's sweet demeanor masks a trail of death.
Ms. Newmar had been married 5 times. All 5 husbands were deceased.
Who's that?
And a possessive divorcee won't share her ex-husband.
Jealousy and greed are 2 of the most common motivators of murder.
These deadly women are old enough to know better, but that doesn't stop them from becoming matriarchs of murder. December 1920, Newark, New Jersey.
What do you think you're doing? Just making it a little more tasty.
21-year-old Frances Creighton is a matriarch in the making.
How dare you?
You can't talk to Mom like that.
But this isn't her home. It belongs to her in-laws.
Fanny, please serve the stew, and I hope it's not spoiled. Fine.
They've welcomed their son John and his new bride, and even found room for her brother.
That made the house a little crowded. It was a little cramped quarters for all of them living in one house.
And when both women try to run the household, tempers boil over.
Her mother-in-law didn't get along with Frances.
Very nice.
There's one cook too many. But Anna won't be the head chef for long.
Frances's mother-in-law starts complaining of stomach pains and intestinal pains.
Their disputes are forgotten. Frances rallies around.
Frances gained the trust of people because she came across as caring and nurturing and wanted to take care of them.
But within a week, Anna is dead.
The family doctor writes the death certificate as death by ptomaine poisoning.
She's gone, John.
He admits later he has no idea what caused this death.
One mysterious death follows another.
Less than a year later, Frances's father-in-law dies. Again, the family doctor is mystified about the cause of death.
Frances now has what she wants: control of the house. Next, she takes charge of her brother's affairs.
Frances convinces her brother to take out a life insurance policy on himself, naming her as the beneficiary. It's worth $1,000. Around that time also, he comes into an inheritance from their parents, which is $1,800. It's very shortly after this that he too ends up dead.
This is one death too many. Authorities investigate Frances.
Newark police were very suspicious about her possibly killing her brother for the insurance money. So they had exhumed his body, and they also exhumed the mother-in-law's body.
What they find is arsenic.
The poison seemed to be spread through her kitchen, through what should be life-giving. It was her food that was killing the people around her.
Police think it's an open and shut case. But Frances is pregnant, a sympathetic defendant, when she's tried for murdering her brother and mother-in-law.
They resulted in 2 sensational trials in 1923. She's only 24. She's 9 months pregnant, so that creates a lot of natural sympathy in the media and even the prosecutors in the case.
Convicting a mother-to-be is too much for the jury.
She goes to trial twice. Both times she's found not guilty.
We truly will never know how she managed to get acquitted of both of those crimes.
Frances escapes a jail term, but her reputation is in tatters. Her husband stands by her, and they move to Long Island, New York. 14 years later, with her murky past behind her, Frances is once again an ordinary housewife. It's the Great Depression, and times are tough. They take in a family named the Applegates.
So, Everett, how was your trip?
Oh, it was great.
Everett, Ada, and their teenage daughter, Agnes. A roommate for Frances's daughter, Ruth, now 14.
John says we can split expenses.
Hope you enjoy it, dear. Very pleased to have you.
Thank you.
This is during the Great Depression, and an arrangement like that isn't unusual.
Please call me Abby.
The house is now packed to the rafters.
The Creightons had 1 bedroom. The Applegates had 1 bedroom. And the children went upstairs to the attic where they stayed.
Occupying the most space is Ada Applegate.
Ada is 250, 280 pounds.
Abby! Abby!
She's confined to her bed basically all day.
You were with one of your women, weren't you?
Please don't start, Ada.
She's not loved by anybody in the house.
You're a worthless husband.
As you keep telling me.
Not by her husband, not by her daughter,
Go back to your tarts!
not by Frances.
Everett turns to Frances for comfort.
Everett and Frances started out as friends, living under the same roof. But they ended up much more than that.
Oh, Abby, we shouldn't really.
But Frances isn't the only Creighton on her lover's radar. On Long Island, New York, Frances Creighton is a woman who expects to get her way. She beats 2 murder charges and now takes her lodger, Everett, as a lover. But Frances isn't the only female Everett has eyes for. Her young daughter, Ruth, gets extra special attention.
Everett always wants to be around Ruth, who is just 14 years old.
Fondness is one thing. Sex with a minor, something else entirely. Everett's depravity sinks deeper. He carries on the affair in the same bed as his own daughter. The twisted union won't stay secret for long.
She knows that her lover, Everett, is actually sleeping with her daughter.
Everett's betrayal should make a mother crazy. But perversely, it doesn't.
She's more upset that because they're sleeping together, Ruth might get pregnant.
Everett now pushes his luck, shamelessly flaunting all in front of wife, Ada.
As an outlet, she does a lot of gossiping, a lot of talk around the neighborhood, and a lot of it is angry, mean talk about the goings-on in her own house.
Gossip about the affairs is bad enough. But Frances has a bigger worry. Ada knows another secret.
She knows that Frances was once accused of these poison murders. And she's always saying, I'm going to tell the neighbors, I'm going to tell everyone about this.
The only way to stop the information leaking out is to get rid of the person.
Friday the 13th, September 1935. Ada Applegate learns a bitter lesson. When you challenge Frances Creighton, there are unsavory consequences. Frances calls for help from an old friend, arsenic.
Frances administers the poison on a gradual level over the next few days and keeps increasing it until Ada is horribly sick. The arsenic is working all over her intestines, her heart, and it's affecting her mind.
Come on, Ada. You have to eat something.
Arsenic is a horrible way to die. Terrible, terrible stomach pains, nausea, vomiting, seizures, ending in death.
After 14 days of ingesting poison, Ada Applegate's horrific ordeal finally ends.
The doctor is pretty mystified, just as the doctors were mystified about the deaths in Newark 11 years before.
But an eagle-eyed citizen connects the dots.
The police aren't even involved in this until a neighbor sends them anonymously a package of newspaper clippings.
Frances's past will be her undoing. She is arrested and stands trial for first-degree murder.
It was the fourth murder that she was likely connected to, but it's the first one she's found guilty of. And for this one, she goes to the electric chair.
Frances Creighton wants complete control. 4 victims discover no grievance is forgotten, no challenge unpunished.
Frances's motive for killing Ada was basically to shut her up, to save face.
When a bent and twisted woman wants the ultimate power over her family, it can lead to murder.
Some matriarchs of murder don't know when to stop.
She probably would have gone on and on and on.
Is that him?
They think they can evade suspicion.
The greed is something that can be tracked back through her life.
Shopping again?
But death always catches up.
She actually thought she could get away with that.
Norwood, North Carolina, 1986. After 18 years, a marriage is in trouble. 55-year-old Betty Gentry thinks her husband Harold is playing around.
Been with you all time, have you?
Don't stop me.
And she's right.
Almost it.
He strayed from the fold a few times, and because of that, Betty got pretty angry.
Calm down.
Don't you tell me to calm myself.
Enough.
No wife likes infidelity in a husband.
Stop that.
They had a bit of a disturbing relationship.
You push me through fire, I tell you.
Always arguing, and things didn't go really well.
Harold's unhappy too. Betty's retail therapy is making them broke.
How'd you pay for all that?
Card.
Betty did like money. Betty did like to be able to buy things.
You gonna send us broke, B?
It's my money too.
Going through money at a rapid rate made her feel good, and it became a habit.
Then one weekend, in July 1986, the house goes quiet.
Betty, come yet?
Betty has left without a word to anyone.
Mr. Gentry did not know she had left for the weekend.
Betty been by? Haven't seen her since yesterday morning.
He was unaware of where she had gone or what she was doing.
I'm a little worried. Crazy woman.
She just disappeared.
That Sunday, Harold returns home from dinner with friends. There's someone waiting for him.
Mr. Gentry was shot multiple times. It was heinous and it should not have occurred.
The killing appears to be a result of a robbery gone wrong.
But there were some things that didn't add up. Nothing of real value seemed to be taken.
And there were no signs of forced entry into the house.
So someone had to give them access.
The murder of Harold Gentry puzzles the investigators.
Just stop here.
I live here.
When Betty returns home to the horrifying scene,
Mrs. Gentry,
Yes?
I'm sorry to tell you, but your husband's been shot.
Is that him?
Yes, it is.
the widow's reaction puzzles them even more.
Betty was very calm and cool upon arriving at home to find out that her husband had been shot 6 times.
I just put down my things.
The police thought this was odd. Police see people really grieving, really hysterical. Betty didn't fit the mold.
But no one suspects Betty of anything more than a cold heart. And she's got an airtight alibi.
Ms. Newmar claimed to be in Marietta, Georgia at the time, having repairs done on a truck.
For 21 years, Harold's murder remains unsolved until the North Carolina police set up a cold case task force that includes forensic pathologist Dr. Laura Petler.
Due to the persistence of the family, we were looking at this case to try to see if we could come to a resolution.
The investigation reveals that Betty is a woman with a complicated past.
I noticed and discovered that Ms. Newmar had been married 5 times and that all 5 husbands were deceased.
July 14th, 1986. An unknown intruder shoots Harold Gentry, execution style, in his North Carolina home. The murder remains a mystery for 21 years.
Police thought that Harold had died because he walked in on a robbery. And they couldn't find who pulled the trigger.
In 2007, the cold case is reopened. And this time, the investigators focus on Betty and her past. Starting in the 1960s, Betty is married to sailor Richard Sills.
Great spot. It sure is.
The couple seem happy in love.
Betty put on a very good social image, so that people who did not know her well thought she was a very nice, sweet woman.
Betty was kind and sweet and caring because she had to. How else was she going to get men to marry her? And that was her goal.
But behind closed doors, Betty's true nature is revealed.
Shopping again? You're gonna send us broke!
Oh, for goodness sakes, you're so cheap you'd have me dress in rags.
She was a very nasty, manipulative woman who would walk on anybody to get what she wanted and would stop at nothing to get it.
I've had enough. Go to bed!
Not walk away from me.
On April 18th, 1967, the arguing escalates.
Betty claims Richard Sills actually shot himself after they had an argument. This is highly unusual. In the world of suicide, people almost always do it alone.
What's your emergency?
Hello, I need the police.
He was shot twice. One bullet went into his heart, and the other nicked his liver.
My husband has shot himself.
Now that's not a suicide.
But Betty flies under the radar.
There was never an autopsy, which is the whole problem with that case.
Investigators dig deeper and find this is not Betty's first brush with death.
I'm sorry, I have some bad news.
Okay.
We found the body of your husband, James.
12 years earlier, her second husband, James Flynn, comes to a peculiar end.
James has a mysterious ending to his life. He was found frozen to death in his truck. The only thing we know about James for sure is that he was married to Betty, and now he's dead.
In 2007, as the cold case team pieces together Betty's life, there will be one more suspicious death.
Here, John.
Betty's fifth husband, 79-year-old John Newmar.
At the time that he married Betty, he had about $300,000 in savings.
He is diagnosed with sepsis, a blood infection. In October 2007, John loses his fight. What Betty does next is shocking.
Hello? This is Betty? Yes, hello, Betty. I thought you'd want to know your father's dead.
But John, can I see him?
No, you can't see him. He's already been cremated.
The children didn't even know he was gone till after Betty had had his body cremated. A lot of people suspect that Betty was so quick to cremate the body because she had done something to cause his death.
There's another shock. John's life savings are gone.
By the time he died, the couple was $203,000 in debt, and all the money was gone. Nobody could figure out where it went.
With John's body gone up in flames, the cold case team concentrates on the murder of Harold Gentry. Finally, they get a break.
Law enforcement was led to believe that Betty had attempted to hire one or more people
Would you know anyone that might kill my husband?
to kill Harold Gentry.
Pardon? I want to kill my husband. You don't mean that.
They find neighbors Betty tried to recruit to kill.
Every word.
I'm going to take this inside. I'll see you later, hey?
Betty had become so grandiose about her ability to get away with murder, she actually approached other people to have them do it and thought she could get away with that.
But she doesn't. In May 2008, Betty is finally arrested and charged with solicitation to commit murder. But before she stands trial, nature intervenes. Betty dies of cancer in June 2011. She takes to her grave the truth about what happened to James Flynn, Richard Sills, and John Newmar.
The fact that Betty was considered a suspect in 3 of her husband's deaths tell me she very likely was a black widow. Marry for money, kill for more money.
Somehow, Betty eludes suspicion all her life. No one pieced together her past.
The most shocking thing to me about the entire situation is that nobody connected her histories from one state to the next state and one situation to the next situation in more than 50 years.
Jealousy is an overpowering emotion.
She was consumed with his meager holdings.
Next, you'll be leaving everything to her and nothing to the boys.
It has no borders or limits.
She told her to be careful or she might get a knife.
And age is no barrier.
It's not something you really see very often.
The working-class suburbs of Melbourne, Australia, in the 1990s.
To our happy family. To our happy family.
Millicent and Stanley Cumberbatch have much to be thankful for. They've raised 2 healthy boys and have a caring relationship. But this isn't marital bliss. It's a happy divorce.
Stanley and Millicent had been apart for a number of years, but it appeared as though that had sort of reconciled and had an apparently good relationship.
Their married life had been a battleground.
It is said bad attention is better than no attention. And when Millicent wasn't getting anything from Stanley,
I asked you to put those in the dishwasher.
she would start a fight.
Hey, I said I'd do it. Look, they need to go away. I told you.
Over the years, the verbal disputes escalate into violence.
You don't earn enough money.
She would goad Stanley,
You are completely useless.
and Stanley would react by hitting her.
Couples fall into patterns of behavior, and for Stanley and Millicent, their dance was combat. It became the norm for how to relate to each other.
In 1989, Millicent and Stanley separate, splitting their small assets.
There was a settlement. I think she got about $90,000.
With the money divided, Millicent and Stanley do what few divorced couples can. They rebuild a friendship.
She told people that he would take her to the doctors and he'd organised a diet for her. They were able to get on well enough while living separate lives.
Things are going so well, Millicent often sleeps over at Stanley's home. But strictly in the guest room.
So, what time?
She was quite comfortable turning up at his house and being in the same place as him.
Why shall I bring?
Could be a number of times a week.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Most people would be happy and relieved to be away from a spouse with whom they had fought for 38 years.
Oh, that's great. All right.
Not Millicent. She wanted more.
Who's that?
A friend.
When Stanley finds new love in 1996, old hostilities resume.
Hello, Stanley.
And something new.
I'm Stanley's wife.
Ex-wife.
Hello.
Jealousy. While Stanley's affair doesn't last much longer than a year, Millicent doesn't believe him.
Millicent seemed to have thrived on the jealousy. She believed he still loved her, and she couldn't stand it.
Millicent doesn't want Stanley, but she doesn't want anyone else to have him.
Hello. This is Millicent, Stanley's ex-wife. Oh. What can I do for you, Millicent? Stay away from my ex-husband. I haven't spoken.
There were signs Millicent was going to do something bad.
But if you're not careful, you'll end up with a knife in your back.
Certainly calling Stanley's ex-girlfriend and threatening to stab her in the back with a knife. Pretty strong signal. And yet, she was ignored.
Can you believe it? He's still seeing that woman. Oh, you should have heard him. Oh, I'm worried he might leave us something. He lied to me.
Millicent's working herself up into a frenzy.
Well, he has upset me. I'm upset because he's probably going to cut me and the boys out of his will.
She fears their sons will be shut out of what is rightfully theirs.
You and your brother should get everything when I go.
There was no evidence that he was going to leave it to the other woman. As far as we know, he was going to leave his estate to his family. She would talk about this often, almost to the point of obsession.
Millicent became so obsessed, she took matters into her own hands. Millicent had to control everything.
For Millicent, where there's a will, there's a way. Melbourne, Australia, September 2000. 72-year-old Millicent Cumberbatch has one thought on her mind.
Next, you'll be leaving everything to her and nothing to the boys.
Are she and her sons the beneficiaries of her ex-husband's will? But the only man who knows, Stanley Cumberbatch, has vanished.
Hello, please.
Millicent had called the police saying that she'd been round to the house. She couldn't get any response.
Yes, I've been over. I've knocked on the door, but there's just no reply.
Okay, we'll send someone over there as soon as we can.
Thank you. I really appreciate it.
Thank you for your call, ma'am.
4 days after his last sighting, police find Stanley's body. It's a baffling murder. There are few leads and no motive when police deliver the grim news.
You hear about my husband?
It might be best if we come inside.
Let us come inside, Mrs. Cumberbatch. You need some.
Millicent is more than happy to help the investigation.
A lot of what the police had to rely on was from Millicent's account. She said she'd gone to his house twice, she'd knocked on the door, or knocked on windows, and when she couldn't get any response, had slept on a neighbour's veranda, thinking she might get him when he came home.
But her story doesn't add up with the neighbors. They don't see her outside the house. They see her inside.
It put the lie to her version of events.
With her story shot down in flames, police move in.
Police then went to her house. They executed a search warrant.
Don't go in there.
What have you got there?
Nothing. I'm just going to the
I need to see that, thank you.
But it's private.
They found his bank book, some documents, and I think in her handbag they found his original will.
The stolen documents are her undoing.
She was the first suspect and the prime suspect.
Police piece together the true story. On the 5th of September, 2000, consumed by years of resentment, Millicent makes a surprise visit to the home of her ex. Stanley pays the ultimate price for her insecurity.
He was hit, I think it was 8 times in the head. Was also stabbed after that in the back and I think in the throat.
Rest in peace, Stanley.
There are many ways to kill someone without touching them. But that wasn't good enough for Millicent. She beat her husband of 38 years to death.
Millicent may not look like she has the means, but her motive is beyond doubt.
The motive seemed to be greed. It almost seemed to go a little beyond the normal idea of, well, I just want the money.
Jealousy and greed are two of the most common motivators of murder. And Millicent was a green-eyed monster.
On May 9th, 2002, Millicent May Cumberbatch is found guilty of murder and sentenced to 15 years in prison.
Certainly a hefty sentence for her age. It meant that she'd be 84 before she would be released from prison.
No one close to Millicent thought the senior citizen capable of such a horrific crime.
We don't think of grandmothers as murderers. Millicent is proof that a woman is never too old to be a killer.
These deadly women proved age is no barrier to brutality. Frances Creighton used poison to get her own way. Betty Newmar was every husband's nightmare. And Millicent Cumberbatch eliminated her ex for a meager inheritance. The lives of family and friends meant nothing to these matriarchs of murder. Our home is our haven where we feel safe, but sometimes it can be a dangerous place. A brilliant student's hateful thoughts turn lethal.
She had a semi-automatic carbine that was completely loaded.
A woman desperate for love won't let children get in her way.
There is no way Ellen didn't know the horrible agony those children were suffering.
And a young chef cooks up a plan to eliminate her vulnerable neighbor.
There was nothing psychologically wrong with her. She was just pure, downright evil.
When these deadly women look for targets, they don't look far. They are too close for comfort. Graduating from college is an accomplishment for any young person, but 22-year-old Malika Griffin doesn't just graduate from a Mississippi university in 1993. she does it with honors.
She was a very educated woman. She had gone to college Jackson State University, graduated cum laude.
The science scholar likes to keep to herself. Her classmates think Malaika's just shy.
Malaika Griffin was a quiet person, well-educated, kept to herself, was a bit of a loner.
But no one knows what lurks beneath the surface. Malaika travels after college, but finally settles down 6 years later in Denver, Colorado, where she gets a job in a pharmacy.
She was a good worker. She was quiet, but hardworking. She always showed up to work early, worked hard, pretty much kept to herself, didn't cause any problems at work.
Traveling for years has been costly, so she settles down in a rundown neighborhood. Malaika finds a room to rent next door to 25-year-old Jason Horsley and his girlfriend, Deborah Losell.
He was just a nice, quiet kid. He was from Sheridan, Wyoming.
He had been living in his home with his fiancée, Deborah Losell, for about 2 years. He moved to Colorado because he was interested in the diversity of a bigger city.
The couple's first home is a real fixer-upper, a perfect opportunity for carpenter Jason to make some money.
I believe it had been a former crack house. The neighborhood was in transition. I think his intent was to fix up the house, flip it, sell it, and then move on and buy another house and continue to do that same thing.
Jason and Deborah don't have children, but their 2 dogs are very much part of their family. But the dogs drive Malaika Griffin barking mad.
Shut up!
Dogs. There was disagreement over the dogs coming out into the yard area. Miss Griffin felt that they should keep the dogs inside.
Everyday disputes between neighbors are usually easy to resolve.
Can I help you? Shut those dogs
But
up.
not this one.
I know that there were confrontations between his girlfriend, Jason's girlfriend, Deborah, and Malaika.
Dogs up or I'll kill them.
I know that the dogs had barked, and she told him she didn't like dogs, and if she couldn't control her dogs, she would kill the dogs.
Come on, be reasonable. You've been warned.
Being serious, we're just being dogs.
Threatening to kill someone's dogs is a rather serious sign. It should have been reported to the police, and it definitely should have been taken serious by anyone that heard it.
Malaika vents her frustrations in her diary. It paints a picture of a woman angry, not just with her neighbors, but with all white people.
She had written a lot of words and expletives, and most of them were rants about why she hated white people. She said that there should be a revolution, that sisters needed to unite and rise up and kill white males.
Malaika didn't have friends. She had her thoughts and her diary. And it escalated until she exploded.
May 18th, 1999. Carpenter Jason Horsley has had a long day at work. He begins his nightly ritual.
It was his practice to clean his equipment and then put it back in his truck, arrange it for the next day so that he could be ready to go. Miss Griffin came out, confronted him, told him to clean it up, put it away, that he shouldn't be doing that. and began to yell at him. She felt it was disrespecting her to unload his property in front of her home onto the grass and sidewalk.
It's reported that Malika was angry at Jason for sorting out his tools on the sidewalk. The truth of the matter is, Malika was looking for a fight. Anything Jason would have done was bound to set her off.
Jason's girlfriend, Deborah, gets involved.
What is going on here? I've had it with you people.
It escalated when Miss Loisel came out, and Miss Griffin began to kick Mr. Horsley's tools and equipment on the ground. And the argument really was between Miss Loisel and Miss Griffin at that point.
Do you know what? I'm gonna call the police on you.
Oh, I don't do prison.
Put your hand in my face.
You stay there.
The threat of police involvement is a turning point.
Malika went into her house, Deborah went back into her house, and Jason went back into his truck to unload his tools.
Jason and Deborah think the argument is over. But it's not. Disputes aren't uncommon among neighbors, but this one in Denver, Colorado, in May 1999, is extreme.
What is this stuff
what's going on?
doing out the front of my house? I'm moving.
Jason Horsley and girlfriend Deborah Losell are living next to a very unreasonable woman.
Oh, what is this neighborhood now? 90210?
It culminates one night with yet another screaming match on the sidewalk.
You need to pick up this stuff and move it.
When Deborah threatens to call the police, Malika goes back inside her house, but not to calm down.
Malika retrieved a large caliber 9mm semi-automatic pistol with a laser sight. Malika came back out. Jason was still out there unloading his truck, taking the tools from his truck to set on the sidewalk. There was no one else out there.
Jason?
The shot went through his left clavicle,
Jason?
through part of his lung, through part of his heart, and out the front of his chest. Ms. Loisel indicated that she came out to find Jason laying on the passenger side of his truck with the door open and his feet hanging out of the truck.
Stay with me, just keep breathing. Keep breathing. Keep breathing. Stay with me, okay?
Jason is clinging to life, but not for long. Within 30 minutes, he is dead. Deborah is sure the shooter is her neighbor, but she's fled. Police search Malika's abandoned room and are shocked by what they find in her closet.
She didn't have any high-heeled shoes or dresses. She had a semi-automatic carbine with a 30-round magazine that was completely loaded. Further search of her room, we found in her drawers 2 hand grenades.
Malika not only has her own arsenal, she is studying up on how to be an effective warrior.
She had some gun magazines, anarchist cookbooks, things that help you elude police, make booby traps, surveillance, those types of things.
The search reveals a side to Malika that she's kept hidden from the world. And her diary reveals the extent of her racism.
She indicated numerous times that she was sick at looking at white people. She didn't want to be around them. She would rather have them be dead and that they should be killed.
Jason's shooting may have just been the start of Malika's one-woman war against whites.
At any moment, she could have made a different choice. She had other options, other ways of handling the situation. She made the very deliberate choice to arm herself, come out, and shoot Mr. Horsley.
I don't think Malika snapped and decided to kill someone after Deborah threatened to call the police. I think Malika decided that before she walked out of the house and started the fight. Someone was going to die, and they were going to be white.
The real mystery is, what turns a highly successful, educated woman into a racist?
We were never able to discover any type of mistreatment of Miss Griffin by either white people or anyone for that matter. Her family didn't know that she harbored those feelings. They were as shocked as all of her friends and her co-workers.
Malika stays on the run for 6 years, holding down pharmacy jobs. But her case is high profile, and police appeals on a TV show lead to a colleague recognizing her.
The tip that came from San Diego was exactly, I work with that woman, I know it's her, here's where she lives. They went over and knocked on the door. She in fact told them she was Malika Griffin. She was taken into custody without incident.
Malika pleads not guilty to felony murder on the grounds of self-defense.
I would think it would be a strange defense, being the man was shot in the back, point-blank range, and he was unarmed, but that was the defense she used.
Her story doesn't play well with the jury. Malika is convicted and sentenced to life without parole.
I don't think Malika Griffin would have killed a black person. I think she killed a white person because of her anger, because of her hatred towards white people.
Malika shows all the symptoms of a paranoid personality.
Malika was a loner, and this is a common characteristic of people with paranoid personality disorder. People that suffer from this can function at an extremely high level. Do well at school, do well at a job, but inside, their mind is a mess. She felt she needed to counterattack. If she didn't get them first, they would get her.
Some women want their Prince Charming.
She was dark. That's how I think of her heart, is dark.
No matter what it takes.
They died a slow death, a painful death.
But this story has no fairy tale ending.
Ellen Etheridge gives new meaning to the term evil stepmother.
Meridian, Bosque County, Texas. In 1912, Ellen West's future looks bleak. The 46-year-old is a penniless widow, living with her parents.
They were very, very poor. She didn't get much of an education at all, and her prospects for future were very dim.
So, Maddie, tell me what happened in town the other day.
Ellen doesn't help herself. She's not one to socialize.
She was dark, short, heavy-set, and she stayed to herself.
Ellen, honey, why don't you come join us here? Yeah, why don't you start on this one? We got loads of squares left to do. Come on.
I don't want. The neighbor women said that she was sullen.
She just has her funny ways. So, Mr. Lynch, welcome along.
didn't want to, gossip with them or communicate with them.
Her sister, Maddie, decides it's time for Ellen to stop sitting around. She gets her a job as a housekeeper in a very crowded house.
I need some help.
J.D. Etheridge is the proud father of 8 children and has another one on the way.
The children, from all accounts I've read, seem to be well-behaved, well-mannered children. She had an older daughter at home also to help with house chores and the taking care of the children. It shouldn't have been too much of a burden for her.
Well, she's gonna have to rest up, but I'm sure she'll be up and around in no time.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Amy.
J.D. soon becomes a father for the 9th time.
Look at our beautiful boy. She's lovely. She's lovely.
The new parents are thrilled.
Boy looks like his mother.
Mrs. Etheridge had the baby. The doctor was there. Everything was fine with the delivery.
But the celebrations are short-lived.
The doctor was called back the next day because Mrs. Etheridge had died.
It's okay. I'll take care of you. Yeah.
J.D. was devastated by the loss of his wife. She was the mother of all of his children, and that meant a lot to him, because his children were the world to him.
J.D. desperately needs help to care for his large family.
He wanted them cared for, but that required the presence of a new mother. So within a couple of months, he had married Ellen Etheridge and brought her in to care for his children.
It's not uncommon in those days for the housekeeper to become the new wife. But Ellen doesn't like sharing J.D. with his children.
J.D., are we going to town? J.D., you said we're going to town.
Oh, sorry, hon. They need an engine, honey.
But you promised.
Oh, no.
She felt ignored and neglected because J.D. wanted to spend all of his time taking care of his kids, making sure they were all right, and making them happy.
He did everything he could for his children, and I suppose that Ellen was really jealous because she had developed a true passion for Mr. Etheridge.
While doing her daily chores, Ellen comes up with a plan. In June 1913, within months of their marriage, Ellen mixes up a potion containing the caustic ingredient in laundry detergent, lye.
Lye is a very strong alkali. It's basically pure sodium hydroxide. When it's ingested or when it's drunk, it basically burns you from the inside out.
She feeds the lye to 2 of J.D.'s children.
The symptoms of lye poisoning are virtually instantaneous. The burning is going to be intense.
Pull yourself together, man. You have 2 sick boys here.
The children were vomiting, they had diarrhea, they were complaining of pain. What the doctor didn't know at the time was that they had lye inside of their bodies and it was eating them from the inside out and destroying their throat and their internal organs as it went down.
There is no way Ellen didn't know the horrible agony those 2 children were suffering as a result of her feeding them lye.
Ellen has an explanation for the children's agonizing illness.
Ellen Etheridge said that she had seen them eating green apples, but then later she said that she thought it might be diphtheria. Diphtheria was common at that time, so nothing was done.
Ellen gets away with murder, and she isn't done yet. There are 7 children left.
She already had in the back of her head that she was going to systematically eradicate all the Etheridge children so that she would have Mr. Etheridge to herself. I really believe that was her goal.
In 1913, Texan widow Ellen finally gets what she's dreamed of: another husband, father of 9, J.D. Etheridge. But she's jealous of his children.
Ellen Etheridge was a child killer. And she did it in a most horrible fashion: poison.
4 months after killing 2 of his children, Ellen sends 5-year-old Oscar and 9-year-old Dick to collect the mail with their 7-year-old sister, Pearl. Then Ellen makes up another deadly concoction, this time with arsenic.
It was a long walk to the mailbox, and they were thirsty when they got back.
Hey, cats, come on in. That's some buttermilk for you. Come on.
The cornbread and buttermilk that Ellen served to them was a special treat. This was something they really enjoyed, so she knew that she would have no problem getting them to eat it.
There you go, pal. Drink up now.
They had no idea that within that sustenance, there was also a killer. She had laced them both with arsenic. Arsenic was, once again, at that period of time, just like lye, a very common household product.
All 3 children soon complain of pain and nausea.
It's hard to imagine that one adult could inflict that on another adult, but to do it to small children is just an act of horrible evil. She'd already seen months before 2 children suffer badly, and yet she was willing to make 3 more suffer again. This is a cold-hearted woman.
4 hours after drinking Ellen's poisonous brew, both boys die.
The boys were thirstier and drank their buttermilk faster, and that's why they got so sick. The little girl didn't drink much of the buttermilk.
Says you're gonna pull through, honey. You'll be fine in the morning.
Little Pearl, because she hadn't ingested as much of it, pulled through and survived it.
In those days, child death is common, but 4 healthy children in one family dying within 4 months raise suspicions.
When the doctor came and saw what had happened to those children, he knew that Ellen was responsible. He'd seen the first 2 children die, and he was determined to make sure the truth came out and make sure that Ellen paid for her crimes and no more children died.
The doctor calls the sheriff.
They found a locked trunk under Ellen's bed. They found inside there a packet of arsenic that was hidden down among the contents of the trunk.
This wicked stepmother is a serial killer.
Once Ellen was arrested, she admitted what she had done. She also confessed to killing the first 2 children by administering lye.
One unlikely soul protests Ellen's innocence. Her loyal husband, J.D.
Throughout the whole affair, stood by her. He couldn't believe that she could do such a thing, and believed right up until the very end that she was innocent.
But the evidence is overwhelming. Ellen is convicted on 4 counts of murder and serves 18 years in prison. But did she get away with one more tragedy? The sudden death of the first Mrs. Etheridge.
The reason she might have poisoned Mrs. Etheridge is because she wanted to be the next Mrs. Etheridge.
I believe there's a chance that Ellen may have killed her husband's wife. Who is taking care of her? A woman that turns out later to be a serial killer.
What's your favorite?
Twisted love and unhealthy jealousy turned a simple woman into a child killer.
Was she so driven with her jealousy that she honestly thought that everything was going to be okay and she would finally have Mr. Etheridge to herself? Was she such an insecure person that she needed all of his attention? What is in a person's heart that they can't share love with children for their father?
I think if she hadn't been stopped there, she would have gone on and on until they were all dead.
Some women's innocent looks
This is one of the most horrific crimes that I've come across.
can mask their true nature.
Melanie was easy prey.
And their deadly intent.
I couldn't believe that it was somebody so young and in the same flat.
In the countryside of Scotland in the early 1980s, Melanie Sturton has a difficult start to life. She's born with physical challenges.
What happened to your face? Millie was born with facial paralysis and a club foot. What's that?
The schoolyard can be a cruel place for a girl who looks different.
Which did lead to bullying at school, but apparently she even got on well with those who bullied her ultimately.
According to her mom, Susan Patrick, after being a patient as a child, Melanie grows up wanting to care for others.
She was training to be a nurse. She came back to college and she was hoping to come out as a fully trained nurse.
Melanie's moved out of her family's home. Aged 22, she gets her own apartment in the bustling city of Aberdeen.
She wanted to move away from here because she'd gotten more confidence. She was getting on really well, enjoyed it. It was safe. Well, we thought it was.
Living upstairs in the same building is 20-year-old Pamela Gourlay, another country girl.
I'm Pamela, by the way. Oh, I live upstairs. I'm Melanie.
Pamela Gourlay's upbringing, ironically, was very similar to Melanie.
See you around. I hope so.
They were both brought up in rural areas, and she too had moved into the big city after leaving school.
Pamela works as a chef in a local restaurant. Like Melanie, she's close to her family.
She seemed to be a good daughter, a good granddaughter, and lead a relatively normal life, holding down a steady job. But behind the scenes, it was a different picture altogether.
It's not like I'm the stinking rich one, you know.
Pamela keeps part of her life secret from her family. She's taking a bad cocktail of anti-anxiety medication and cannabis.
She'd obviously become embroiled in a drugs culture, smoked cannabis regularly, took a sleeping tablet that was commonly used by drug users, and got in with the wrong crowd.
Her drug habit is expensive, Pamela starts dealing drugs to make some extra cash. But any money she makes goes up in smoke. She's deeply in debt.
What?
Where's my rent money?
I'm getting paid tonight. You'll get it tomorrow.
What happened to me first thing in the morning?
All right.
What's going on in here?
None of your business. Honestly, I mean, the fact that he would even come here.
She hadn't paid her rent since moving into the bedsit. She had other debts, and this was in spite of having a fairly good job.
Pamela's heading in the wrong direction, but Melanie is thriving.
Oh, look at you, all grown up.
She was just getting on really well, enjoyed it. We used to go and meet up. We'd go shopping and things like that, but she loved it.
Melanie's mom is about to go on a vacation overseas. Before she leaves, she takes Melanie on a shopping trip with her grandmother.
We took her to the shops and went back to the car park, but she wanted to walk back. So we just gave her a kiss and she just went swinging her clothes, swinging her bags, and that was it.
October 8th, 1999. Pamela is enjoying a typical night.
Pamela had been out with friends, quite heavily involved in drugs.
Cannabis and prescription medication is a dangerous combination.
When those wear off, the person can have a rebound and their anxiety increases after the drug has been metabolized. I'm guessing Pamela was somewhat out of control.
Pamela is high and desperate for money, but she has a plan. Pamela Gourlay and Melanie Sturton live in the same apartment building in Aberdeen, Scotland, but they are very different young women. 22-year-old Melanie is a conscientious student looking forward to becoming a nurse. Pamela's life revolves around her drug habit and debt. The two neighbors barely know each other, but on the morning of October 9th, 1999, 20-year-old Pamela Gourlay gets ready for a visit.
She had money problems and she needed money. So whether in her drug-fueled state she decided to rob a neighbour, we'll never know. There's been no motive given for the crime. She dressed in black clothes, put on a sun hat and rubber gloves, took a boning knife that she presumably used for in her professional career.
It's not surprising to me that when someone is ready to kill or wants to kill, especially a young person, that they would kill someone near them. Pamela may have targeted Melanie for destruction because she thought she was easy prey.
Pamela who? Just Pamela from upstairs.
I knew she wouldn't have opened the door to anybody she didn't know.
Melanie tried to stop Pamela coming into her flat. Immediately she realised what was happening. She'd seen the knife in Pamela's hand and must have been absolutely terrified. Melanie had clearly struggled with wounds in her hand, which were typical of defensive wounds.
But Melanie can't defend herself from a razor-sharp chef's knife.
She also had injuries in her head, her face, stab wounds to her body.
Despite horrific injuries, Melanie manages to crawl to the doorway.
Melanie fought back. She had defense wounds. She was almost out the door. I think that may have escalated Pamela's fury. And she slit her throat.
Melanie was a lovely girl, just really getting started off in life, who would never have suspected a neighbour would commit such a brutal attack.
Melanie fought for her life, and she lost because she was fighting a monster.
With the murder complete, Pamela can't bear looking at her handiwork.
Pamela threw the cover over Melanie's body. Tells me she didn't want to see what she had done. She stepped over her a few times, so it didn't mean anything, but she covered her up because she didn't want to see her.
Pamela now goes about taking whatever she can find, just a few dollars, and a store gift voucher from Melanie's grandmother.
She stole all the stuff, which was nothing. It was pennies and stupid little things.
Everyone would like answers as to what the motive was for this horrendous murder, especially Melanie's mum. Perhaps it was just to try and get money for her next batch of drugs, but we'll never know what happened that night.
Pamela returns upstairs to hide the evidence.
Pamela was cool and calm after the murder. She would put the bloodstained clothing into bags, which she hid in the flat.
She then carries on with life like nothing's happened. She meets her mom and grandmother for a shopping spree.
How could you just go shopping and carry on? I mean, you couldn't. That is evil. It's just evil. And no remorse and no guilt. I mean, feel no guilt about it.
Pamela buys her grandmother a gift with the voucher she killed to get.
And she bought her granny a present with Melanie's granny's vouchers that she gave her for a present.
She spent some of the money that she stole from her murder victim. If Pamela were my child, I'd be rather frightened.
On vacation, Melanie's mom, Susan, keeps trying to call her daughter, but there's no answer.
I just knew something harmed her.
She insists that police break into Melanie's apartment. They find her body 3 days after the murder.
It was horrific. It was horrific. And I remember going into a fetal position and just screaming. And knowing I'd never, ever see her again.
The brutal murder horrifies the quiet community, but within days, they'll be even more stunned. Police request DNA samples from Melanie's neighbors. Pamela agrees to give one. It will be her downfall. It matches samples at the crime scene. A search warrant for Pamela's apartment seals her fate.
They found hidden in bags the knife and the bloodstained clothing which had been used in the murder.
Pamela's not a natural-born criminal. She left evidence all over the place. She attacked someone who was very close proximity to her.
Pamela Gourlay is arrested and charged with the murder of Melanie Sturton.
I couldn't believe that it was somebody so young and in the same flat. Never even thought that it could be a young female who did that because it was so horrific.
Under police questioning, Pamela soon confesses, but doesn't say she's sorry.
Pamela Gourlay's never ever shown remorse or had the police, to me, to the trial, to nobody. Never ever explained why she did it.
There was nothing in Pamela's family background that would have pointed to the future, that she was going to become a vicious killer.
But there's one possibility.
When Pamela was a teenager, she started smoking marijuana. It can have a bad effect on teenagers. Their brains aren't formed, and it can alter the course of their life, especially if they do it very much. And that's what happened to Pamela.
Pamela Gourlay, is found guilty of murder on March 9th, 2000, and sentenced to life with a minimum of 14 years.
It's not justice to me. I think she should never get out. Life should mean life.
Pamela is now on an early release program and leaves prison unguarded to work in a charity shop. Soon, Pamela is eligible for parole. For Susan Patrick, it means the nightmare starts all over again.
Because it's getting nearer and nearer, I feel awful. Really, really. It's like somebody reaches inside and twists and your breath just goes and you go, oh, it's awful.
Pamela's going to be released someday. I wouldn't want her to be my neighbor.
These deadly women found their victims nearby. Malika Griffin killed a neighbor because of the color of his skin.
I have had it with you. You need to pick up this stuff and move it.
Ellen Etheridge poisoned her stepchildren for their father's love. And Pamela Gourlay cared more for spare change than a life. All three didn't have to go far to kill. They were too close for comfort.